Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Defeated Jiang Ning. School was over on Friday afternoon. In order to avoid the peak period of school, Jiang Ning stayed in the classroom for a while longer. He stayed quietly in his seat, saying goodbye to his classmates one by one, until only a few were left. The classroom was very quiet after the holiday. The students who were anxious to leave had all left, and those who stayed were not anxious or impatient. Chen Qian, who was obsessed with learning, would never be absent. Huang Yazu held his mobile phone horizontally to play games, tapping the screen with his fingers, shooting marbles, and smashing the glass in front of him. The picture was beautiful and the special effects were cool. Usually playing with mobile phones in school, even after class, is always nervous, worried that the teacher will suddenly appear and take away the phone. But now is the real free time. Zhu Yuantang ran in from the corridor, with a strong expectation in his clear and bright eyes. Jiang Ning, you can go. Okay. Jiang Ning got up and left the classroom. Although he had a midterm exam next week, he didn't take any books. Just like before, they were going to the snack street in the city in the afternoon after the holiday. Jiang Ning pushed the bike out of the carport and rode the mountain bike directly on the campus. Today was a holiday and the campus was not strictly controlled. The mountain bike left the campus and shuttled through the streets and alleys. Zhu Yuantang stayed quietly in the back seat. Whenever she reached a place with few people, she would speak a few words. For example, she just passed by an old alley. She said that she had been to this place before. There was a delicious breakfast shop hidden in the alley, but the location was too remote. Unfortunately, the shop has changed its door now, probably because it has closed down. Zhu Yuantang thought of the owner of the shop at that time. It was an old couple with a kind face. Once she and her mother had breakfast and only asked for a bowl of soy milk, and the boss lady gave them an extra bowl to share the soy milk. Where did they open a shop later? Zhu Yuantang thought with a small face. Jiang Ning turned out of several alleys and drove into Ya's house at his most magnificent road, Yazhou Avenue. He rode on the sidewalk covered with trees. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was not time to get off work. There were not many people on the road. Soon, the Zhuhou Lake Bridge was in front of them. After crossing the bridge and bypassing the medical school, they arrived at the snack street in the university town. Jiang Ning, I want to get off. Zhu Yuantang shouted. Hearing this, Jiang Ning pressed the brake, and Zhu Yuantang could not help but stick to him due to the force. This happened more than once or twice in the past year, and Zhu Yuantang was used to it. She jumped out of the back seat and looked at the spectacular bridge in front of her. The Zhuhou Lake Bridge is nearly 900 meters long and nearly 40 meters wide. It is not only used for traffic, but also a landscape bridge. Below is the Zhuhou Lake Scenic Area. In order not to make Jiang Ning work hard, Zhu Yuantang got off the car and walked onto the bridge with his feet. Jiang Ning followed behind with the cart. Zhu Yuantang took out his mobile phone tremblingly. In the distance, a winding wooden trestle was laid on the lake, and pedestrians walked on the bridge. The light of the setting sun hit the vast lake. The waves were red, and the water seemed to be on fire. Zhu Yuantang stood on the bridge to watch the fire. She took a picture and quickly put away her phone, fearing that the phone would accidentally fall into the lake. Otherwise the loss would be too great. Zhu Yuantang walked forward, thinking to herself that when she got home and connected to Wi-Fi, she would send this photo to Jiang Ning and keep it together. When they reached the highest point of the bridge, Zhu Yuantang got back on the bike and repeatedly told Jiang Ning to slow down. However, it was originally a long downhill slope. If she pushed the bicycle up just now and went down slowly, it would be unfair to the mountain bike. So when going down the bridge, Jiang Ning adjusted the mountain bike to the largest and smallest gears and stabbed under the bridge like an arrow. The speed was frighteningly fast, and the wind whistled in her ears, even surpassing the cars that were also going down the bridge. In fact, the risk was very high. If she lost her balance, she would definitely be in the hospital. However, with Jiang Ning's control, she could still control it perfectly, even if the speed was 10 times faster. Driving all the way down the bridge, Jiang Ning did not step on the pedals again. With perfect timing, he passed 2 green lights in a row, and Zhu Yuantang recovered from the state of being almost scared to death. The snack street in the university town is well built, and there are several famous classic snacks. Zhu Yuantang bought a steamed bun and a meat and egg burger, and then in the fruit shop, he chose a piece of sugar cane, and the boss squeezed a cup of sugar cane juice. Jiang Ning had never drunk sugar cane juice before, so he asked, "Is it delicious?" Zhu Yuantang took a sip and tasted it, a little sweet. While talking, the two continued to walk forward. Zhu Yuantang noticed that there was a fat middle-aged aunt sitting in the center of the busy snack street. The aunt's clothes were very dirty, and her face was full of stupidity. Zhu Yuantang felt a little sympathetic at first, but then this feeling disappeared. She approached Jiang Ning and whispered, "Chen Xiaoyu told me that the person is a famous local fool. She likes to sit in the middle of the snack street. Last time Chen Xiaoyu and her sister walked by with a small cake, she grabbed the cake." Jiang Ning had heard about this matter. This fat and stupid woman was not a complete fool. After she grabbed Chen Xiking's cake, she also said, "Will you treat me to cake?" Chen Xiaoyu was furious. She spent 25 yuan on her cake, which was her pocket money she had saved for a few days. The fat woman was broad-skinned, with arms thicker than those of an ordinary man. She looked silly. If there was a conflict, the two girls would suffer. In the end, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Chen Xiaoyu cursed several times in anger, but now, the fat woman was still sitting there. Zhu Yuantang grabbed Jiang Ning's wrist and went to the shop on the street. At this time, 2 students passed by the fat woman with newly bought milk tea. The fat woman stretched out her hand and easily snatched the milk tea from the student's hand. She immediately showed a silly smile on her face. "Will you buy me a drink?" After she snatched the drink, she immediately stood up and walked away. Her movements were very skillful. The student whose milk tea was taken away was still stunned in the same place. Then, his expression changed drastically, and he didn't chase after him. College students often value their reputation. It is difficult for them to have a conflict with a middle-aged beggar woman who is not easy to mess with for a cup of milk tea. They can only suffer in silence, just like those students who were cheated by the cake vendors. Few people resisted. Zhu Yuantang witnessed this scene from a distance. She suddenly asked, "Jiang Ning, do you think that evil will be punished?" Jiang Ning said softly, "Yes." He gathered his spiritual consciousness and condensed it into a spiritual flying knife. Then, the flying knife was dyed red, like a branding iron. This knife can cut people's souls. Quick! The invisible red blade trembled and quickly cut away. At the same time, he flicked his finger and set up a soundproof formation to block Zhu Yuantang. In the noisy snack street, a shrill scream suddenly sounded, as if the soul was poured with hot oil. All the students on the street couldn't help but look over. The fat beggar woman held her head and kept rolling around. The splashing milk tea splashed on her body, making her clothes even dirtier. The student who was robbed of the milk tea did not hesitate to applaud and cheer for her. Later, several official law enforcement officers came to the snack street and took the fat beggar woman away. Zhu Yuantang did not sympathize with the other party. When she was a child, her mother told her not to sympathize with bad people, otherwise she would become a bad person over time. She bought some famous snacks, found a cool place, and ate with Jiang Ning. In fact, she could go to a nearby KFC, order a glass of water, sit down and eat slowly, but Zhu Yuantang was embarrassed, always feeling that she would be kicked out if she brought other snacks in. After finishing the snacks, she entered Yazhou Medical College and wandered around the campus with Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, the university is so big." Zhu Yuantang was shocked and even felt that the medical college was bigger than 10 of their number 4 middle schools. "University, it must be bigger," Jiang Ning said. The second-tier university he attended before had 1,500 acres of land. It took 10 minutes to walk from the dormitory to the teaching building. Zhu Yuantang had never been to a university. In her imagination, the university was only slightly larger than the high school. It was not until she really entered the school that she realized it was so big. She asked naively, "Jiang Ning, can we come here to study in the future?" Jiang Ning, if you want, you can. Suddenly, there was a car sound nearby, and a black Mercedes-Benz car slowly stopped by the roadside. Bai Yuxia shouted, Jiang Ning, Su Yuantang. She opened the car door and moved over. Why are you here? Bai Yuxia asked curiously. Zhu Yuantang felt a little familiar when he saw her. Jiang Ning and I came here to eat. Bai Yuxia, there are 2 windows in the cafeteria of the medical school with delicious dishes. I'll take you there. Zhu Yuantang touched his stomach and said regretfully, I guess it won't work. I just finished eating. Okay, come again next time. I have a meal card. Bai Yuxia's beautiful face was smiling. She changed into denim shorts, revealing a pair of white and slender legs. She was much more beautiful than when she was in school. Do you live in school? Zhu Yuantang was curious. She actually had a meal card. Bai Yuxia explained, my mother is an associate professor in the medical school. She can't spend all the meal card every month. You must come next time. Zhu Yuantang was surprised to hear this. How amazing. I remember your mother is a doctor? Bai Yuxia, yes, that's right. Zhu Yuantang walked around Yuzhou Medical College for a while, declined Bai Yuxia's invitation to visit him, and went home with Jiang Ning. Bai Yuxia watched them leave and went to her mother's office. Her mother is an associate professor and an associate chief physician, so she got a separate office. Mom, I'm back. A tall woman sat in front of the window and said in a joking tone, are they the ones you mentioned at the back desk? Yes, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning. Bai Yuxia said frankly. Dr. Feng said, they look nice. You can spend more time with them. My daughter must be happy to have classmates who play well with her at school. Moreover, one of the 2 students is the first in the city, and the other has good grades. They are not bad kids. I'll treat them to dinner some other day, if I have a chance. They will help you review your homework. Dr. Feng said. Bai Yuxia smiled childishly. Mom, don't go. People can't let go when they see you. Dr. Feng, do you dislike Mom? Without waiting for Bai Yuxia to answer, she glanced at her phone and said, I'm going to a meeting now and can't have dinner with you. Bai Yuxia was a little disappointed. So fast. Is it Uncle Guan's meeting? Yes. When mentioning Uncle Guan, Dr. Feng had respect in his heart. This is a truly good doctor who specializes in neurology and has excellent medical skills. What is admirable is that he really cares about the patients and has raised funds many times to help patients treat their illnesses. No matter what kind of world, there are always such good people. After returning home, Aunt Gu was still busy at the company. Zhu Yuantang had a full meal and sat at the door waiting for the sunset. Jiang Ning didn't know how to offend her. It reminded Zhu Yuantang of the shame of being teased when she played badminton with him the day before yesterday. If she didn't take revenge, she would be unworthy of being Zhu Yuantang. Jiang Ning dared to tease her now, and Zhu Yuantang didn't dare to think about what he would dare to do in the future. She did what she said. She ran into the house and took out a badminton racket. In order to subdue Jiang Ning, she took 3 spare balls and changed into white sneakers. Zhu Yuantang swung the racket and moved his arms and legs on the spot. Hey, Jiang Ning, feel the despair. Jiang Ning took a PAN pill and played badminton with Zhu Yuantang when he had nothing to do. Half an hour later, Zhu Yuantang's legs were almost numb from jumping. His face was red and his smooth forehead was sweating. However, Jiang Ning still looked like nothing had happened, and even his clothes were not messed up. Jiang Ning asked casually, do you still want to fight? Zhu Yuantang was irritated by his attitude and said proudly, fight until dawn. Another half an hour passed, and Zhu Yuantang was tired, but she still insisted on playing badminton. It was getting dark, and she turned on the light at the door to illuminate the open space in front of the door. Mosquitoes and moths fluttered their wings around the bright yellow light of the incandescent lamp. Another half an hour passed. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to observe her condition and found that Zhu Yuantang was almost exhausted, but still insisted on fighting. He simply showed weakness, sweated a little, and pretended to be tired and said, I'm a little tired, I don't want to fight anymore. As he said that, he sat on the ground, no longer as calm as before. When Zhu Yuantang saw him like this, she breathed a sigh of relief and shouted in her heart that she won. As a result, her legs softened and she almost couldn't stand. Zhu Yuantang used her strong willpower to stubbornly stabilize her legs. It was not easy to beat Jiang Ning once. She must win beautifully. She checked the time on her mobile phone, and a full hour and a half had passed. She used to think that Jiang Ning had no limits, but this time she finally tested that Jiang Ning would get tired in an hour and a half. She secretly wrote down the time. "Can you still walk?" Jiang Ning asked with concern. Zhu Yuantang forced a far-fetched smile and said stubbornly, "I'm made of iron. But you can't even stand up, right?" Jiang Ning, "Yes, I can't get up." Zhu Yuantang was in high spirits. With great willpower, she twisted her body and finally grinned when she turned her back to Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang moved to the room with difficulty. She was sweaty and couldn't get on the bed, otherwise she would dirty the sheets and quilts. She held onto the wall and moved to the closet to choose clothes to change. At this moment, the sound of an electric car came from the yard, and Aunt Gu came back. "Tang Tang. Mom, I'm in the room." Zhu Yuantang shouted hurriedly. Aunt Gu parked the electric car and went into her daughter's room. As a result, she saw Zhu Yuantang holding onto the table, her face flushed, all sweaty, and her legs trembling. Aunt Gu quickly held her daughter's shoulders and asked worriedly, "Tang Tang, how did you get into this situation?" Zhu Yuantang laughed. "Ha ha ha, Jiang Ning and I were playing badminton, and I beat him. He was too tired to stand up, and is still sitting outside." Aunt Gu, "What nonsense. Jiang Ning was just helping me move the rice bags." Chapter 352. Give it to me quickly. This weekend, Jiang Ning stayed at home and did not go out to play. Originally, his cousin Jiang Junlan contacted him and planned to go to the river to catch crabs, claiming that he would take Shen Qinzhi with him. But Zhu Yuantang was sore all over from playing badminton and could not walk at all, so Jiang Ning postponed the activity. Zhu Yuantang rested for 2 days and finally recovered. However, school started. The gate of number 4 middle school faces south. In front of the school gate is a north-south street. There are all kinds of shops on both sides of the street, almost exclusively serving students. It can be called the companion street of number 4 middle school. Shen Qinzhi and Yuan sat on a bench in front of UK supermarket, each holding a small pudding. The location here is very good. The wind blows, it is cool and leisurely, and you can clearly see the students passing by. The two of them are like a family, going to school together every day. Yuan said after seeing it. She didn't know how many times she had seen this scene. Jiang Yanan, who was using free Wi-Fi, said Jiang Ning rented her house, and they went to school together. Yuan had heard about this, and she was surprised. "Isn't Zhu Yuantang's house in Hebei? It's quite far from the school. Why rent that place?" Jiang Yanan, "It's cheaper to live in a remote place. It's very expensive to rent a house in front of the school. I heard that my OZHE in our class rented a house for 400 yuan a month, and it's a shabby single room." It seems that Jiang Ning rented a whole house, and it only cost 200 yuan. After hearing this, Yuan said, "That's very troublesome. Fortunately, I don't have to rent a house." There was relief and a vague sense of superiority in her words. Her family had a 2-story building in the city center. The house was a bit old, but it was spacious to live in. The adults said that they would be compensated with 2 or 3 houses after the demolition. Jiang Yanan was puzzled again. "I remember Jiang Ning's family is not poor. He uses an iPhone like the class monitor. He used to eat out, and the dishes he ordered were quite expensive. He also donated Red Bull drinks at the last sports meeting. The classmates in the class have been getting along for almost a year. Everyone is not stupid. They can roughly judge the family background of a classmate through the details of daily life." Yuan immediately refuted. "Why should Jiang Ning be compared with a class monitor? You don't know how wide the class monitor's family is. His uncle is the vice president of the court, and another relative is the president of the big hospital in Anchi." Shen Qinzhi said calmly. "Jiang Ning's parents are in Changqingai Company." Jiang Yanan was surprised. The relatives of the class monitor always felt too far away from them. Changqingai was more real. After all, it was a newly rising large enterprise in Yazhou. Yuan asked, "What do Jiang Ning's parents do in Changqingai?" Shen Qinzhi, "Executives." Yuan did not refute. She had a relative who worked as a security guard at Changqingai and was highly regarded by all the relatives at the dinner party. As for the executives of Chiang, she thought about it for a while and knew that they were much better than ordinary people. Girls in high school are a little more mature than boys. If ordinary boys hear this, they will think that executives are nothing. They can become bosses of Fortune 500 companies in the future, and executives are only suitable for them to work. But girls can feel the reality. Yuan couldn't help but give up. She finished the pudding in silence. It was almost time for class. Yuan went to the freezer and took a bottle of Coke. I plan to bring it to the class monitor. Jiang Ning also took a bottle. I bought it for Deng Qingfeng. Last time her cell phone rang during class, Deng Qingfeng came to the rescue, which made her very grateful. Although it was later destroyed by Cuiu, Jiang Ning still remembered Deng Qingfeng's help. In addition, she had to express her gratitude for the kindness of the other party who usually brought her meals. Shen Qinj took a bottle of Coke. After experiencing Jiang Ning's incident, she also grew up a lot and understood that there is no love without reason in the world. She enjoyed the benefits of Deng Qingfeng, so she would naturally not be stingy. Yuan, aren't you going to bring a bottle for Deng Qingfeng? Jiang Ning asked. Yuan thought about it and took a bottle of Fanta. Jiang Ning pointed out, he likes to drink Coke. Yuan, he doesn't deserve to drink the monitor's Coke. Class 8 of grade 1, the first self-study class. Huang Zhangfei, who was at the podium, said to everyone, tomorrow's midterm exam is very important. The results will be included in the total score of the grade 2 class. Our class's current average score is in the upper middle level in the grade. Everyone should keep it up. Not only Huang Zhangfei, but also Deng Qingfeng, the study committee member, said, the current exam is like a baton. Each baton is very important. Once you give up, you may be surpassed. At that time, our class 8 will be broken up. Zhang Kai shouted, Deng Qingfeng, your grades are so good, you should go to the experimental class in grade 12, right? As soon as this was said, everyone looked over. Deng Qingfeng did not answer. He did have this idea. With his grades, he should be promoted to the experimental class without any accidents, but he did not say it in front of his classmates, which would only affect the class unity. As the class division approached, the atmosphere in the class was impetuous, and everyone talked about their future plans. At this time, Jiang Ning handed over a Coke. Deng Qingfeng, thank you for helping me in Fatty Gao's class. I bought this for you. The Coke was bought before class, and is still iced. The weather has been hot and humid recently, and it's refreshing to drink it. Deng Qingfeng was a little surprised when he received the Coke. He did good things instinctively and never thought about rewards. Not only Jiang Ning, but Shen Qinj handed over a Coke later, and Yuan gave Fanta. Thank you for bringing us food before this. Deng Qingfeng was stunned and couldn't help being moved. Boys also want to be rewarded. Qingfeng met, regardless of the flowering season. His efforts were not in vain after all. Deng Qingfeng smiled particularly brightly, and he happily accepted the Coke. In front of the 3 girls, he unscrewed the lid and drank a bottle of Coke directly to express his joy. Yuan asked, Deng Qingfeng, did you transfer to the experimental class in your second year of high school? Jiang Ning was also interested in this topic. Your grades are much better than ours. Bathed in the gazes of several girls, Deng Qingfeng was like grass and tree stained with the afterglow. He curled his lips. As long as you are willing, I will always be in class 8. Chen Xiaoyu heard the movement from Deng Qingfeng and suddenly wanted to drink a beverage. She took out the newly bought jasmine honey tea and turned around and said, Jiang Ning, help me turn it. Zhu Yuantang immediately volunteered. I'll do it. Chen Xiaoyu smiled. You want to sneak attack it again? Zhu Yuantang snorted. I can open it without sneak attack. Jiang Ning didn't let her embarrass herself. She was overworked playing badminton and had not yet fully recovered. She even got on the back seat of the mountain bike and asked the car to stop before climbing up. Jiang Ning unscrewed the lid casually. Chen Xiaoyu returned the favor and poured some honey tea into each of their cups. Her actions were seen by Yuan. Yuan was thinking about how to send Coke to the monitor. Inspired, isn't this the chance? She grabbed the Coke bottle, pretended to twist it, but it just wouldn't open. She twisted it and fantasized, and she was deeply immersed in the play. Yuan is no longer a classmate in class 8 of grade 1. She is the pretentious heroine in the idol drama. She has an average appearance, looks average, does things in a confused way, and always gets into trouble. But she is simple, so those excellent men love her to death. She twisted the coke with great effort, pure, moving, and lovable. The monitor, who was wearing a custom-made suit and had a handsome figure, lifted her chin with his slender and well-defined fingers, looked into her eyes with his handsome face, and said in a charming tone, "Women should be damned, don't be stubborn, domineering and doting." Yuen's smile blossomed just by fantasizing. She held the coke, as if she was holding the monitor's hand. The monitor's hand was so cold, she shook it, and shook it again. Jiang Ning, who was standing next to her, saw Yuen's expression, and had a bad feeling for some reason. She quietly distanced herself from him. Yuen pulled herself out of her fantasy in time. She patted the monitor's back, and waited until Huang Zhongfei turned his head. Yuen said in a delicate voice, "Monitor, I can't open it." Huang Zhongfei was always willing to help others. He took the coke, and pretended to twist it, but he didn't expect that the lid was a bit tight. Huang Zhongfei was more serious. He stretched his arms, and hung them above Yuen's desk. Yuen put her elbows on the table, lifted her chin with her palms, looked at the coke below, and then looked at the monitor. She blinked her eyes, and fluttered her eyelashes. She thought she was cute and innocent, like a white lotus. Jiang Ning shrank back a little. Huang Zhongfei frowned, gathered all his strength in his arms, and twisted it hard. With a click, it opened. Wow. Yuen smiled. The monitor was so cool. The next second, the bubbles in the bottle of cola expanded rapidly, and the bubbles rushed out at a very fast speed. Boom. The cola liquid was like a mushroom cloud, and the explosion sounded throughout the class. Yuen's face was covered with cola. She stood there stupidly, with cola liquid all over her face, dripping down, and her smile was uglier than crying. Jiang Ning, I should have thought of it earlier. Yuen asked for leave for evening self-study, and Huang Zhongfei handed her the leave application. The school will not stop because of the departure of one person. After the first class, CUIU ran to the seat of the fourth class and saw Guo Kunan doing exercises. "Brother Nan, are you working hard?" Guo Kunan said, "Sharpen your sword before the battle, even if it's not fast, it will be bright." CUIU, the exam is tomorrow. It's too late. How many points you can get, it's up to fate. Guo Kunan said, "I'll leave it to fate, but not fate." CUIU, Brother Nan, this is it. Let's accept the reality. I can't live a mediocre life and still comfort myself that being ordinary is precious. Guo Kunan wants to change his fate. CUIU thinks he is sick. They are on different paths. CUIU looked around and suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother Nan, I will definitely get a high score this time." He turned on his mobile phone. This is a software for taking photos and searching questions. As he said that, he took a picture of the question Guo Kunan was doing and uploaded it. Soon, the complete decomposition process and ideas came out. Guo Kunan, what the hell? CUIU put away his mobile phone like a master. "Brother Nan, this time I will let you witness what a miracle is." It was the last evening self-study class. The classroom was filled with whispers. Suddenly, Huang Zhongfei received a message. He hurried to the podium and said anxiously, "The security department of our school is checking mobile phones. Everyone, hide your phones quickly. They are already downstairs." Upon hearing this, the students who were playing with their phones quickly put their phones on their bodies and stuffed them into the hole in the table. Huang Zhongfei glanced at the screen and said quickly, "No, they brought equipment and can scan mobile phones." As soon as these words came out, all the students changed color. Number 4 middle school explicitly stipulates that mobile phones cannot be brought in, but the inspection is not strict at ordinary times. They will only be confiscated if caught by the teacher, so students who have mobile phones basically bring them to class. What should we do? Everyone panicked. Huang Zhongfei looked embarrassed. He had no choice. Wang Lang shouted, "Hide the phone under the multimedia computer." Ma Shicheng shook his head. "Not very good. The security department may search." "Hide in the shoes." CUIU made a heavy suggestion. "Not very good. Ma Shicheng, the security department's search machine should be a metal detector, which uses the electromagnetic principle. As long as it is metal, it can detect it." The detection distance is close to half a meter. Based on the experience of the security department, they will definitely not miss shoes. The only way they won't take your phone is probably because the security department thinks your shoes are too smelly. Now at this critical moment, he even has the leisure to joke. Zankai's tone is not good. Marsha-chan, you can't do this. You can't do that. Can you think of a way? The security department will be here soon. Once they come, all our phones will be gone. Zankai rented his phone from Shenzhou for 80 yuan. If it was taken away, he would not be able to get the rent back. He even wanted to ask for leave and run away. The whole class 8 was in chaos, and everyone was anxious. Chen Xiao was a little panicked. She brought her phone. Even Bei Yuxia's face was unhappy. The 4th middle school was too mean. A surprise inspection. Only Zhu Yuantong, who was quite a general, was still playing with his phone calmly. She even dared to play in front of the principal. If her phone was taken away, she would ask the head teacher to help her get it back and take Jiang Ning's phone back at the same time. Zheng Lu, who was sitting at the back desk, suddenly poked Jiang Ning. What's wrong? Jiang Ning was not panicked. With his skills, it would be funny if his phone was taken away. Zheng Lu came closer and said softly, I'll keep your phone for you. Jiang Ning was puzzled. How? Ma Shicheng had made it very clear just now. It was almost impossible to escape the search. Zheng Lu pointed to her chest obscurely, indicating that it was hidden there. Her chubby face flushed, and there was shyness in her eyes. Jiang Ning, what about your phone? My phone is cheap. If it is taken away, I will make money to buy another one. Zheng Lu lowered her eyes and spoke softly. And my phone is very big. She was embarrassed, her neck turned red, and she said embarrassedly, yours is very small, it can be placed deeper. Jiang Ning, his phone is an iPhone 5s, with only a 4-inch screen, while Zheng Lu's is an Oppo Find 5, with a 5-inch screen, which is indeed smaller. Oh, stop dawdling, give it to me. Zheng Lu urged. Jiang Ning was a little hesitant. The class was getting more and more chaotic, as if the end of the world was coming. Zankai shouted desperately, it's over, it's over, it's all over. There was even a hint of madness. Until now, more than 50 people in the class have brainstormed and still haven't been able to come up with a useful solution. Myro Zhe turned off his phone and silently took out his phone card. He gave up this phone. Deng Qingfeng was searching on Baidu for ways to avoid the mobile phone detector. The more he searched, the more desperate he became. Jiang Yanan suddenly began to envy Yuan, who asked for leave early to go home and actually escaped. Class monitor, I have a stomachache, I need to go to the toilet. Zankai shouted. Huang Zhangfei said, Fang Qiuyu, the monitor of class 2, sent me a message. There are teachers and security guards guarding the stairs on the first floor. Zankai yelled, fuck, are they sick? Wang Lang looked at his deskmate who was in deep thought and asked, Brother Ma, do you have any ideas? Ma Shicheng nodded and slowly stood up. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. The class instantly became quiet. At this moment, he was the last straw that everyone could grab when they were drowning. Ma Shicheng looked calm. Yazhu, do you have a school bag? Huang Yazhu immediately said, yes. Zankai completely lost hope. The school bag is useless. It can't be detected at all. I thought he had a way, but this is it? Ma Shicheng was not affected. He asked again, is there a rope? Huang Yazhu was stunned. Yes. Ma Shicheng described, everyone put your mobile phone in this bag, tie it with a rope, and hang it from the small window on the north side, hanging it between the first and second floors. Wang Lang responded immediately, I think it will work. Ma Shicheng took the bag from Huang Yazhu and put the phone in first. Students who have no other choice can try it. I'll make it clear first, don't blame me if anything happens. He opened the bag, and Chen Xiaoyu took 2 steps back and put her and Bei Yuxia's cell phones in it. Zheng Lu was disappointed after hearing this and subconsciously complained, why did Ma Shicheng come up with a solution? Immediately, she condemned herself again. This kind of thinking is not good. She should not cause classmates to suffer because of selfishness. She picked up Jiang Ning's cell phone and put them in the school bag together. Ma Shicheng walked around the classroom for half a circle and put almost everyone's cell phones into the school bag. Only 2 people confiscated them. One was Zhu Yuantong and the other was Shan Xiao. Shan Zhao stroked his keypad phone, not panicking at all. He liked to hold his destiny in his hands. His hands were the safest place in the world. He was the only one who took other people's things, not being taken away by others. Ma Shichen tied up his school bag and hung it down through the small window. The part of the rope tied to the window was tied with transparent tape. After doing all this, Ma Shichen walked back to his seat. There was a solemn atmosphere of impending storm in the air. Finally, Director Wang of the security department, assisted by Director Yan, the grade leader, the tall and strong Gao Hishui, and a security guard entered the classroom together. Director Yan said sternly, "Be quiet, no talking, no moving." Gao Hishui was carrying a large bag filled with confiscated mobile phones. Director Wang picked up a mobile phone detector and started with Mao Zhe, the last student, and scanned him once, then scanned the hole on the table, very carefully. Director Yan held the detector and walked towards Jiuo Kunan and Hu Jun, and also scanned the two carefully. The next one was Wang Longlong. When Director Yan saw Wang Longlong, he recalled the scene during the sports meeting when he was rescued by this classmate because of the rope breaking during the tug-of-war. His face was still serious, but he randomly flicked the instrument in his hand and switched to Ma Shichen. Director Wang searched Zhu Yuantong and saw this little girl lying on the desk, daring to play with her mobile phone openly. Director Wang was like seeing a ghost. You don't take him seriously. Oh, it turns out that she is the first in the city. Then it's okay. Director Wang moved forward decisively. After searching the entire class 8, they didn't find a single mobile phone. Director Wang and Director Yan didn't believe it, so they checked the multimedia computers and the trash cans at the back of the classroom, but still found nothing. Before leaving, Director Yan took a sinister look at class 8 and made a note of this class. Wang Longlong nudged Marja, meaning that he was in trouble and would definitely be bullied in the future. Maybe next time they would raid class 8 directly without giving them a chance to prepare. Ma Shichen said nothing. The search of the teachers was fruitless and this was bound to be the result. Before Director Wang left class 8, Shan Zhao's pen accidentally fell to the ground. He left his seat to pick up the pen and retrieved the phone he had hidden on Director Wang. Chapter 353 Come back soon. On Monday, just after dawn, Jiuo Kunan woke up. The sound of getting up startled Hu Jun in the next bed, who opened his eyes in confusion. Brother Nan, why did you get up so early? Jiuo Kunan said solemnly, I'm going to the classroom to read and study. Hu Jun, really? Jiuo Kunan perked up. You do things in April and May, and July and August will have their own answers. Hu Jun. Jiuo Kunan washed his face and brushed his teeth and rushed directly to the classroom. The campus was particularly quiet in the early morning. Jiuo Kunan walked on the road full of flowers and plants. He greedily took a breath and enjoyed the empty campus. Jiuo Kunan looked at the rising sun in the east. He thought of his past life, which was mediocre. From childhood to adulthood, he had never lived under flowers and applause. He had always been the back of those outstanding people. He applauded from the stage and served as a background board. The exam was today. He wanted to get good grades. He wanted to go to the podium, to present awards and enjoy the attention of all the students in the school. He thought of his good brother Shan Keikwun. The reason why Shan Keikwun's grades improved rapidly and he was able to rank among the top 10 in the class 8, which was full of strong students, was because Keikwun worked very hard, not only studying at school, but also studying in the dormitory at night. Jiuo Kunan decided to work harder than him. What Keikwun could do, he could do too. Jiuo Kunan likes a sentence very much. If you don't work hard, you don't know how amazing your potential is. He arrived at the door of class 8 early, only to find that the classroom was not open. Class 8 has two keys, one in the hands of the class monitor, and the other in the hands of a girl who studies hard and has no sense of existence. Jiuo Kunan came too early and actually forgot about it. What should I do now? Jiuo Kunan stood at the door, confused for a while. His books were still in the classroom. At this time, Shikayanjin from the next door class 9 went upstairs with his keys. The two classes were close together, and the dormitories were not far away. Jiuo Kunan had a good relationship with Yan Qianpeng, and he could usually say a few words to Shikayanjin. Kunan, why are you up so early? Shikayanjin greeted. Jiuo Kanan, yes. He knew that Shi Kaienjin's grades were not bad now. He worked very hard. He wore glasses for myopia because of overstudying. Now, Jiuo Kanan and he were the same type of people. But at this moment, Jiuo Kanan stood in front of the door and was at a loss. Shi Kaienjin opened the door as usual and saw Jiuo Kanan still at the door. What's wrong? I didn't take the key. You go in through the window. Shi Kaienjin reminded. Jiuo Kanan's mind turned around. Just now, he was rigid in his thinking and almost forgot that there was a window. Jiuo Kanan aimed at a window, which was originally open. He took 2 steps back, stepped on the bottom of his feet, and flew into the air. He imagined himself like a bodybuilding athlete, rushing into the classroom with beautiful and cool movements. Bang! There was a loud noise. Jiuo Kanan hit the glass head on, and his flying body shook, and immediately stopped, then bounced back, and fell to the ground with a click. People fell and were stunned. Jiuo Kanan sat on the ground, covering his head, screaming in pain twice, and for a while, he didn't get up. Ha ha ha. Shi Kaienjin laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. It was so funny. This was the first time he met such a stupid person. Kanan, are you blind? Jiuo Kanan's head was buzzing, and he almost had a concussion. He looked up and finally saw clearly that the window was closed, but he saw it wrong, because the glass was wiped too clean. Who wiped the glass so clean? It seemed to be Huan Yazhu, who was the most serious in the class. Boys' dormitory. Hu Jun was dazed and heard movement at the door. He opened his eyes. Brother Nan, didn't you go to study? Jiuo Kanan covered the big bump on his head and said in a bad tone, the feng shui is not good today. It's not suitable for studying. The exam is approaching. The door of class 8 opened and Cuiu walked into the class with great confidence. His photo search software is ready. This time, he will let his classmates witness what high technology is. Just like guns against knives and guns, it will be a crushing victory. Dong Qingfeng, Chen Kan and the like are all just stepping stones for Cuiu. Cuiu happily opened the question search software, but found that there was no network. He suddenly realized that during the exam, the number 4 middle school had turned on the signal jammer. All of Cuiu's hopes turned into bubbles. Fuck Director Wang. Unlike the desperate Cuiu, Shi Kaienjin from class 9 was almost laughing to death. Whenever he thought of Jiuo Kanan's wise operation, his face twisted. Brothers are here. Shi Kaienjin smiled and greeted Yan Xianpeng, Shenzhou, and Shenzhenli. Brother Shi picked up money, and he was as happy as a flower. Shenzhou asked. Shi Kaienjin described. Ha ha ha, I came to the classroom to read in the morning, and I met Jiuo Kanan from the next class. He climbed through the window to enter the classroom, and his head was broken by glass. So stupid. Shenzhou said happily. Shi Kaienjin, I'll lie to you. If you don't believe me, come with me to class 8 to see it. After that, Shi Kaienjin led a few classmates to class 8 to pay homage to Jiuo Kanan. As expected, Jiuo Kanan had a big bump on his forehead and stayed in his seat with a depressed look on his face. Shi Kaienjin laughed silly. The more he thought about it, the funnier it got. However, his good brothers did not react strongly, only smiled slightly. That was enough. He had to convey the essence of comedy to them. Shi Kaienjin stood outside the corridor of class 8, pointed at the window, and said confidently, he was like this just now. Let me show you. After that, Shi Kaienjin took a run, flew up, and bombarded the glass like a cannonball. Crash. The entire glass was blown up by Shi Kaienjin, and the glass shards fell all over the ground. Shi Kaienjin fell on the cement floor of the classroom like a villain in a TV martial arts movie. Jiang Ning was eating a bun, and when he saw this scene, he almost choked. Shenzhou and others laughed together. The midterm exam was held as scheduled. In the afternoon, there was a math exam. Number 4 middle school divided the examination rooms according to grades, starting from examination room 1 and going all the way to the back. Shenzhou had poor grades and was in the third to last examination room. Shenzhou has been very proud recently. With Director Wang's surprise inspection of mobile phones last night, a large number of mobile phones were seized, including some of the ones he rented and sold. After the rented mobile phones were confiscated, he refused to return the 80 yuan deposit given to him by his classmates and the 10 yuan rent for the first week. The old mobile phones he collected were the worst second-hand mobile phones on the market. The system was only 2.0 or so, and they were very stuck. The cost price of a mobile phone was only 60 yuan. The classmates could not pay back the mobile phones, and Shenzhou made a net profit of 30 yuan without taking any risks. After the development in recent period of time, he rented out about 50 mobile phones, and almost all of them were taken away during the search, and he received several thousand yuan in payment. Shenzhou was particularly happy. As the school's search for mobile phones became stricter, the probability of mobile phones being taken away would be higher and higher in the future, and his business would only get better and better. I, Shenzhou, am a pig on the wind, riding the wind. As for why the school suddenly searched mobile phones, Shenzhou smiled and said nothing. Of course, he was behind the scenes. He is not a fool like Yanshai and Peng and Zhangkai, who are so stupid as to start a router business. How big is the risk? He now rents and sells mobile phones, and his classmates are grateful to him. Just as he was thinking about how to expand and become stronger, the invigilator Gao Hishuai entered the examination room. Gao Hishuai is different from other teachers. He is the only teacher who wears sunglasses to invigilate. Gao Hishuai sat down with a bold move, facing the candidates with a pair of sunglasses, and everyone's heart was immediately uneasy. Unable to figure out his true strength, they didn't dare to cheat at all. It was still the last examination room. The students were doing the questions quietly. The invigilator was standing at the front door, and the classroom was very quiet. Cuiu scratched his head, and his proud mobile phone question search plan was completely over with the activation of the signal jammer. But is it over? No, it's far from over. Cuiu never resigned himself to failure. 40 minutes had passed since the math test, and it was time. He raised his hand to indicate that he was going to the bathroom. Cuiu's request was granted. He went out. Cuiu found a secluded place, tucked the hem of his t-shirt into his pants, tightened it with a belt, and then pulled the clothes around his belly loose. Finally, he put on black framed glasses, and his whole temperament instantly became mature. He put his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely. Examination room 1, examination room 2, examination room 4, examination room 5. Cuiu made a judgment. First of all, he couldn't go to examination room 1 because the invigilator was Director Yan, and it was too dangerous. He analyzed the pros and cons one by one, and finally, a light bulb went off his head, and he chose examination room 4. Cuiu put his hands behind his back, looked serious, and walked into examination room 4 openly. The invigilator in the examination room was not the substitute teacher of class 8, so he didn't know Cuiu. Seeing that he was dressed maturely, he thought he was a teacher patrolling the exam. Cuiu examined the students one by one. The students thought he was the inspector, and were very nervous. Cuiu slowly walked towards the examinee Huang Zhongfei. Huang Zhongfei was doing the test. He turned around and saw that, although Cuiu was wearing glasses and his expression had changed, he was not blind, and recognized Cuiu quickly. What's going on? Huang Zhongfei was confused. Cuiu said, ahem. He pretended to inspect and came to Huang Zhongfei's side, looking down at his test paper. Huang Zhongfei's reaction was not slow. He roughly guessed Cuiu's plan. He had no choice but to cooperate with him. Huang Zhongfei turned to the math multiple choice questions. Cuiu glanced at it. Akbi repeated it silently several times. Cuiu wrote down the questions and glanced at the fill-in-the-blank questions. He left the number 4 examination room with satisfaction. Cuiu returned to his own examination room and filled in the answers he got. He was complacent. Isn't this school still free for me to do whatever I want? The 4th examination room from the bottom. The invigilator was outside bragging and chatting. Pang Jiao launched a reckless move, swung out her strong and powerful arms, and attacked the boy in the front row. The boy was caught off guard, and his test paper was snatched away by Pang Jiao. The boy was so scared that he wanted to scream on the spot, but Pang Jiao's fat palm covered the boy's mouth, and a special sweat smell came out. The boy almost fainted and couldn't scream. After the violence, Pang Jiao lowered her voice again. Brother, save me, let's be friends. Ziziokian from class 7 had a livid face. He was humiliated by Pang Jiao's embrace, and the answer he had worked so hard to guess was taken away. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Ziziokian shut his mouth and endured Pang Jiao's plagiarism and humiliation. After the exam, Pang Jiao was waiting for her sisters in the small garden and was surrounded by Ziziokian and his men. If Pang Jiao hadn't been too bullying, Ziziokian wouldn't have chosen revenge, but because, in the second exam after the math test, Pang Jiao actually covered his mouth again and plagiarized his hard work, Ziziokian brought two brothers with him. He looked at Pang Jiao at the same level, pointed at Pang Jiao, and said arrogantly, "Aren't you very capable?" Pang Jiao was about to answer when suddenly Li Shengnan and Zhang Yifei came over. "Sister Jiao, we are here." Ziziokian was shocked when he saw the two women's sturdy figures. "Pang Jiao, what did you just say?" Ziziokian forced a smile. "Haha, I want to make friends with you." Pang Jiao roared, "Do you want to have a girlfriend, or do you want to be my boyfriend?" On Wednesday, the midterm exam was over. When I returned home at noon, Zhu Yuantang was responsible for cooking, and Jiang Ning drove the spirit boat to fly to the spiritual field of Huqi Mountain. A forest near the top of the mountain has set up a formation. Ordinary people can only see a lush green from a distance, and at most they will be amazed that the trees are very tall. Near the outer periphery of the hillside, there is a villa area, Huqishan Villa area. There was a rich man who wanted to explore the mountain, but was blocked by the security of Changqing Liquid Company. Of course, the rich people were unwilling to accept this. They were the top group of people in Yazhou City. They knew each other. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could call the wind and rain in Yazhou. However, facing the powerful Changqing Liquid, they could only retreat in the end. Someone was behind the scenes, but later, two of the most excessive people had a strange car accident, and finally no results were found, so they became much quieter. Since then, Xiao Shuangshang admired Jiang Ning even more. She was a smart person, and did not think deeply, because she knew that, as long as she worked well for Jiang Ning, she would definitely get more than what she deserved, such as drugs that were countless times better than any cosmetics in the world. After using the medicine given by Jiang Ning, Xiao Shuangshang clearly felt the changes in all aspects of her body, and her appearance almost returned to the appearance when she was 20 years old. Old classmate Lin Han, as well as the female boss in the business, asked her more than once what cosmetics she used. Xiao Shuangshang only said that it was developed internally and had not yet been launched on the market. The fog in the forest dissipated. Jiang Ning strolled in it. The fog before was the spiritual energy that he gathered with the formation and combined with other means to create an environment, all based on his mind. There were white clouds in the blue sky, and the fresh light sprinkled down. The forest was full of vitality, and birds and small animals shuffled in and out of the grass. The sound of the gurgling stream resounded, and the sparkling stream reflected the lush trees and some unknown grasses on both sides. Two deer were drinking water. Jiang Ning stepped into the stream, and he did not hide his figure. The drinking deer was scared and ran into the forest. Jiang Ning smiled gently. He asked Xiao Shuangshang to get these deer. There were not only deer, but also wild boars, antelopes, and various birds. Huqi Mountain is now full of spiritual energy, and it can afford to raise these animals. After being nourished by spiritual energy for a long time, he will put some spiritual herbs from time to time. I think these animals will definitely taste good in the future. Jiang Ning sat by the stream, looking at the clear water. The smooth stones and fish in the water were clearly visible. The fish floated to the surface and dived into the water. If he wanted, he could even go into the water to catch fish. Suddenly, the phone rang. Zhu Yuantang sent a message to ask, "The meal has been ready for 5 minutes. Where on earth have you been, Jiang Ning? Are you going to eat?" Jiang Ning did not reply to her. "You dare not reply to the message?" Soon, Zhu Yuantang sent a picture. The picture showed a cartoon rabbit. It was caught by Jiang Ning in the claw machine and had been left on the bed. "If you don't come back, it will die," I said. Zhu Yuantang sent a picture. She poked the rabbit. Prick. Jiang Ning, 6. She sent another picture. She held the rabbit's neck with her hand. It's strangled and can't breathe. Jiang Ning, let it go. Chapter 354 How do you know that I'm not a genius? May 15th, Thursday, light rain. The results of the midterm exam have been announced. Chen Xiaoyu trotted into the classroom and saw Zhu Yuantang lying on the table playing with his mobile phone. She reminded him, "Don't you want to see the grade ranking?" Zhu Yuantang raised his head and looked at her. No need to look. As long as the marking teacher did not make a mistake, she would definitely be the first. Chen Xiaoyu felt frustrated when she saw her like this. The scoreboard was placed in the corner of the east corridor, surrounded by students who were looking at their scores. Jiuo Kanan walked out of the crowd. He was in a good mood. He was promoted from 36th in the class to 32nd, a full improvement of 4 places. In the whole grade, there is an improvement of dozens of places. In the college, entrance examination where thousands of people are crossing a single plank bridge, I don't know how many candidates have been suppressed. Sure enough, his efforts paid off. After Jiuo Kanan looked at his own results, he also took the trouble to find the results of his good brother Keikwon. Shan Keikwon fell directly from the top 10 in the class to around 30th. Jiuo Kanan couldn't understand. "Brother Kwan, what's wrong with you? Why have you regressed so badly?" Shan Keikwon leaned against the back table dejectedly. His hair was wet by the rain outside, making him look even more bleak. "That's it," Shan Keikwon said weakly. While speaking, he quietly glanced at Bayuksha. "Bayuksha, have you seen how I have fallen into depravity? Don't you feel heartbroken?" Shan Keikwon's actual grades were still among the top 10 in the class. In order to torture Bayuksha, he deliberately did not do well in the exam, and did not do many questions at all, just to piss her off, to make her feel guilty. However, Bayuksha didn't even know. Jiuo Kanan continued to discuss the grades. Shan Keikwon's declining grades attracted the attention of Jiang Ning and others. After all, Shan Keikwon was considered a case of counterattack before, which was very inspiring. However, now, Shan Keikwon has fallen, and he has regressed so much that when questioned, "You were lucky last time, right?" Shan Keikwon's mouth twitched. In order to maintain his image, he did not refute, but just smiled bitterly. Bayuksha's class ranking did not change, still 4th, but his grade ranking improved by 2 places, but unfortunately he was still in the 30s, and could not enter the number 1 examination room. Chen Kan has made little progress, and did not enter the top 10 in the grade. Chen Xiaoyu said, "Bayuksha, with this score, it is difficult to move forward." Yeah. After a little thought, it is clear that the top 10 in the grade of number 4 middle school can 100% go to 985, or the best 985 universities. This level, it is no exaggeration to say, is the limit of ordinary people's efforts. The top 10 are not only hard work, but also talent, and talent determines the upper limit. While everyone was discussing the results, the head teacher Shan Qingrang appeared at the door of the class. He waved to Shan Keikwon and called him out. Jiuo Kanan guessed it must be that Shan Keikwon did not do well in the exam, so the head teacher asked him the reason. Thinking of his good brother being treated like this, Jiuo Kanan was a little envious. His grades were average and below average, and he had never been valued by the head teacher. He was just an unknown little guy in the class. "It doesn't matter. As long as I work hard, I will be in the top 10 in the class and the top 10 in the grade sooner or later." Jiuo Kanan was used to working hard, and he did what he said. He ran back to his seat to study the test paper. After a while, Shan Keikwon came back. His expression was much more relaxed, no longer as decadent as before. After all, the head teacher is a teacher, good at educating students. After receiving ideological education, Shan Keikwon admitted that his grades had declined for some reason. He returned to his seat and was in a daze for a while. His previous path seemed to be wrong. If he wanted to make Bayuksha heartbroken, he should not degenerate, but should become better than everyone else. When he stands out and becomes famous, Bayuksha will regret it. Gradually, Shan Keikwon regained his spirit, and he turned out the math test paper to solve the problem. During the morning break, "I'm going to the cafeteria to buy food. Do you have anything to bring?" Chen Xiaoyu asked. Outside the classroom, her sister Chen Xiqing was waiting for her. Jiang Ning handed over the meal card, 2 boiled eggs. "Okay." Chen Xiaoyu set off. Jiang Ning, not bad. Zhu Yuantang was quite satisfied. She didn't need to remind her, which showed that Jiang Ning had become sensible. There were several students in class 8 who went to the cafeteria. Wu Zhaoqi got up early every day to play basketball, which consumed a lot of energy. He had to make up for it during the big break. Wu Zhaoqi and Shan Zhao were together. On the way, the two of them talked about basketball superstars, tear-jerking games, and limited edition basketball shoes. When they were in high spirits, Wu Zhaoqi planned to treat Shan Zhao to breakfast. With Wu Zhaoqi's wealth, a breakfast was just a drop in the bucket, but Shan Zhao refused every time. He claimed, "Don't eat food given out of pity." Such a character made Wu Zhaoqi praise him. He was obsessed with basketball, but he was not a fool. Wu Zhaoqi's family was well off. There were many students around him before, most of whom came for his money. Like Deng Xiang, the scoundrel in the first year of high school, Wu Zhaoqi always paid for meals with Deng Xiang. Wu Zhaoqi was not short of money, but he was not stupid. Over time, he stopped going. Wu Zhaoqi longed for true friendship, respect for his dreams, not for his money, not to say bad things about him behind his back, and to have a common language. Shan Zhao completely met his standards for a friend. "Hey, Wu Zhaoqi?" Cuiyu greeted from behind. Hearing this, Wu Zhaoqi nodded. He recognized very few people in class 8. Cuiyu and Meng Jiui were having dinner together. Cuiyu saw a small puddle in front of him, kicked his feet, and stepped over it in a cool manner. The rain is still too light, it's not exciting to jump. Cuiyu stretched out his hand to feel the drizzle. On the way to the cafeteria, many girls held up umbrellas. Cuiyu was very disdainful. They were too delicate. They brought umbrellas for such a small raindrop? Thinking back to the time when he, Cuiyu, was like this, the four of them walked to the entrance of the cafeteria. After many students put away their umbrellas, they would shake off the water drops on the umbrellas before entering the cafeteria, making the floor full of water stains and slippery. The female student walking in front of them suddenly slipped and sat on the ground with her buttocks. She fell miserably, and her face was extremely embarrassed. The students who were watching all around stared at her. Cuiyu laughed out loud. Too amazing. As he laughed, the female student was so embarrassed that she stood up and didn't even buy food. She turned around and ran out of the cafeteria. Cuiyu shouted in public, slow down, don't slip again." Until the female student left the cafeteria, he was still complacent, thinking he had done a good thing. Wu Zhaoqi was watching the fun just now and didn't pay attention to his feet. Someone spilled egg soup on the tiles. Even with Wu Zhaoqi's skills, he would slip if he didn't pay attention. At the critical moment, he threw the basketball in his hand, and Shan Zhao beside him caught the basketball at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that Wu Zhaoqi was about to fall, he pressed his hands on the ground, swung his body with it as the center, and his legs swung 360 degrees in a cool and handsome movement. Cuiyu blurted out, "Fuck street dance?" Wu Zhaoqi propped himself up, and he said with a straight face, "Every day that I have never danced is a waste of life." Classroom. Zhu Yuantang got what she wanted, and got the boiled egg she wanted. She took out the egg and knocked it, gently peeled off half of the eggshell, revealing a piece of Snow White. "Eat it." Zhu Yuantang bit it fiercely. After biting it, she was a little unhappy. "Jiang Ning, why didn't I bite the yolk?" Chen Xiaoyu, silly, you are so fierce. The yolk is scared and hides. Bayuxia, you should have sneaked up on it. In the evening self-study, the head teacher Shan Qingrang held a class meeting and praised the midterm exam. Everyone likes to hold class meetings very much. They don't have to study during class meetings. They stay in their seats honestly and listen to Shan Qingrang's nonsense. Shan Qingrang spoke well, and many of the things he said were of great interest to everyone. Finally, the top 10 students in the class went up to the podium to receive their awards. Shan Qingrang personally paid 4 notebooks and gave them to the top 10 students. Lukaki in the back row turned around and said, "Our class teacher is really good, very generous. I heard that some classes use class funds to buy notebooks for the top 10 students." Jiuo Kanan said, "It's really good, and the students in our class are also good." Last semester, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning received scholarships and treated our class to food. There were 52 people in the class, and each person had a portion. It was very generous. I've never seen anyone do this before. After praising the students, Shan Qingrang looked at his watch and said, in the last class, your Chinese teacher Dai Yangquan will hold a calligraphy class in the large classroom in building 4. Students who are interested can learn from it. The bell rang. Jiang Ning, are you going to the calligraphy class to play? Chen Xiao asked, looking very interested. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to answer, she said to herself, my handwriting is pretty average, so I must have lost points for the composition. I heard that, if you practice calligraphy well, your penmanship will also become very beautiful. Bei Yuxia said, it is indeed very helpful, but calligraphy is more difficult to practice. Chen Xiao, anyway, there are teachers to teach, why don't you try it together? Okay. Bei Yuxia agreed. Her father likes calligraphy very much, so she has a certain foundation. In just 2 sentences, Chen Xiao and Bei Yuxia made an agreement. What about you? Chen Xiao asked. Zhu Yuantang straightened up from the table. No, my calligraphy doesn't need to be practiced anymore. Chen Xiao, really? Huh, of course. Zhu Yuantang pushed out her Chinese test paper and pointed at the handwriting on the paper. Bei Yuxia commented, Tang Tang's handwriting is very beautiful. I learned calligraphy when I was a child. Zhu Yuantang said proudly. Does your town have calligraphy classes? Bei Yuxia was surprised. Calligraphy specialty classes are relatively rare. Not the town, but the village. Zhu Yuantang said. Their village is very backward, but there is an old teacher in the village who loves to talk about history and writes calligraphy. Every new year, he can write couplets for half of the village. He not only loves to write, but every time someone in the village has a wedding or funeral, he is responsible for collecting money and recording the names of the guests. Later, when he retired and had nothing to do at home, he thought about passing on calligraphy. At first, he opened a calligraphy class in the village. At first, he thought about collecting money, but later he found that no one went, and some villagers even cursed him behind his back. The old teacher was furious. Did he need that $2 stinky? He was a teacher, and his pension was too much to spend. In a rage, the old teacher decided not to charge money and provided brushes, paper, and ink for free for the children in the village. In the end, no one went. The children wandered around the village every day and were too lazy to do their homework. Whoever was crazy enough would learn calligraphy. Later, the old teacher couldn't hold it back anymore and used his unique skills to wholesale spicy strips, soda, beef and mutton, and plum candy, claiming that you can eat after taking the brush class. Chen Xiao couldn't help asking after hearing Zhu Yuantang's talk, what happened later? Did anyone learn it later? Zhu Yuantang missed that time. She said, I'm not interested in snacks. I like to practice calligraphy. Every time a brush class started, she and Chuchu ran the fastest. Thanks to the foundation laid before, the children in their village all wrote badly. Kequin, let's go to building 4 for the next class. Jiuo Kunan invited. Calligraphy cultivates sentiment. Jiuo Kunan has not been very calm recently. His mood has fallen countless levels compared to before. He needs to rely on calligraphy to cultivate and improve his mood. This calligraphy class came at the right time. Shan Kequin hesitated. Let me think about it. He wanted to study the math test paper and also wanted to see the calligraphy class. He had never practiced calligraphy. Jiuo Kunan said, learn one more skill and you will have to ask for help less. Don't you think that calligraphy is very handsome? Jiuo Kunan opened his hand, pinched the pen in the air and wrote, swinging it willfully. Indeed, calligraphy masters are very elegant, but calligraphy requires talent. Shan Kequin said. Jiuo Kunan, if you don't try, how do you know you are not a genius? Don't talk about whether you are a genius or not. There must be a lot of beautiful girls learning calligraphy. Jiuo Kunan concluded. Brother Ma, let's go to the calligraphy class. Wang Lang encouraged. Ma Shiqing, I'm playing games. Wang Lang said. Brother Ma, you are confused. Why don't you go to the calligraphy class to play games? Think about it. Others are concentrating on practicing calligraphy. The classroom is full of the fragrance of art, but you are playing games inside. Isn't it exciting? Ma Shichen heard it, and it made sense. He put away his phone. Let's go. Brother Ma, are you in such a hurry? The class hasn't started yet. Let's take a seat first. I have a feeling that there will be a lot of people. Jiuo Kanan left, leaving Shan Keikwon sitting alone. Calligraphy. Am I a calligraphy genius? Just now, Bei Yuxia attended the calligraphy class without notifying him. Shan Keikwon became more miserable. He thought of Bei Yuxia's handwriting, which was beautiful, moving and intoxicating. She must love practicing calligraphy, right? Gradually, Shan Keikwon was in a trance. If I could beat Bei Yuxia in the field she excels in, she would definitely look at me with new eyes. And the calligraphy class is an excellent opportunity. Haha, Bei Yuxia, you would never imagine how great my potential is. Although Shan Keikwon had never been exposed to calligraphy, at this moment, the cycle of spring, summer, autumn and winter had begun in his fantasy world. It was a shabby thatched cottage, empty, dilapidated, lonely and unrestrained. He was the only one practicing calligraphy in the thatched cottage. In spring, everything revived, and he ground ink on his inkstone. In summer, the sun was scorching, and he wrote with his pen. In autumn, maple leaves fell, and he wrote with his pen. In winter, the snow was white, and he collected the ink. One stroke for spring and autumn, one stroke for lovesickness, and finally, he became a master. Another year of calligraphy class. He was dressed in white, sitting by the window sprinkled with moonlight, with the stars in the sky as a foil, and surrounded by beautiful girls. He raised his hand and gently waved his pen, flowing like clouds and water, with dragons and phoenixes flying and dancing. The handwriting on the paper was superb and lifelike, making people unforgettable at a glance. The calligraphy teacher was shocked, and said in astonishment, this boy is actually a genius. Immediately, the calligraphy room was in an uproar. The girls around came over to see him. When they saw his calligraphy, they were immediately amazed, and couldn't help shouting, once you see Keikwon, you will be ruined for life. All the girls blushed, and they surrounded him like flowers. But he, Dan Keikwon, was in the flowers, just smiled faintly, unmoved. Accompanied by the screams of beautiful girls, he slowly stood up, and looked at Bei Yuxia outside the crowd. Among so many beautiful girls, even Bei Yuxia was not so outstanding. She became mediocre. But he became a star, dazzling. Dan Keikwon glanced away indifferently, filled with a trace of pity. Bei Yuxia, did you see that I, who you rejected, am now sought after by countless people? Do you regret it? If you regret it, well, I'll give you a chance. Please me as much as you can. You ignored me at first, but now I'm too high for you. The scene was so exciting that Shan Keikwon couldn't restrain his excitement. He was shaking all over, shaking his legs madly, and the top of the table was rumbling. This made Yuan next to him very unhappy. She frowned. Shan Keikwon, are you crazy? Chapter 355 Teacher's Praise. Yuan's shout was like a heavy punch from the sky, knocking Shan Keikwon back to the real world. He realized that he had just fallen into fantasy. Shan Keikwon smiled awkwardly, and he looked around. Fortunately, Bei Yuxia went to the calligraphy classroom and didn't notice him, otherwise he would have been embarrassed. In order to ease his mood, he ran to the back row. Brother Nan, let's go to calligraphy class. You finally figured it out. Shan Keikwon's image of himself in his mind is a young calligraphy genius. After he had a goal he wanted to become, he had a direction to strive for. Go. Jiuo Kanan said, and picked up his mobile phone again, looking at the chat box, which was full of his one-man show. He sent many messages, but Zhu Yan didn't reply to any of them. Jiuo Kanan comforted himself. It must be because Director Wang checked the mobile phone, which scared Zhu Yan, and caused her to not dare to bring her mobile phone. Damn it, it's all Director Wang's fault. Thinking about it this way, Jiuo Kanan felt much better. He sent a message while walking. I'm taking the calligraphy class. I'm also a cultured person who has practiced calligraphy. Building 4, 3rd floor. The large classroom was brightly lit. When I stepped into it, I felt that it was much more spacious than ordinary classrooms, and my body and mind seemed to be spacious. Shan Kaikun scanned the situation in the classroom and found that most of the faces were unfamiliar. This calligraphy class was for the entire first grade, so there were a lot of students participating. There were still a few minutes before the class, and the large classroom was almost full. He had sharp eyes and quickly found Bei Yuxia's position. Jiuo Kanan also had sharp eyes. He found Zhu Yan from class 11. "Brother Quan, where are you sitting?" Jiuo Kanan asked. Shan Kaikun wanted to find Bei Yuxia, but he didn't know what identity he should use. His pride did not allow him to lower himself. If he was brilliant, she would still be able to see him, even if he was in a corner. So Shan Kaikun decisively turned to Wang Langlang and Ma Shicheng. On the south side of the large classroom, by the window, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Saiking sat at the same table, while Bei Yuxia sat at the same table with Jiang Ning. All around them were students from other classes, and they didn't know each other. "Classmate, is there anyone here?" A girl pointed to the empty seat next to Jiang Ning. "Yes." Okay." The girl was a little disappointed and turned away. Bei Yuxia's eyes were slightly puzzled. They were all present, so why did Jiang Ning say that there was someone? Just as she was thinking, a small figure appeared at the door of the noisy classroom. Chen Xiaoyu asked curiously, "Tong Tong, didn't you say you couldn't come?" "Zhu Yuan Tong, Jiang Ning is here." Students kept coming into the noisy classroom. After Ko-kun from class 5 entered the classroom, he scanned the classroom and walked nearby. He said, "Xian, let's sit here." A good-looking girl in a skirt looked at Jiang Ning twice and recognized him as a student who won many medals in the sports meet. With the arrival of Chinese teacher Dai Yanquin, the classroom gradually became quiet. Many students were curious about taking calligraphy classes for the first time in their lives. Dai Yanquin brought a young teacher and distributed paper and ink to everyone, all for free. Jiang Ning watched this scene quietly. He remembered that there was no such benefit in his old high school. It seems that Xiao Shuangshang's donation has worked. Number 4 middle school is now rich. Xiao Shuangshang's fame has attracted many alumni who originally did not plan to attend the school anniversary, such as Lin Han, who works in real estate. The donations received by number 4 middle school this time are much higher than before. However, the Chinese teacher did not waste too much. For example, 3 people use 1 bottle of ink. The table in the large classroom is different from the tables in each class. It has 3 seats. Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang and Bei Yuxia share 1 bottle. Dai Yanquin stood on the podium and explained the basics of calligraphy in a stuttering accent. The projection screen showed every stroke. After a brief explanation, he asked the students to learn from the beginning of the horizontal stroke. Bei Yuxia dipped the ink, picked up the pen and wrote, with standard movements. She sat upright, with a graceful figure and good looks, attracting the attention of the surrounding students. Pretty girls are the center of attention wherever they are, especially in a large classroom. Many students come here for fun. Of course, they will take a second look at pretty girls. Bei Yuxia wrote her own name. She does have a foundation. Although her handwriting is a bit artificial, it is really beautiful. "Zaya, you are amazing." Chen Xiaoyu watched. Not only that, but students across the aisle also looked at her. Bei Yuxia was not happy. She said, "I haven't written for a long time. I can't write well." Zhu Yuantang sat across the seat. She dipped her ink and wrote her name, but it was not her name, but Jiang Ning's name. "Jiang Ning, write my name quickly," Zhu Yuantang urged, as if this was fair. Jiang Ning held the brush and wrote her name. Bei Yuxia looked sideways and saw the handwriting on the paper. She was slightly startled. Some handwriting makes people feel good at first sight. Jiang Ning's handwriting gave her the same feeling. The font structure is exquisite, as if it was natural, and it is very comfortable. Not bad, 90% of my level. Zhu Yuantang raised her childish chin. She was slender and petite, and spoke in a soft voice, but she had a strong spirit. Bei Yuxia's mouth curved, and a shallow dimple appeared. Her sister Chen Saiking was annoyed that she couldn't write well. She turned around and saw Jiang Ning's handwriting. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She was still writing 1 stroke at a time, but Jiang Ning had already reached the pinnacle. "Jiang Ning, can you teach me? Teach me how to use the pen." Bei Yuxia nodded. "Teach me step by step." Chen Siking blushed. Nonsense. Ma Shichen regretted coming to the big classroom. It was pretty good at the beginning, but as the number of students increased, the signal in the classroom became worse. He was halfway through a game and his character was stuck and couldn't move. Unlike Ma Shichen, Shan Kaikwan turned a deaf ear to the outside world and practiced calligraphy with one heart. He vowed to make a name for himself. In comparison, Jiuo Kunan was very impetuous. He didn't know what it felt like to miss Zhu Yan before, but now he understood. Because Zhu Yan came to the calligraphy classroom, when his sweetheart really appeared in front of him, his defense was instantly broken. He didn't want to play with his phone or practice calligraphy. He just wanted to look at Zhu Yan affectionately, as if she was the most beautiful thing in the world. His Dao heart wheel, which had been invincible and experienced countless storms and thunder and lightning, was like being sprinkled with colorful colors and fell into the colorful world. The colorful world is fascinating, but he is willing to indulge in it. Further ahead, Shen Xinli from class 9 was lonely and helpless. The fear that was once dominated by Pang Jiao has actually dissipated a lot after many days and nights. Only when he thinks of it, he will feel disgusted from the soul. Shen Xinli told himself that it was the retribution for the mistakes made when he was young and frivolous. Time dilutes everything in the world and heals everything. Those nightmares have finally faded. He wanted to retire from the world and live a quiet life, reading, studying, and exercising. Tonight, he heard that calligraphy can calm people's hearts and cultivate a peaceful state of mind. So Shen Xinli gathered Shenzhou and Shikai to learn calligraphy together, but his heart could not calm down no matter what. Because 70 centimeters away, a burly woman was looking at him affectionately, with a crocodile's light flashing in her cow-like eyes. Shen Xinli wanted to get out of the calligraphy room, but his body could not move. He knew that if he moved, the woman would definitely move with him. His weak body could not withstand such turbulence. The students around were practicing calligraphy with laughter, but Shen Xinli was the only one who was sitting on pins and needles. He wanted time to go faster, faster. Cuiu was in the back seat, enjoying this scene. Time passed by, and most of the class was gone. Chinese teacher Dai Yanquan, I have already taught the basics. Everyone write a piece of calligraphy, so that I can see your foundation. After hearing this, Shan Kaikwan said, it's finally here. He looked at the handwriting on the paper. He wrote very seriously, and there was obvious improvement compared to the beginning. Shen Xinli took a deep breath and prepared to write. For the next half class, he planned to stay silent and concentrate on writing calligraphy until the end of the get out of class. Pang Jiao showed a huge smile, like a sunflower blooming red flowers. She roared in a low and cute voice, Xinli, if you can get praise from the Chinese teacher, I will be your girlfriend. After she said this, she seemed to have used up a lot of courage and quickly buried her huge face in Zhang Yifei. Cuiu in the back row put down his pen immediately after hearing this, patted Meng Gui, and said solemnly, Brother Gui, let's just draw a few strokes randomly, and we must bring out the level of my brother Shen, and fulfill the dream of Pang Jiao in our class. Meng Gui heard this, and touched his 10-centimeter hair. Respecting other people's dreams is the greatest virtue in the world. The two did not hide their voices, and they spread several meters. After hearing this, some students around put down their pens, and some drew words randomly. Everyone united to fulfill Pang Jiao's love. Shen Xinli heard it clearly. He glanced at Pang Jiao next to him, who was almost 200 pounds, and looked like a wild boar, and his tears could not stop. He said nothing, and with his trembling hands, he silently tore up the draft paper, stuffed it into his mouth one bite at a time, and ate the draft paper. In this way, he could get rid of Pang Jiao. Unexpectedly, Pang Jiao grinned, picked up the pen, and wrote Shen Xinli's name on the draft paper. After the evening self-study, in the boys' dormitory, Jiuo Kunan bought egg pancakes and grilled sausages for midnight snacks, as well as a bottle of iced cola. He poured a glass for Shan Kaikwan. Cheers. The sound of clinking glasses could be heard. Zhang Kai from the dormitory next door passed by and saw this grand occasion. He wanted to join in, but unfortunately he had no money and could only watch. Zhang Kai's face flashed with indignation. He was poor, but he would not be poor forever. It's almost time. This day is coming soon. He looked at his mobile phone. It was almost time for the rich woman to come online. It was time to chat with the rich woman. Jiuo Kanan finished eating the pancake and went out with Shan Kaikun to the corner of the corridor. Brother Quan, I want to put an end to my youth. Shan Kaikun, what do you mean? Jiuo Kanan took out his mobile phone. I plan to confess to Zuyan. Shan Kaikun was confused. Even if he was confessing, shouldn't he prepare carefully? Why was he in such a hurry? Brother Quan, don't look at me like that. Do you think I have no hope? Yes, I guessed you would say that, but you don't understand me. Zuyan and I have really experienced many things together. Jiuo Kanan looked up at the deep night sky. The night was beautiful, and Zuyan was even more beautiful than the night. From the beginning, when he added Zuyan, introduced her to class 8, shared his daily life with her, to the sports meeting, and finally Zuyan participated in the long distance running, he stepped onto the podium and cheered for Zuyan. There are too many stories between them. When he saw Zuyan in the classroom today, his heart moved again. He still loved her. He didn't want the story of the two to end here. He wanted to fight again. Brother Quan, are you willing to help me? How to help? Shan Kaikun didn't understand. You have experience in confession. Help me see how I can confess, so that I have a greater chance of winning. Shan Kaikun agreed. In the dormitory, Jiuo Kanan typed out the confession copy. How is it? Shan Kaikun glanced at it and felt that Brother Nan's level was on par with him. Jiuo Kanan said again, go find Jiang Ning. Shan Kaikun remembered something bad. The last time he confessed to Bayuxia, he got the name wrong because he showed it to Jiang Ning. Jiuo Kanan thought about it, and it made sense. Hu Jun came in with a wash basin. What are you talking about? Hey, just a little thing. Jiuo Kanan didn't care at all. Brother Quan, then I sent it? He pointed his finger on the send button. Shan Kaikun frowned. Wait, I remembered something. He remembered that, when he was a child, he played with paper airplanes. Before throwing the paper airplane, he would blow on his hand first, and then throw the paper airplane. In this way, the paper airplane could fly higher and more steadily. Jiuo Kanan heard it and thought, damn, it makes sense. He quickly blew on his hand, and placed the invisible luck on his right hand. He clicked send fiercely. Some people like a person because of her appearance, but I'm different. I really like you as a person. I like the way you reply to my messages in class, and I like the way you say good morning to me. You see, I don't just like your appearance, I like your personality, everything about you. This line of words appeared in the chat box. Jiuo Kanan felt a mixture of emotions, and at the same time, his heart was quietly lifted. If Zuyan agreed, he dared not think how happy he would be. Zuyan replied quickly, thank you for your love, I'm very happy, but in high school, I don't plan to fall in love. You work hard, and when you become excellent, there will definitely be girls who like you. Seeing this reply, his heart suddenly stopped, and the unyielding roulette wheel was covered with an endless haze. Brother Quan, what should I do? Jiuo Kanan was panicked. Shan Kaikun was indeed experienced. He analyzed word by word. She refused, but not completely. Look at what she said at the end. Doesn't it mean that when you become excellent, do you have a hope to be together? Jiuo Kanan read it twice and said happily, it really is. He continued to send messages to Zuyan. Hahaha, I will work hard. I'm getting better now. In my midterm exam, my class ranking improved from 36 to 32. My ranking in the whole school has improved by dozens of places. I get up every morning to study, run every night, and I don't play games anymore. Jiuo Kanan sent more than 20 messages without getting tired of it. Finally, he asked, if I become excellent, will you consider being with me? Zuyan, it's endless, right? Chapter 356, Get Out of the Way. I'm Peter Pan. The bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang throughout the campus. For the students in the second and third years of high school, this bell represented just an ordinary break between classes, which did not cause any waves for them. However, in the eyes of the first year students, it sounded like the sound of a god, because it was the bell for the end of the second class on Friday afternoon. The weekend has arrived. The students went out together, causing the collision of tables and chairs, and the mixed voices filled the classroom. Zaya, are you going out to play tomorrow? Chen Xiaoyu asked. The midterm exam had just ended, and she could finally relax and have a good time. This weekend will be very pleasant. Bei Yuxia tied up her school bag, which contained several test papers. She pursed her lips and said, let's go to Nanxi to buy clothes and shoes tomorrow. Chen Xiaoyu thought for a while and said, are you alone? With my aunt. Do you want to go together? Nanxi is very close to Yazhou. Bei Yuxia's home is near Zuhe Lake, and not far from the high-speed rail station. If you take the high-speed rail, it only takes 40 minutes to reach Nanxi. Chen Xiaoyu, I'll ask my sister and give you an answer tonight. Okay, if we go together, I can ask you to help me look at shoes. Bei Yuxia welcomed them very much. I want to wear couple outfits with my sister, Chen Xiaoyu said, and they exchanged details about the trip to Nanxi. Zhu Yuantang was lying on the table, her white fingers pressing on the textbook. She turned to the title page of the book, holding a mechanical pencil, and whenever she came across a Chinese character with a radical shape, like she would use a pencil to fill in the blank space in the middle until it was filled up tightly. Every time she filled in a line of words, her eyes lit up with pure light, and she gained a little bit of happiness. It often took a long time to fill in the entire surface, and she would use an eraser to carefully wipe off the words, and then repeat the filling without getting tired of it. Since childhood, she was like a lonely elf, carving time on paper bit by bit. This kind of happiness, without having to cooperate with anyone, was just right for her who had no friends at the time. Later, when she went to junior high school and did this again, some classmates said she was a weird person. Zhu Yuantang didn't want to be an outlier who didn't fit in, because that would make her vulnerable to bullying. She had no choice but to put down her pen and start daydreaming instead. After entering high school, the quality of the students around her improved a lot, and she was able to do this again, and her happiness remained the same. The conversation in the front row did not affect Zhu Yuantang. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyu turned around and asked, Tang Tong, are we going to Nanxi together tomorrow? I remember you haven't been to Nanxi, right? Nanxi? Zhu Yuantang was stunned. Thanks to its geographical location, many locals in Yazhou like to go to Nanxi for fun, but Zhu Yuantang has never been there. In the past, her mother was very busy at work, and it would cost a lot of money to go to Nanxi for fun. Even if they took the train, the fare for the two of them would be dozens of yuan. The fare alone was enough for her mother to buy several kilograms of meat. During the most difficult period, her mother only had a few hundred yuan a month, which was only enough to maintain her daily life, and could not withstand any accidents. When she heard about Nanxi, her mind immediately remembered the prosperous scenes she saw on TV, and all kinds of beautiful ancient buildings. No, I can't. Zhu Yuantang refused subconsciously. Chen Xiaoyu didn't force it. Okay then. Tang Tong, you can go and have fun in the future. Nanxi is very interesting. There are many more attractions than our Yazhou, Chen Xiaoyu introduced. After her usual contact with Zhu Yuantang, she learned that her family conditions were not bad, and her mother had a good job and could afford it. Zhu Yuantang said sullenly, wait until later. Bei Yuxia saw her like this and nodded. Jiang Ning, you can take her out to play in the future and see the outside world. It's good to expand appropriately. Jiang Ning said, let's talk about it during the summer vacation. Almost everyone in the classroom had left, and Chen Xiking entered the classroom of class 8. Bei Yuxia took the initiative to say, Xiaoyu Xiking, my dad is here to pick me up. Take my car. How can I be embarrassed? Chen Xiking refused. It's on the way anyway, listen to me. Bei Yuxia's tone was firm, and her beautiful face showed an unquestionable look. The setting sun shone on the earth, and the wide playground emitted a little golden light, adding a bit of splendor to it. In the central green grass field, a group of teenagers and sportsmen chased the rolling football with vigorous steps. From time to time, someone kicked the black and white football into the air. On the basketball court next door, tall players dribbled the ball and occasionally a figure leaped up and threw the basketball into the basket. Summer is here, and the trees on the edge of the playground are growing wildly. Under the shade of the leaves, students sit in the shade in groups of 3 or 2 to cool off. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang walked on the red oval plastic track, and people trotted past them from time to time. Zhu Yuantang ate too much at noon and planned to go to the city for dinner later. Jiang Ning, are you really going on a trip during the summer vacation? Zhu Yuantang was a little overwhelmed. Although her family was rich, she was not used to such a sudden move. Why, are you scared? Zhu Yuantang was provoked and immediately threw away the hesitation in her heart. She pouted and held her composure. Humph, am I afraid? Okay, let's go. Jiang Ning was not worried anyway. If she backed down, he would just provoke her with a few words. Zhu Yuantang rose for 2 minutes and said, Jiang Ning, can we call Chachu? Chachu had never been out of Yazhou like her. With Chachu as the bottom and Jiang Ning in front, she could be safely in the middle. She could attack or defend, and she felt full of security. Thinking about the scenery of the ancient city of Nanxi, Zhu Yuantang seemed to have returned to the prosperity of hundreds of years ago. She was a lady from ancient times, sitting in a sedan chair and enjoying herself. Jiang Ning and Chachu carried the sedan chair for her one after another. Just thinking about it, Zhu Yuantang was extremely happy. She was proud, arrogant, and she laughed. She was tired of sitting in the sedan chair, so she opened the curtains and saw the look in Jiang Ning's eyes that looked like an idiot. Zhu Yuantang stopped smiling immediately and she frowned. Jiang Ning, you are so rude. Oh. Jiang Ning pointed his chin at her. Zhu Yuantang was about to be ignited. At the entrance of the playground, Jiuo Kunan looked at the vast and flat lawn, then at the sky, and at the soft white clouds. His heart, trapped in a dead end, returned to the world. Shan Kequan suddenly said, Brother Nan, are you still thinking about her? Every moment, I don't think about her or miss her. Jiuo Kunan was numb. Shan Kequan took 2 steps forward, facing the sky and the ground, and he sighed. It's better to throw away the sand that can't be held. I heard that sand will stick together and become holdable when it touches water. Jiuo Kunan was saved from a desperate situation. Shan Kequan said, but you don't have water. Jiuo Kunan was infatuated and unrepentant, but I have tears. Shan Kequan was silent. How come Brother Nan is more awesome than me? He shouted, don't think about it. She has deleted you. You are done. Jiuo Kunan sighed deeply. He stopped walking, his face changing. The Dao heart wheel in his mind had already been shattered. Is it over? Yes, it is over. It is time to move on. I can't be stubborn anymore. Let Zhu Yan sleep forever in his memory, just like Manman back then. Jiuo Kunan waved to the sky and said goodbye to his youth during this period. As this belief passed through his body like an electric current, it seemed that something was taken away, like a fish leaving the water, a bird leaving the sky. The broken Dao heart wheel turned and turned, and his body was incomplete. Jiuo Kunan made a vow with a very firm expression. Brother Quan, from now on, I will no longer love. It's better not to love. Yes. Jiuo Kunan sighed. He was still very tired. Shan Kequan suggested, Brother Nan, don't go home in the afternoon. Let's go to the city to eat a barbecue buffet in the evening. It's 39 yuan per person. You can eat whatever you want. Seafood, beef, etc. And you can drink as much as you want. There are also Rio cocktails. You know Rio, the one we saw when we went to the supermarket last time. It's colorful and costs almost 10 yuan a bottle. Drink a few bottles and you'll get your money back. When you are in a bad mood, eating a hearty meal is good for healing the pain. He and Brother Nan are both wanderers in the world. Jiuo Kunan was tempted, but then he looked embarrassed. I'm afraid I can't do it. I only have 30 yuan on me, and the other 10 yuan is for the trip home. Shan Kequan counted the money in his trouser pocket and said generously, Brother Nan, hey, I'll give you 20 more. Jiuo Kunan was shocked. 20 yuan is not a small amount of money. It is enough for his daily living expenses. No, you don't have much money. Let's just have something to eat tonight. Shan Kequan put his arm around his shoulders and said, we are close friends. You used to treat me to cakes often. Don't be polite to me. With the comfort of his good brother, although Jiuo Kunan's Taoism heart had not been restored, he didn't feel so uncomfortable. He had the mind to observe the people on the playground. Suddenly he saw 2 familiar figures. He pointed and said, Brother Quan, isn't that Jiang Ning in front? Jiang Ning was strolling with Zhu Yuantang. On the football field, students were fiercely competing against each other. Students playing football can often be seen in number 4 middle school. At least this sport is as popular as basketball in number 4 middle school. Zhu Yuantang occasionally looked at the students on the playground. Those students were running in the sunset, like machines that would never get tired. It is very common to kick the ball out of the field when playing football, let alone a group of students who are not professional. When Jiang Ning was walking, a football slowly rolled over. In the grass in the distance, Tao Nan, who was wearing a football uniform, shouted, "Classmate, please help kick it over here, thank you." The other students on the field looked over together. This happened more than once or twice. "Do you want to kick it?" Jiang Ning looked at Zhu Yuantang's eager look. Zhu Yuantang stopped in front of the ball. Her face was eager, but she thought for 3 seconds and gave up. If she kicked it wrong, she might be laughed at. "You come on." Jiang Ning walked to the football and volleyed it. The football suddenly took off from a stationary state, dancing a crescent-shaped trajectory from his feet, and like a meteor across the sky, it flew diagonally from the edge of the playground to the goal. The student guarding the goal didn't react before the ball went in. The extraordinary skills attracted the students on the field, who were amazed. "Fuck, this kick." Jiuo Kunan, who was watching from behind, was yearning. "Fuck anti-aircraft gun, Jiang Ning is so handsome." Shan Kaikun agreed. "He is really handsome. This is just like helping others pick up the basketball and then putting it into the basket." After Jiang Ning scored a goal, Tao Nan on the field ran over, and he didn't have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. "You are Jiang Ning, right? I'm Tao Nan, from the sports team. We competed in the sports meet. I'm the one who jumped 1.9 meters high." Tao Nan introduced himself. "Yes, I know you." Jiang Ning replied. "This student is very good. If it weren't for him, the high jump champion at that time would definitely be Tao Nan. You are good at playing football. Do you want to play together?" Tao Nan invited. He really wanted to find someone to play football with. He was almost invincible on the court of number 4 middle school. If there was an opponent, he could get some interest. Jiang Ning glanced at Zhu Yuantang beside him and refused. "Forget it, I have something to do." Tao Nan said, "Accompanying your girlfriend?" Without waiting for Jiang Ning to answer, Zhu Yuantang quickly said, "I'm his neighbor." "Oh, childhood sweethearts." Tao Nan expressed understanding. Zhu Yuantang didn't know how to refute. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not very willing to play football, Tao Nan didn't force it. "Next time when you have time, let's play together. To be honest, brother, it's a pity that you don't practice sports with your physical fitness." Tao Nan regretted it. He didn't stop and ran back to the stadium. "Brother Nan, is he Jiang Ning who broke 3 records in the last sports meeting?" a boy with a crew cut asked. His hairstyle was a little fierce, but his face was relatively gentle. "Yes, it's him. Kai Jia, it's a pity that we are not in the same class, otherwise we could get to know each other." Tao Nan smiled. Kai Jia was a student in their class, not a sports student, and he didn't need to learn sports. Not for anything else, because Kai Jia lived in a villa. Back. Jiuo Kunan said, "If there is another ball, I would also like to kick one. It would be nice if Zhu Yan saw it." He felt nostalgic. Then, he blamed himself. "Damn it, why am I still thinking about Zhu Yan? Didn't we agree not to be sad for bad women?" Jiuo Kunan walked until the football team dispersed, but he still didn't wait for the ball to fly out of the field. Before Jiang Ning left the playground, he met the two and greeted them. "The buffet is almost ready, we can go." "Shan Kaikun, I'll borrow a bicycle to take you. Taking a taxi is too luxurious for them. After this walk, leave." Jiuo Kunan took a shortcut on the grass and walked to the edge of the basketball court. Suddenly, he saw several figures jumping around. He looked up and found that the basketball was stuck in the basket. "It's outrageous." Jiuo Kunan sighed, and he didn't stop. The next moment, he saw a beautiful figure under the basket. His heart palpitated, and his steps stopped. Brother Quan, let's go and have a look." Jiuo Kunan pulled Shan Kaikun. As the distance shortened, he found that the little girl was really ethereal and beautiful, no less than Zhu Yan, when he first met her playing roller skating. The previous sad mood for Zhu Yan was instantly thrown out of his mind. Zhu Yan was no longer an important person. Under the basketball hoop, Several boys with bad intentions kept jumping high, trying to get the basketball down, but unfortunately no one could do it. After Jiang approached, he found a boy at the edge and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" The boy said, "Sister Kw's basketball is stuck. Everyone is trying to find a way." Jiang thought to himself, fuck. It turned out to be the little girl's basketball. I'm a young man, why should I hesitate to fight? Jiang coughed twice and shouted, "Get out of the way, let me do it." He was full of courage and had unparalleled confidence. Several classmates stopped jumping and looked at each other. Jiang swallowed a big breath and activated the cells, blood and muscles in his body to a state of preparation for battle. He glanced at the girl named Sister Kwa. Looking at her beautiful face, Jiang was drunk. All the cells in his body almost exploded, and all the cells roared, "I want you to look at me with new eyes." Jiang took a few steps back, took a running start, and his calf muscles suddenly bounced, releasing unprecedented huge power. The ancient genes in his body emerged, and the strong apes of the mammoth era seemed to merge with him, and he jumped high. The students around him suddenly felt, he is flying. Jiang swung a slap, and the depression accumulated in recent days was released, and the basketball was directly pulled down. He was overjoyed, he succeeded. Then, there was a crisp click sound from the ground, and the mobile phone in Jiang's trouser pocket fell out. Everyone looked at the mobile phone on the ground, only to see that the mobile phone was broken into 3 parts, the mobile phone, the battery, and the back cover. Shan Kaikun looked at the screen and was shocked. "Brother Nan, your mobile phone screen is broken." Jiang had just finished the installation and was supposed to have some intimate time with the girl, but when he heard the bad news on the screen, his face changed drastically. After he fell down, he silently bent down and picked up the phone parts one by one. His posture was awkward and hasty. Jiang left, taking his sadness with him. "A new June is here. Can you please move your hands and vote for your favorite author? The sun is shining in the courtyard. For a monthly ticket." Chapter 357. Can you help me? Card 1. It was getting dark, and the western sky was a large area of clear red. The light from the sun was no longer dazzling, and it poured down softly from far to near. On the vast plains were endless golden wheat fields. The whole Yazhou was shrouded in the sunset. Zhu Yuantang had a full meal and lay down on the deck chair at the door to rest. Jiang Ning sat beside her and watched the sunset. The sunset gradually sank, blending with the sky and the earth. With the disappearance of the last ray of light, it was perfectly hidden in the night. It was dark. At the door of the uncle and aunt next door, a yellow light was lit, illuminating the darkness again. 3 children were running around in the open space in front of the bungalow, laughing and talking, as if they were not tired at all. Aunt Gu didn't stay in the house. Summer was here, and the house was stuffy. She went outside to blow the wind and chat with her neighbors. Aunt Gu now has a good job and a worry-free life. Her complexion is much better than before. Jiang Ning, there are mosquitoes. Let's go back to the house." Zhu Yuantang grabbed them several times, but failed to get rid of them, so she made a suggestion. Aunt Gu looked at her daughter and said, "If you are full and lie down, who else will the mosquitoes bite if not you? If you don't know, get up and move around." She lectured her. Zhu Yuantang said stubbornly, "It's not just me that is bitten. Ask Jiang Ning. He must have been bitten." Jiang Ning, "No." Zhu Yuantang, "Damn it, he is not on my side." In the end, Zhu Yuantang found an excuse to play games and went back to the room, to be exact, Jiang Ning's room. She continued to lie on the sofa. Jiang Ning's room was cool and indescribably comfortable. The sofa was soft and the air was still fresh. Zhu Yuantang attributed this to the fact that she took good care of the flowers and plants on the windowsill. If it weren't for the fact that there was no bed for her here, she wouldn't even want to go back at night. Zhu Yuantang lay on the sofa, looking at Jiang Ning in front of her. The computer screen lit up, and the desktop was a majestic snow-capped mountain scenery wallpaper, which was a human world that only existed in imagination. The mouse on the screen was motionless. The screen was just a background board. Jiang Ning was reading quietly. Zhu Yuantang had told him before that, if he didn't use the computer, he should not turn on the screen to waste electricity. Later, Jiang asked her why she covered herself with a quilt and turned on the electric fan. Zhu Yuantang argued for a few sentences and stopped talking. Later, she found that it was very safe to read with the computer screen turned on, as if something was accompanying her. After a long time, Zhu Yuantang wanted to change her posture, but she was too tired. Jiang Ning, I'm about to melt. Zhu Yuantang stretched out his little hand and waved weakly, but unfortunately, he couldn't touch him. Jiang Ning ignored her. After a minute, Zhu Yuantang said in a crisp voice, I'm a piece of white bread, fried to a crisp. Jiang Ning got up, walked over, and turned Zhu Yuantang's petite body over. She changed from lying to laying. After a while, Zhu Yuantang called again, okay, both sides are cooked, you can eat it. Jiang Ning came over again, and helped her sit up. Zhu Yuantang's arms were very soft, and when Jiang Ning moved them, they almost left marks. Zhu Yuantang did not scream, she puffed up her face, sat on the sofa, and kicked her tender little feet. Jiang Ning picked up a pen, and scribbled on the draft paper, drawing some strange symbols. He was studying the formation, and preparing to refine some personal items. For example, the jade pendant on Zhu Yuantang's chest was made by him using the principles of the formation. Later, as his formation level became more sophisticated, and Xiao Xuanshang's material collection progressed, he improved the jade pendant twice. With the current instantaneous protection of the jade pendant, there are almost no external factors in daily life that can threaten the life of the wearer. Now Jiang Ning plans to refine a protective formation that can really be used for himself. Although it may not be used at present, it is always right to prepare for a rainy day. He studied for a while, took out a piece of white jade from the drawer, and carved it with tools. From time to time, dust fell on the draft paper below. In fact, this kind of work should not be done in the bedroom, because dust can easily float all over the room. However, Jiang Ning used his spiritual power to control it, ensuring that there would never be any trace of dust flowing out. Seeing that Jiang Ning would not play with her, Zhu Yuantang simply took out her mobile phone and contacted her best friend Chachu. She revealed to Chachu that she would go to the wild with Jiang Ning tomorrow and sincerely invited Chachu to participate. However, today, Chachu refused. It turned out that tomorrow, Yazhou No. 2 Middle School will hold a research and study action, with the goal of reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles to go to the city in the south of Anhui province to experience the humanities. Only the first year Tsinghua and Peking University students are eligible to participate in this activity. Zhu Chachu is a student of the Tsinghua and Peking University class, so she has to study with her classmates. After Zhu Yuantang heard it, the first thought was bad. After this time, Chachu will definitely have a broader vision after returning from the research and study, and she will fly up to the branches and become a phoenix from now on. She will become the most rustic person in the trio. Zhu Yuantang thought about that possibility and was so unwilling. Experiencing the changes in her good friend, she was a little restless and felt that she had wasted her time. She thought about it carefully. Going out to play during the summer vacation is no longer so unacceptable. Night. Downtown. Jiang family dinner. Jiang Ning's uncle Jiang Kishan, aunt, cousin's wife, cousin Jiang Junlong, and Shen Kinj eat together at the same table. The large solid wood table was laid with 7 or 8 dishes: braised crab, pork ribs and corn soup, stir-fried beans, steamed sea bass, stir-fried pork with green garlic spicy clams, and cut watermelon. It was a rich meal. Jiang Junlong took the chopsticks and ate with big mouthfuls. The aunt put a piece of pork ribs in his bowl. Eat slowly, don't choke. Shen Kinj next to him picked up 2 beans. When the aunt saw it, she immediately picked up half a crab for her. Kinj, you are too thin, eat more. Shen Kinj thanked. Yeah, I know. The aunt said, you are too polite, child. She likes Kinj very much. Sister Kinj is her daughter-in-law, so there is this relationship. Moreover, Kinj is good looking, knows when to act, and is smart. Sometimes when she does something, such as making dumplings, Kinj comes to help her sensibly and chats with her. Of course, the aunt likes such a little girl and wishes she could stay longer. Jiang Junlong was half full when he said, Mom, I'm going to play with my brother Ning tomorrow. so don't cook for me at noon. After hearing this, the aunt questioned, "You won't go out to surf the internet, will you? If you don't believe me, ask my brother Ning, and then ask Kinj." Jiang Junlong moved the shield. Shen Kinj said at the right time, "I'll go with him tomorrow, and I won't let him go online." The aunt was still a little hesitant. At this time, the eldest uncle Jiang Kishan took a sip of wine. "Why do you care so much about him?" The aunt's face turned, and dark clouds were brewing at the dinner table. Jiang Junlong didn't know what to say. In the end, the aunt agreed to let him go out to play, and Jiang Junlong breathed a sigh of relief. Is it so difficult to catch a fish? After the meal, Shen Kinj helped to clean up the dishes. Although her aunt repeatedly said no, Shen Kinj still insisted on washing the dishes. After the meal, she returned to her bedroom. This bedroom had a window facing south. The area of the room was neither too big nor too small, and she lived comfortably alone. There were 2 posters on the wall. The small house was very warm, but there was always a sense of alienation. Because this was not her own home, Shen Kinj lived with her sister's house. Although she seemed very kind and her aunt treated her well, she was not a member of this family after all. She really wanted to have a house like this in the city. Unfortunately, her parents were just 2 inconspicuous people working in the coastal areas. If you want to afford such a house, you have to go without food and drink for many years. Shen Kinj sat at the desk, turned on the desk lamp, and opened the test paper to do the questions. She was born in a small town. When she came to the city, if she didn't work hard, her grades would not be as good as those of the students in the city. She picked up the pen, but for some reason, she couldn't calm down. What Shen Kinj didn't understand was that Jiang Ning's grades were not much better than hers before, but after coming to number 4 middle school, he instantly took off. She looked at Jiang Ning's back from afar, but she couldn't catch up no matter what. Thinking of this, she thought about tomorrow, when she and Jiang Junlong would go to play with Jiang Ning. She was looking forward to it, but also pessimistic. He probably doesn't welcome me, right? Shen Kinj thought so. At the beginning, her relationship with Jiang Ning broke down too hastily, just because he didn't do what she wanted. She started a cold war and deliberately ignored him until Jiang Ning went out to rent a house. Later, when school started, she not only didn't want to talk to Jiang Ning, but in her heart, she despised Jiang Ning's impulsive behavior, thinking that he would probably degenerate in the future. Eventually, they became strangers. Shen Kinj was in a mess, and she couldn't concentrate on the test paper at all. She went to the bed to get her phone, clicked on QO music, and played songs. Then she checked the class group, where Lu Kiki and Yuan were chatting, but Shen Kinj didn't want to join. She saw a prompt in the dynamic, so she simply clicked into the space. Many classmates posted a message, and she scrolled down, and found Jiang Ning's new message. Jiang Ning rarely posts on Weibo recently. Today, he posted 2 pictures, which were quite rare. It was a lifelike white jade rabbit. There were carving tools, carving knives, rulers, polishing blocks, etc. around the rabbit. The white jade rabbit looked very beautiful, with smooth lines and pure colors. Shen Kinj liked it at first sight. Through the photo, she could even feel the white, glutinous, gentle, and delicate jade material. If she touched it with her fingers, she would definitely love it. The post was captioned, "It's my first time carving a small animal, and it feels good." Jiang Ning doesn't have many friends, but every time he posts on Weibo, everyone is very supportive, with dozens of likes. Chen Xiaoyu, more than good, it looks great. Chen Saiking, second. Wang Long Long, brother Ning is so talented. Shan Kaikun, did you carve it yourself? Did you buy it? Zhenglu replied to Shan Kaikun, I drew the picture, and Jiang Ning carved it, how could it be fake? There was also a string of comments from classmates below. Shen Kinj looked at them one by one, and then she focused her attention on the rabbit in the picture. She was born in the year of the rabbit, and this white jade bunny really suits her. If it was before, she would have stared at it for too long, and accidentally clicked into Jiang Ning's space without paying attention. Shen Kinj woke up in shock, and her soul was almost scared away. Since the Cold War with Jiang Ning, she has never visited Jiang Ning's space. In the past, she and Jiang Ning not only liked and left messages on the space, but also liked each other's business cards every day. but later, all of them disappeared, as if whoever liked it would admit defeat. What should I do? In a panic, Shen Qinj thought of yellow diamonds. As long as she opened yellow diamonds, she could delete the access records. She was not a distinguished yellow diamond user. After all, yellow diamonds cost 10 yuan a month. Now she had no choice but to spend 10 yuan, and opened a month of yellow diamonds, and quickly deleted the access records. After solving the problem, Shen Qinj finally felt relieved. She thought for a moment, yellow diamonds can't be opened in vain. The next second, she opened the invisible access permission, poked her finger into Jiang Ning's space, and browsed his comments and message board twice. Jiang Ning, the rabbit is very beautiful. Is it for Zhu Yuantang? Zheng Lu sent a message. She knew that Zhu Yuantang's zodiac sign was rabbit. Jiang Ning replied, I guess so. My zodiac sign is tiger. I will give you a drawing, and give you money to buy jade. Can you help me carve a little tiger? Zheng Lu wanted the little rabbit very much. Jiang Ning said, are you sure about the little tiger? I can carve it, but Bayuxia asked me to carve a little tiger just now, so it might be a duplicate. After hearing this, Zheng Lu was a little unhappy about Bayuxia's preemption, mainly because she stole her little tiger. But as long as it was carved by Jiang Ning herself, she still wanted a copy. Just when she wanted to confirm, Jiang Ning said, the little tiger may not be suitable for you. Seeing this message, Zheng Lu was lost for a moment. Jiang Ning sent another message. I have other recommended animals. What animal? Zheng Lu asked. Bear. A cartoon version of a bear popped up in Zheng Lu's mind. She asked again, a big bear or a little bear? Jiang Ning thought for a moment and said, a mini version of a big bear. Zheng Lu blushed across the screen, and the soft light in her eyes flooded the screen. Did he do that on purpose? Jiang Ning and Zheng Lu decided on the small animal to be carved. He found a golden rope, strung dark green jade beads, and dotted a red bead at the end, connecting it to the white jade rabbit. Zhu Yuantang put it on his hand with satisfaction and praised it. Aunt Gu just came in from the door, and she ran to greet him. Mom, look, the little rabbit carved by Jiang Ning, isn't it amazing? He made it specially for me. Zhu Yuantang kept showing off. Aunt Gu couldn't help but think of last year, when her daughter got a jade pendant, and also kept showing off. She was a little surprised when she saw the white jade rabbit on her daughter's wrist. It was really beautiful. After her daughter showed off for a while and her happiness faded, Aunt Gu said, Jiang Ning is so good to you. He made you a little rabbit, but you are lazy when washing his clothes, and you don't wash them clean at all. Zhu Yuantang knew she was exposed after hearing this, and most of the happiness on her face disappeared. The last time she quarreled with Jiang Ning, she didn't quarrel. In order to retaliate against Jiang Ning, she deliberately used small tricks. Unexpectedly, she stared at Jiang Ning with resentment. You actually complained to my mother. It was as if she had made an appointment with Jiang Ning to fight with bare hands, but Jiang Ning brought a rolling pin, and she was completely unable to defeat him. Aunt Gu pointed out her mistake. I should complain to you. You can be angry, but the clothes should still be washed clean. I guess you got it wet, and took it out of the basin immediately. Aunt Gu is experienced, and knows her daughter's temper well. Zhu Yuantang was silent for 2 seconds and said, the clothes were not wet, I just hung them there to dry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358 Preparations before slacking off. Saturday morning. The morning in the dam is very quiet, without the noise of the city, and the air is a little cool. Jiang Ning pushed open the door. The sun rose from the east, and there was a vast field in front of him, and he felt relaxed and happy. The light blue sky was floating with white clouds, and a few birds were combing their feathers on the high voltage wires. At the same time, the door next door opened. Zhu Yuantang glanced at him, and immediately turned her face to the side, pouting her little mouth. Jiang Ning's complaint caused her to be punished by her mother last night. She had to wash clothes for Jiang Ning in the middle of the night, and she was so angry that she didn't go to Jiang Ning's room to play games. Jiang Ning was still cheerful. Is the meal ready? Let's play after dinner. Zhu Yuantang was too lazy to pay attention to him, turned around and went back to the house, leaving Jiang Ning with a proud, high ponytail. The meal had just been ready, and she actually planned to open the door to call Jiang Ning to eat. Jiang Ning walked into the kitchen, and the meal was already on the table. Fried rice with eggs, with delicious vegetable meatball soup. The meatballs floating in the bowl were not frozen food bought outside, but made by Zhu Yuantang with meat filling. They tasted very smooth and refreshing. Her cooking skills were always excellent. Even if she quarreled with Jiang Ning, she would never deliberately make bad food to hurt Jiang Ning, because they ate together. At the dinner table, Jiang Ning was the only one who said, "My cousin is coming to play today, and there may be a classmate, Shen Kinj from our class. I plan to go fishing. There is a good place, a little off the beaten path, and I think there are fish." Listening to his mumbling, especially when it comes to fishing, Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up, and she wanted to talk to Jiang Ning for days and nights to show her interest. But last night, in order to get revenge on Jiang Ning, she secretly decided not to look at him in a good face during the entire breakfast time today. So she had to suppress the desire to discuss. "I will take you by bicycle at that time. When we catch fish, we will rush back to cook at noon." Zhu Yuantang wanted to ask, "Can we catch fish?" Catching fish requires a good place. It is quite difficult to find a ditch suitable for fishing now. It is impossible to catch fish if the water is too deep, and it is impossible to eat fish if the water is too dirty. If you don't know the bottom of the water clearly, you may get hurt. In the past, someone in Zhu Yuantang's village went down the ditch to catch fish, but he was scratched on the bottom of his feet by pieces of glass bottles at the bottom of the water, and he bled a lot. Moreover, there are terrible creatures in unknown waters, such as water snakes and blood-sucking leeches. Just thinking about it makes people feel terrified. Even if the conditions are met, if there are no fish in the water, you can only fish in vain. Zhu Yuantang's mind was full of doubts. She wanted to discuss it with Jiang Ning so much, but she couldn't speak. Zhu Yuantang felt uncomfortable, and could only eat fried rice and meatballs with all her strength. After a while, the meatballs in the soup were eaten up by her, and she could only eat green leaves. Zhu Yuantang secretly glanced at the meatballs in his bowl. Jiang Ning noticed and picked up a meatball with chopsticks. "Do you want to eat it?" Zhu Yuantang was still angry. "Humph, no." After hearing this, Jiang Ning pushed the meatball to her mouth and said, "Open your mouth." Zhu Yuantang couldn't resist the temptation. She bit the meatball with an R. She puffed her cheeks and chewed the meatball happily. When she finished eating the meatball, she realized what a stupid thing she had done. Zhu Yuantang was angry, ashamed, embarrassed, and all kinds of emotions intertwined. She said she would ignore him, but she couldn't help it. It was all thanks to Jiang Ning tempting her. He gave me the meatball to eat, which means he apologized to me. Since he apologized, I will forgive him. Comforting herself in this way, Zhu Yuantang felt righteous and her expression finally returned to normal. After letting go of her pride, she was finally able to talk to Jiang Ning in a friendly manner. Zhu Yuantang talked about a lot of key points about slacking off, trying to use her rich experience to convince Jiang Ning and amaze him. Jiang Ning did not expose her theoretical knowledge. If it was Zhu Chuchu, Jiang Ning would probably believe it. After all, Zhu Chuchu did have the skills to catch shrimps. As for Zhu Yuantang, she would probably just cheer her on when Zhu Chuchu was slacking off. After the meal, Jiang Ning took the initiative to take on the job of washing the dishes. Not long after washing the dishes, he received a message from his cousin. "Brother Ning, we are leaving now, riding an electric bike, and it will take about 10 minutes to get there." "Okay, I'll pick you up at the dam," Jiang Ning replied. Zhu Yuantang was still looking for a bucket. She knew very well that it was difficult to find suitable waters for fishing, but she had great confidence in Jiang Ning. As the logistics captain, she would never hold Jiang Ning back, and everything that needed to be brought must be prepared. Zhu Yuantang found the scoop net, and the sight of it reminded her of the time when she caught nothing with the scoop net while taking a boat trip in the park. It's so embarrassing. Looking at the scoop net, Zhu Yuantang wanted to hide it in a corner to block out the memory of failure. But that was impossible. The more difficult it was, the more she had to swim upstream. You don't need a scoop net for fishing, but I don't believe you don't need it for slacking fish. Zhu Yuantang was competing with it, vowing to save face in front of Jiang Ning. By then, Jiang Ning was shocked beyond words. She took another photo of the full bucket of fish and sent it to Chu Chu, who was traveling, telling her a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Jiang Ning looked at her giggling over there, speechless in her heart. Fortunately, she rarely acted stupid in front of outsiders, otherwise she might be mistaken for having a serious illness. After discussing the slacking fish strategy with Zhu Yuantang, Jiang Ning walked to the river dam, and he went to pick up his cousin. The river dam has a nice scenery, and there are always scattered pedestrians on the dam. In the distance, 2 electric cars were coming. Jiang Ning's eyesight was extremely terrifying, and it had already surpassed the limits of human beings, and he could see it clearly. Brother Ning. Jiang Jianlong pressed the brake, his face full of excitement, as if he had escaped from a cage. Behind him, Shen Qinj rode a white electric scooter, wearing a black sportswear, and it seemed that she already knew the itinerary of MOU. She nodded gently as a greeting, but her pretty face had a slightly unnatural expression. It was not a reunion of old friends, nor was it a meeting of enemies. Only the parties involved could understand the complexity. Let's go to my place first and prepare some things before we set off, Jiang Ning said. Jiang Jianlong asked, where are we going to MOU? Is there a place nearby? Jiang Ning pointed to the distant southeast. Shen Qinj looked up and could only see endless fields and a row of vaguely visible trees at the end of her sight. It's about 15 miles. Is your electric scooter enough? Jiang Ning asked. Shen Qinj, it's just fully charged. That's fine. Jiang Ning went down the dam and took them back to the bungalow first. Shen Qinj rode her bike on the gravel path. She looked at the row of bungalows. The breeze blew, and she felt the scent of grass in the surrounding fields. Her skin seemed to breathe. She had never been to where Jiang Ning lived. She had heard her aunt and others describe that Jiang Ning rented a house in Hebei. She had always thought that the place where Jiang Ning rented a house was a very shabby village. Last time she went outing during the Qingming festival, she passed by here and realized that it was not the case. Now, it was her first visit. She was surprised to find that the environment nearby was good. The house was not new, but it was very flat, and the surrounding environment was clean. There was a large green trash can on the flat land in the distance. Zhu Yuantang was waiting at the door. She had 2 bottles of purified water in her hand. Jiang Ning took the purified water and handed it to the 2 people. Shen Qinj refused. I brought water. Cousin Jiang Jianlong took it. It was just a bottle of water. He was not polite. Jiang Ning took them to the house where he lived, and Zhu Yuantang did not follow. She was not familiar with the 2. Although she was eloquent in front of Jiang Ning, she was like a little mute in front of outsiders and behaved more honestly. She stayed at home to continue packing. It was a little short today, and I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 359 An Unusual Road. Jiang Ning's room is very fresh. When you step into it, you can feel a sense of life. The windowsill is full of flowers and plants, competing to bloom. Some leaves grow wantonly and even fall on the wooden table, but they are still neat and tidy. The flowers and plants are well taken care of. Brother Ning, your desk is very good. Jiang Jianlong found that the desk is large and has a very good texture. It is much better than his desk. He shook it twice, but the desk did not move at all. It is quite stable. Jiang Jianlong looked around and found that there was a strange black square on the left side of the desk, which was similar to the operating panel of an instrument. Seeing this, Jiang Ning pressed the button and the desktop slowly rose. Lifting table? Jiang Jianlong had heard of it, but it was the first time he saw it. Well, you can stand up to use the computer. Unlike Jiang Jianlong, Shen Qinj was observing the chair. She found that there was an extra wooden board under the chair. It was too abrupt and obviously installed later. Why did he install the board? Shen Qinj was a little puzzled. Jiang Jianlong also saw a latest PS4 game console, and he was so envious. PS4 costs about 3,000 yuan, which his family can afford, but his mother would never let him buy it. Jiang Jianlong knocked on the PS4 game console and exclaimed, even this is available. Shenkinj looked at the square PS4 machine and saw that Jiang Junlong was very interested. She was curious. "What is this?" Jiang Ning said casually. "Router. Oh, it looks pretty cool, and there is no antenna." Shenkinj believed it and analyzed it. "Of course, this is the latest model," Jiang Ning said seriously. Jiang Junlong almost laughed out loud. There are many toys in Jiang Ning's room, including game consoles, high-end computers, wooden models, incense burners, etc. If Jiang Junlong was not in a hurry to slack off, he might have started the game directly. Jiang Ning's consciousness went beyond the room and scanned that Zhu Yuantang next door was already ready. She was waiting at home foolishly and didn't know to notify him. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was straightforward and took the two out. Jiang Junlong looked at Jiang Ning's mountain bike and pointed at the bucket and said, "I'll take this. There's room in front of my bike." Okay. The few of them divided the things. Jiang Ning rode the bike with Zhu Yuantang, and she held the wooden pole of the landing net behind her. If she hadn't been concerned about others, she would have even wanted to wave it a few times. The mountain bike was driving on the river dam, all the way east. The wind in the face blew up Zhu Yuantang's hair, making her look like a fairy. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the asphalt road, and there were no traffic lights on the river dam, so the road was smooth. Jiang Junlong directly turned the throttle of the battery car to the full, and the speed was more than 50 kilometers per hour, turning into a sharp arrow. At first he was worried that Jiang Ning could not keep up with his speed, but no matter how hard he turned it, he was still easily surpassed by Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang in the back row was both scared and happy. Shenkinj was a cautious person, and she gradually fell behind. Fortunately, Jiang Junlong did not keep speeding and slowed down to wait for her. Jiang Ning shouted, "Turn down from the dam ahead and keep going south. It's about 4 kilometers." After driving down the dam, the road is no longer asphalt, but a dirt road. Fortunately, the ground is very dry, otherwise it would be impossible to ride a bike. This dirt road is relatively flat, and it seems that rollers often visit it. There are golden wheat fields on both sides of the road. From a distance, they seem to be traveling through wheat fields. The further south they go, the more remote it is, and no one can be seen on the road. Only in the far south, a row of trees are planted, and villages can be vaguely seen. There are earthen graves, abandoned wells, and old houses that are unknown how many years old along the way. The sense of desolation is getting stronger. Shenkinj is fine. She used to be a rural person and has seen too many such scenes. But Jiang Junlong, a boy, actually has a trace of inexplicable fear. The mountain bike kept moving forward until it came to a dense forest. Jiang Ning stopped pedaling, and the mountain bike slowly stopped. "We are almost there." Shenkinj heard this and didn't say anything. She looked around the surrounding environment and raised her vigilance. As a girl who grew up in the countryside, she always had awe for the wilderness. Ordinary boys, even if they ran all over the mountains and fields alone, would hardly encounter danger, and at most they would be robbed. But it might not be the case for girls. Human nature has a kind and beautiful side, but also a dangerous side. However, thinking of Jiang Ning's strong physical fitness, Shenkinj felt relieved with a full sense of security. Even if a few bad guys appeared, they might not be enough for him to fight. What Shenkinj could not understand the most was Jiang Ning's physique. It was clear that during the summer vacation of the third year of junior high school, his height was not much taller than hers, but in 2 months, he jumped to 1.8 meters. What on earth did he go through? Zhu Yuantang jumped off the car and approached the abandoned stone bridge next to her. The ditch under the bridge was gone, and only the remaining stones on the ground could vaguely see what it looked like in the past. Zhu Yuantang used her hands and feet to climb up a large stone to see far from a height. Halfway up, she inadvertently glanced up and saw a hideous white snakeskin hanging in the dark crack of the stone. She was so frightened that she climbed down the rock quietly without saying a word. Jiang Ning pointed to the west. "Let's go directly to the destination, or go to the reservoir over there to play first." Jiang Junlong looked in the direction he pointed. Across the 200 meters of wheat field, there was a dirt slope several tens of meters long, standing at the end of the field. There were lush trees on the slope, and colorful flowers bloomed in the forest, forming a sharp contrast with the golden wheat field. Let's go to the dirt slope over there first. After that, several people rode their bikes into the field path. It's so high. Zhu Yuantang stood in front of the dirt slope. The inconspicuous dirt slope was as high as 3 or 4 stories. The slope was very steep, almost vertical, and there were protruding tree roots on the slope. If you want to climb up, it seems that you can use them to grab. This kind of dirt slope that can be climbed is the terrain that many young people dream of. Zhu Yuantang's blood boiled, and his mind was full of conquer it. To the north, several cars appeared at the end of the field. Deng Xiang drove over a pothole and nearly flew off the saddle. He held the handlebars tightly with both hands and shouted, "Brother Gang, where are we going?" The boy called Gang rode a big motorcycle alone, wearing a denim jacket, with slightly dark skin, single eyelids, and a rebellious look. "I'll take you to the reservoir to play." Gong Zuan rode another electric bike with Qiu Dai. Qiu Dai wore ripped jeans, dyed red hair, and earrings. She looked at the wilderness and complained in her heart. She thought Gang brought them to the dam to take them to the newly opened park for boating. Recently, boating in the park in the dam has become popular. It is said that it was opened by the Changqingai group and can only be played by making an appointment in advance. Qiu Dai is eager to go boating, but boating costs hundreds of yuan per time, and buying some fruits and snacks is nearly 1,000 yuan. How can she afford it? Gang in front of her has a great background. He used to be a famous figure in junior high school. When everyone sees him, they often give him face. Later, Gang failed the high school entrance exam and went to the town high school. However, because his grades were too bad and he had no future, he heard that he could earn money by working, so he dropped out on impulse. This year, he went out to work during the spring festival. Recently, he just came back from another place, so he must have 1,000 yuan. But what made Qiu Dai excited was that Duan Shigen turned his motorcycle and turned from the dam to this wilderness. "What are you going to do at the reservoir?" Qiu Dai was full of doubts. After a while, Duan Shigen arrived at Lao Shikyo. He did go out to work for a few months, but it doesn't mean he has money. Last night, he had dinner with a few old brothers and went to KTV, which cost him hundreds of dollars. Duan Shigen was so distressed that he vomited blood. Only when you work, you know how hard it is to make money. Gang Jie felt bitter, and Gang Jie couldn't say it. If he hadn't decided to come back to school and regain the friendship of brothers in the future, he would never pay for this meal. Today, Deng Xiang and his friends proposed to go out to play, and Duan Shigen had no money, so he couldn't play in the city. So he thought of the places he often came to play when he was a child, which was just right to kill time. He looked at the dirt slope in the distance. 200 meters was not far. He saw several cars parked below the dirt slope. My goodness, his childhood treasure land was actually occupied by someone. Duan Shigen pointed to the path on the side. "You go that way, we will meet at the dirt slope." "Which way do you go?" asked Jaheo in Deng Xiang's car. Duan Shigen said, "I won't take that path." Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Gong Zuan said, "Go around from the south. That's too far, it will waste time." She felt that Duan Shigen was not smart enough. Just when everyone was confused, Duan Shigen grabbed the handle and twisted it. Boom. The big motorcycle accelerated and rushed into the golden wheat field. Deng Xiang hurriedly shouted, "Brother Gang." Everyone looked at it together and then showed confused eyes. They saw a scene they had never expected. Brother Gang drove his motorcycle into the wheat field, the wheels rolling like flat ground, and a road made of countless dead wheat bodies was crushed behind the motorcycle, and it sped towards the small dirt slope. Ah. Gong Zuan and the others looked at each other. Is Brother Gang sick? Why are you crushing other people's wheat? Chapter 360, Fishing. Zhu Yuantang climbed the slope with difficulty. As she climbed higher and higher, she became more and more afraid. Her calves were shaking as she stepped on the slope. She grabbed the tree roots above her head, stood on tiptoe, and stretched out her hands very hard, but unfortunately her arms were a little short, and she couldn't touch them. She tried several times but still couldn't. She wanted to change her position, but when she looked down, she suddenly found that she was very far away from the ground. Zhu Yuantang pondered, How should she get down? On the other side, Jiang Junlan was also climbing the slope. After all, he was a boy and his physique was a little better, but climbing a 10-meter high slope was really terrifying. Imagine climbing along the wall of the 3rd floor, and you will know what kind of exciting experience it is. Zhu Yuantang hung there for 3 minutes, motionless. Jiang Ning shouted, "Can you still climb? If not, come down." Zhu Yuantang felt sad. "Do you think I don't want to go down? You said I can go down." Jiang Ning saw through her fragility. He walked to the front of the earth slope and opened his arms. "Jump down. I'll catch you." Zhu Yuantang didn't want to die. She felt that she was a melon, but 3 meters was too high. She didn't dare to jump. "Did you scare you?" Jiang Ning said happily. "Who said that?" Zhu Yuantang closed her eyes in anger, loosened her hand on the tree root, twisted her body and pushed, and her petite body fell from midair. Falling from a height of more than 3 meters, it would definitely be a heavy fall, but countless experiences in the past made Zhu Yuantang never doubt. Jiang Ning will definitely catch her firmly. Shen Qinj didn't climb the slope, she was waiting below, and happened to see this scene. Jiang Ning mobilized his spiritual power to create an upward force, and Zhu Yuantang fell steadily into his arms, her arms hooked around his neck, without any harm. Jiang Ning bent down slightly and put her on the ground. He touched her neck again, and the skin was left with the mud prints of Zhu Yuantang's hands. "Dirty you." Zhu Yuantang remained silent after hearing this. She had just been held in his arms and had no courage to refute. Shen Qinj's originally worried heart slowly subsided. If Zhu Yuantang really fell, it would definitely be something that no one wanted to see. At this time, looking at the expressions of the two again, Shen Qinj frowned slightly. They are a bit too close. It doesn't seem like a simple neighbor relationship. Then, she looked at the short Zhu Yuantang, especially the childish face, which really made her unable to think too much about that. According to her understanding of Jiang Ning, if there is such a possibility, it should be at least Zhenglu or Beiyuxia, not Zhu Yuantang. Before Shen Qinj could think about it, she heard a noise. She turned around and saw a motorcycle rushing out of the wheat field. In astonishment, Shen Qinj leaned towards Jiang Ning. Duan Shigen rushed out of the wheat field with a beautiful sweep, and the motorcycle stopped at the edge of the field. He looked at the people present. His eyes first swept over Jiang Ning, then Zhu Yuantang, and finally fixed on Shen Qinj's face. Schoolgirl. Duan Shigen was like a pug, smelling bones. Shen Qinj showed a faint look of disgust. Deng Xiang in the north was getting closer and closer, and then he recognized Jiang Ning. After seeing his face, Deng Xiang almost turned the car around and left. In order to save face for his sister Gong Zuan, he led people to break into Class 8. That day, he was invincible. That day, he once overwhelmed a class alone. That day, they were 8 against 1. As a result, he was severely beaten by Jiang Ning, and Deng Xiang was directly driven out of the world. From then on, he was in a semi-retired state. Jehao behind him also recognized Jiang Ning. In the previous sports meeting, in the high jump event, Jiang Ning claimed to jump with his eyes closed. Jehao was unhappy, so he knelt down as a bet, and Jiang Ning really jumped over with his eyes closed. Of course, Jehao did not kneel down. This made him dislike Jiang Ning. He looked at Jiang Ning, and then at the boys on the slope, thinking that there were 3 people on their side. If there was a conflict, they would win 3 against 2, wouldn't it? Deng Xiang and Jehao were buddies who played together, but the embarrassing incident in Class 8 was well suppressed and not widely spread, so Jehao didn't know about it. When Gong Zuan saw Jiang Ning, her eyes were extremely complicated. She was both afraid and yearning. As for Qiu Dai behind her, she looked at Zhu Yuantang. After several people got off the car, Zhu Yuantang recognized Qiu Dai. Qiu Dai was in the same class with her in junior high school. She was a female gangster in the class and quite powerful. Under the pressure of Qiu Dai, Zhu Yuantang copied her homework and helped her cheat in the exam. All of this was forced. Qiu Dai and a group of little sisters dared to rush into the girls' dormitory and teach others a lesson. If Zhu Yuantang dared to resist, the consequences can be imagined. But also because of Qiu Dai's sign board, Zhu Yuantang was never bullied in junior high school. Last time at the barbecue stall, she met Qiu Dai once. She was still like before, like to make trouble. Zhu Yuantang didn't say hello. She didn't like Qiu Dai as a person. Now she can finally refuse to do things she doesn't want to do. When Jiang Junlong saw the newcomers, he did not continue to climb, but retreated from the slope. He looked at the newcomers and felt that they did not look like good people. Jiang Junlong asked, "Brother Ning, do you know each other?" "No." "Jiang Ning, let's go to the reservoir to take a look." He passed a few people and pushed the mountain bike. Zhu Yuantang picked up the scoop net and trotted behind him. In front of the small earth slope is a reservoir, about 30 meters long and wide, bordering a small river on the west. The small river is a tributary of the Hushu River. Slopes were built on the north and south sides of the reservoir, and mottled and uneven stone slabs were laid on the slopes. If someone stood on the stone slabs, they would not fall down, because it was too slippery. Jiang Junlong looked at the bottomless reservoir and asked, "How deep is the water?" Jiang Ning said, "It's probably quite deep, but I don't know the exact depth." Zhu Yuantang volunteered after hearing this, "I'll measure it." After saying that, she searched around and found some discarded bamboo poles that were used to build greenhouses. She found several of them, tied them up with ropes, and formed a very long pole. Zhu Yuantang grabbed the bamboo pole and dragged it to the guardrail on the east side of the reservoir with great effort. Despite the obstruction of the guardrail, she was still very careful. The center of gravity of her entire body was completely shrunk behind her, and she carefully submerged the bamboo pole slowly into the water, looking very cowardly. Jiang Ning laughed. "The bamboo pole is crooked." Zhu Yuantang pretended not to hear and did not dare to approach the reservoir. Jiang Ning couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he took the bamboo pole and probed vertically down. Until the bamboo pole could not go down any further, it still could not touch the bottom. Jiang Junlong was shocked. The bamboo pole is more than 10 meters long, right? More than 10 meters. That is to say, if the slope he just climbed was thrown in, there would be no exposed head. The most terrifying thing is that the bottom of the reservoir has not been measured. A voice sounded in the distance. "The reservoir is 18 meters deep. In the past, someone would drown every few years." Duan Shigen was from the village in the south and knew this place well. He chuckled. "This reservoir is so weird that no one has dared to swim in it for many years." Hearing his story, Shen Qing's face changed. The bottomless water seemed to hide some kind of great terror. Jiang Ning released his spiritual sense and swept towards the water surface. Everything in the reservoir was instantly exposed. It was indeed 18 meters. There was a lot of silt at the bottom of the water. Its thickness was more than 2 meters, enough to trap a complete adult. After visiting the reservoir, Jiang Ning said, "Let's go. It's time to go to our destination." They rode forward until they got on a small bridge. The ditch under the bridge was about 4 meters wide. This kind of ditch was mostly used for farmland irrigation. The water was clear and not polluted. After crossing the small bridge, Jiang Ning did not go south anymore. He walked along the path beside the ditch. There were wheat fields to the south, flowing canals to the north, and lush green forests to the north. They strolled along the country road. After hundreds of meters, the canal suddenly opened up, and the water flow became bottomless. Zhu Yuantang said, "This is the ditch dug by the excavator." "Jiang Ning, we are almost there." Shen Qing heard the sound of splashing water from the front and couldn't help but speed up her pace. She finally reached the place. The terrain suddenly sank, creating a height difference of 2 or 3 meters. The water flowed down from the height, turning into pieces of white water splashing, hitting the smooth blue stone surface. Zhu Yuantang's vision was full of the waterfall. She smelled the smell of water. Below the waterfall was a gurgling stream. Jiang Ning said, "If you want to play, go down and play." Shen Qing looked sideways and said, "How did you find this place?" He had been in the city for less than a year. Why was he so familiar with it? Jiang Ning said, "I heard it from others." In fact, he had a very clear understanding of the surrounding area of dozens of miles. Taking a flying boat, you can use your spiritual sense to scan the nearby area and bring it into your mind. Zhu Yuantang ran to the stream to play, and she really found something good. Zhu Yuantang caught several crabs and was very excited, but unfortunately these crabs were too small and not tasty, so she let them go. Jiang Ning looked at the stream and was a little confused. "Can I fish here? Follow me," Jiang Ning said. After walking another 100 meters, a dry riverbed appeared in front of them, running north and south. It is not specific to say that it is dry, because there are two very small streams in the riverbed. The canal from east to west meets the small river from south to north, describing a terrain similar to a three-way intersection. In the south of the riverbed, a large rectangular stone stands horizontally, dividing the river into two, and the few water flows out from the gap beside the stone. Jiang Ning walked into the riverbed and looked at the large stone lying horizontally to his waist. He stepped on it and easily jumped onto the stone. His graceful movements amazed Shen Qinj. Jiang Ning stood on a large rock, looking at the river water blocked by the large rock. 20 meters ahead, there was another large rock blocking the river. The river water flowed out from above the large rock, eventually forming a shallow area of water between the two large rocks. He took out the bamboo pole in his hand and inserted it into the river water, which was about 50 centimeters deep. "Just feel it here," he said. Jiang Ning on the shore was stunned. "I thought it was a small ditch, but it turned out to be fishing in the river." Zhu Yuantang ran from the small waterfall. When she heard about fishing in the river, she was surprised. After all, the river water gave people the impression that it was relatively deep. Jiang Ning took off his shoes and stepped into this section of the river. The water was barely up to his knees. The river bottom was very clean, the silt was shallow, and the soles of his feet were comfortable. He scanned it several times with his spiritual sense to confirm that there were no dangerous creatures in this section of the river. Jiang Ning looked at the fish swimming in the water, stretched out his hand, and grabbed a palm-sized crucian carp. He raised his hand, and Shen Qinj saw the dazzling sunlight falling on the fish scales, flashing a silvery light. The fish swung its tail and struggled hard. "Get the bucket," Jiang Ning reminded. Shen Qinj picked up the white bucket belatedly. Zhu Yuantang was faster. She ran to the river to take off her shoes and rolled up her trouser legs. She followed Jiang Ning and rolled up her trousers to her knees. Jiang Ning glanced at her. "Roll it up higher," Zhu Yuantang retorted. "Didn't you roll it up to your knees?" Jiang Ning glanced at her petite body and said earnestly, "People should know themselves." Zhu Yuantang rolled up a little bit resentfully, and she stepped into the water. The water surface easily covered her knees and reached the thighs. She stepped on the river water and moved towards Jiang Ning, wanting to meet him. Chapter 361 I'm about to kneel down for you. The scenery of the stream was full of the breath of summer. The water flowed between two huge rocks at an imperceptible speed. There were lush green poplar trees on the riverside, with lush branches and leaves. The weeds grew messily on the ground, accompanied by colorful wildflowers that could not be named, and butterflies dancing. The river water was quite clear, and the blue sky and white clouds were reflected on the water surface, like white lotuses in full bloom. Zhu Yuantang jumped into the stream, splashing transparent water and wetting his trouser legs. It was past 9 o'clock in the morning. The May sun lost its spring reserve and became active, using the hot sunlight to fully display her charm. The cool river water moistened the skin, and there were bursts of coolness. Jiang Ning was waiting for Zhu Yuantang in the center of the river. Because of the resistance of the water, she walked very slowly and was not stable, as if she could fall down at any time. Jiang Ning was speechless. He took 2 steps forward and looked down at her. "Your trouser legs are about to fall off." HMM. Zhu Yuantang lowered her head. The next moment, the trouser legs that were originally rolled up actually fell down because of the movement. Seeing that they were about to fall into the water, she was anxious to help. Jiang Ning bent down at the right time, held her trouser legs for her, and helped to roll them up to her thighs. Zhu Yuantang stood in the water with her hands free, with a bright smile on her face. She suddenly reached out and touched Jiang Ning's head. "Okay," Jiang Ning said. He deliberately used a spiritual power to fix it slightly, so that even if he tried to fish hard later, it would not fall off. In this way, if Zhu Yuantang couldn't catch any fish later, he would have one less excuse. After fixing her pants for her, Zhu Yuantang was still laughing, and Jiang Ning caught another fish casually. Although the middle river channel was blocked by 2 large rocks, the upstream river water could flow down from the top of the large rock in front and the fish would flow into this river channel along the top. If it is the season of annual floods, the water level will rise sharply, and many fish will even swim upstream and climb over the large rocks. Jiang Ning was very excited to see that he had caught a fish. The last time he caught fish was when he was a child. Living in the city, where would he have the opportunity to catch fish? Many people have never caught fish in a river ditch in the wild in their lives. He followed Jiang Ning's example, rolled up his trouser legs, rolled up his sleeves, and went down to the river excitedly. There was some river water in the bucket, and Jiang Ning threw it in his hand, and the fish jumped into the bucket, splashing a water splash. Seeing that Jiang Ning caught 2 fish in a short time, he took the lead. Everyone knew that there must be fish in this 20-meter river channel, and there were quite a few of them. Zhu Yuantang scanned the river with her eyes and vaguely saw the shadow of the fish swimming. She recalled the posture of Chuchu catching fish in the past, and put her hands into the water as if holding water. In contrast, Jiang Ning was not professional. He aimed at the fish, and grabbed it with one hand. The fish in the water swung its tail nimbly and easily slipped away from his hand. Jiang Ning's hand still had the smell of fish. He learned his lesson, and began to catch it with both hands. Jiang Ning touched the fish for a while, straightened his waist, and shouted to the shore, "Kinj, aren't you coming down?" Shen Kinj was playing with her mobile phone on the shore. She was a little reserved. At her age and personality, catching fish was a little indecent. She only took a few photos, and sent them to the small group among sisters, which attracted discussions from Yu Wen and Jiang Yanan. Now seeing several people catching fish, she couldn't help but be tempted, so she simply threw away her reserve. She put her mobile phone on the shore, and piled it up with Jiang Ning's mobile phones. Mobile phones nowadays don't have waterproof features. If you drop them into the water without paying attention, they will probably be scrapped. Jiang Ning searched for a while, and suddenly stretched his arm to the bottom of the water, and touched out a black and yellow fish. The fish was just the size of a palm, with a thick body and 3 sharp fins on both sides of the body, and on the back. It looked completely different from crucian, carp and grass carp. The head was big and flat, and there were several thick whiskers around the mouth. Jiang Ning smacked his lips. "Brother, you caught a catfish. This is too strong." Catfish have a lot of mucus on their bodies, and they are slippery. Not to mention touching them in the water. Even if they are put in a basin for people to catch, it is not easy to catch them. Zhu Yuantang took a closer look at the fish, and then widened her eyes. "This is not a catfish, it's a cutting fish." Jiang Ning, are you not hurt?" She quickly touched Jiang Ning's hand. Cutting fish is a local name. In fact, it is yellow catfish. It has many nicknames, such as yellow duck, gafish, 3-spin fish, etc. Cutting fish makes people love and hate it. It is a rare species of freshwater fish in rural areas. The fish meat is delicious, tastier than catfish meat, and has high nutritional value. But because the fish has 3 sharp fins like knives, if ordinary people accidentally rub it, they will probably be cut. Seeing Zhu Yuantang's concern, Jiang Ning casually threw the cutting fish into the bucket. He spread his hands. "It's okay, it can't hurt me," Zhu Yuantang warned. "Don't show off. Cutting fish is very powerful." Jiang Ning, do you think I'm you? My skills in catching fish are beyond your imagination. Zhu Yuantang really regretted reminding him. He deserved to be cut, and then came to her to cry. Shen Kinch had heard of the name of cutting fish. Thinking about it carefully, she hadn't eaten this kind of fish for a long time. Jiang Ning said, "Be careful when you fish, don't hit it. Cutting fish usually like to swim at the bottom of the water. It's okay. If I really hit it, it may not be able to cut me." Jiang Ning was ignorant and fearless. How could a young and energetic teenager be afraid of a small fish? After a while, Zhu Yuantang found a black shadow. She was delighted, and went up to catch it. As a result, the fish gently swung its tail, bypassed her attack, and rushed forward. How could Zhu Yuantang let it run away? She was still counting on this fish to be honored. She stepped forward with her legs and hurriedly chased forward, making a plop plop sound. Her hands quickly grabbed the water surface, and a large piece of water splashed. The fish turned in another direction, and Zhu Yuantang followed the turn. Finally, she aimed at the fish's shadow. She pounced forward angrily and was determined to catch it. Jiang Ning grabbed her arm and laughed. "Are you going to feed the fish?" After being stopped by him, Zhu Yuantang realized how dangerous she was. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, she would definitely lie in the water. But this fish, although the water was a little turbid, the swimming black shadow could still be seen. Jiang Ning took a step forward, leaned his body, and scooped with one hand. The black shadow had no time to resist, and was caught by Jiang Ning. He retracted his palm, and with a splash of water, the true face of the black shadow appeared. It was actually a blackfish. Jiang Ning weighed it, and it was probably more than 1 kilogram. Zhu Yuantang witnessed Jiang Ning catching the fish up close. She was shocked at first. She couldn't see Jiang Ning's movements clearly. It was too fast, and he only used one hand to catch the blackfish. If she put it on the ground, she couldn't catch the fish with one hand. Even if she asked Chachu to come over, she would not be Jiang Ning's opponent at all. She couldn't help feeling frustrated. Could it be that she would never be able to catch fish without Jiang Ning? Soon, the frustration disappeared again. What if he could catch fish? Didn't he still rely on her to cook fish? After a while, Jiang Junlang opened the business and caught a small grass carp. Then Shen Qinj also touched the fish. The joy of catching the fish with her own hands was extremely strong, happier than picking up money. On the east bank, the roar of motorcycles was heard. Duan Shigen led the way. He was getting faster and faster until he was about to rush into the river. He released the accelerator and suddenly squeezed the brake. The motorcycle suddenly stopped. He tightly controlled the handlebars, thinking he was very cool. Deng Xiang, who was riding a battery car behind, came late. He saw a familiar mountain bike parked on the shore. He subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave. Damn it, how did he meet Jiang Ning again? After the incident at the beginning of the school year, Deng Xiang was really beaten. He couldn't beat Jiang Ning with 8-1. The physics that beat him didn't exist. He was a gangster. When his temper came up, he dared to risk his life, but Jiang Ning was the same age as him. If the other party dared to risk his life, he would definitely be skinned. He really didn't want to contact Jiang Ning. Deng Xiang cursed in his heart, and lucky. Gong Zuan and Qiu Dai were riding in a battery car. Qiu Dai thought it was too boring. This gang brother brought them to play in the wild. What was the point of playing? When she was in a bad mood, she was annoyed by everything she saw. Even the small waterfall that could barely be considered a small scenery could not calm her irritability. Duan Shigen stood by the wheat field. There was a height difference between the wheat field and the river below. He looked down at the people in the water and shouted loudly, "Can you catch fish here?" Shen Qinj saw someone coming from the upper bank of the river. It was the boy who met at the reservoir before. She was disgusted immediately. Most normal girls hate this type of boy. Some boys are just the right kind of ruffians. In addition to being ruffians, they are also handsome, have good grades, and are good at basketball. However, the ruffian of the boy on the shore is a low-level ruffian. Only those girls who are equally uneducated will admire him. In the past, when she met such people, Shen Qinj kept a distance from them and was a little scared. But now that she is fishing with Jiang Ning, she is not afraid anymore. Shen Qinj often paid attention to Jiang Ning and had some understanding of him. If they provoke Zhu Yuantang, they will definitely be beaten. Shen Qinj thought subconsciously. Facing Duan Shigen's greeting, Jiang Ning caught a cutfish and threw it into the bucket. No one said anything, but this was a disguised response. Seeing that he could really catch a fish, Duan Shigen became interested. He actually grew up in the countryside and did a lot of fishing when he was a child, but later many people in their village bought houses in the city and half of the village moved away. He walked down the slope beside the wheat field and looked at the bucket on the shore. There were various kinds of fish swimming in the bucket, including grass carp, crucian carp, black carp, cutfish, and several other species. He stretched out his hand to feel inside. Jiang Ning said, "Just take a look, don't do it." When Duan Shigen heard this, an unhappy look appeared on his face, and his tone was a little unhappy. "I'm not taking your fish, what's wrong with touching it?" Jiang Ning hadn't replied yet. Deng Xiang saw that something was wrong, and quickly slipped down, and hurriedly advised, brother gang, don't mess around. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth." Deng Xiang was able to control several subordinates and get along with Wu Zhaoqi. He was very skilled in being tactful. Duan Shigen glanced at him sideways. What's the matter, Xiang Xiang? Haven't seen you for half a year. Are you timid? I tell you, brother Gang, I don't cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Deng Xiang wanted to kick Duan Shigen into the river. Damn it, if you were alone, I wouldn't care if you were beaten to death. But I'm here. What if Jiang Ning couldn't get over it and beat me up too? Gong Zuan, who was standing behind, didn't just sit there and watch the fight. She advised, brother Gang, Jiang Ning is the top student in our senior year. Don't mess around. Hearing this, Duan Shigen said generously, okay, I'll give you to a favor. After all, I still have to stay in number 4 middle school. After hearing this, Gong Zuan was puzzled. Brother Gang, didn't you go out to work for half a year? Why did you suddenly come back to school? And aren't you in Tangnan Middle School? Duan Shigen went to Tizhang Middle School in the city for junior high school. Later, he failed the high school entrance examination, but he miraculously passed the 380-point admission line for high school, so he avoided the fate of going to a technical secondary school and studied in the town's high school. After half a year, he went out to work. When Duan Shigen saw Gong Mizi asking, he looked smug. I found a teacher in our village and arranged for me to study at number 4 middle school. This operation made his student status still in Tangnan Middle School, but he only needed to pay a tuition fee to go to number 4 middle school to study. But later he had to return to his original school to follow the arrangement when he took the college entrance examination. Deng Xiang asked again, brother Gang, you don't work anymore. Didn't you say you were cool? What the hell is cool? Duan Shigen recalled the first day he entered the factory. It was a workshop for processing steel machinery parts. It was hot, noisy, and iron slag. He saw the high temperature molten iron on the first day. The process of manufacturing machinery made his scalp numb. When he thought about his future life and staying in that ghost place, Duan Shigen was desperate on the spot. But he still had perseverance and didn't run away on the spot. He forced himself to work in the steel plant for a few months, and he was almost exhausted. After returning, Duan Shigen vowed to study hard. Even if he could get a junior college, it would be better than working in the factory. Recalling the bitter past and thinking of the sweet past, Duan Shigen looked at the people in the river again, breathing the fresh air of nature, and his mood became better. Brothers, let's go fishing in the river. Let's catch some fish to play with. Qiu Dai, who had little red hair, looked at Zhu Yuantang and others. She inquired, Gong Zuan, you said that Jiang Ning is the top brother in the first year of high school? Gong Zuan was taught a lesson by Jiang Ning and had an understanding of his strength. I think he is the top brother. Qiu Dai's eyes lit up. He is handsome, and he can still be the top brother. He has power. After hearing this, Gong Zuan looked down on Qiu Dai. The other party might really think that Jiang Ning is the top brother in the world. She was speechless. People like Qiu Dai are almost out of touch with the times. It's 2014 now. How many people are there in the city? Now it's a civilized society. Even her elder brother Deng Xiang began to clear his name gradually. Anyway, don't mess with him, Gong Zuan kindly reminded. But she didn't let Qiu Dai clear her name. First of all, the other party would definitely not agree. Secondly, Qiu Dai was a technical secondary school student. Unlike their number 4 middle school, which is a provincial model high school, there are many mixed up people in the technical secondary school. Jiehao watched the excitement for a while, and seeing that Deng Xiang was afraid of Jiang Ning, he was a little unsure. He later found out that Jiang Ning's grades were second in the grade. If such a student was in Jiehao's junior high school, he would dare to slap the other person's face for fun. He didn't think it was difficult. Jiehao didn't think much about it. He found it interesting to see others slacking off, so he took off his shoes and went into the river. Jiang Ning stood in the middle of the river. He looked at Zhu Yuantang beside him, raised his head, casually drew a line, and said lightly, the place is quite big. You guys can slack off over there. Let's not get together. Jiang Ning's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Jiehao got angry at that time. I was just catching a fish. What's it to you? Do you want to have a fight? Damn, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. He cursed. If there was a real fight in the wilderness, who would Jiang be afraid of? Even Duan Shigen's face was not good. He was just thinking that while catching fish, he would play the water splashing game with the beautiful girl in the river and take advantage of her. As a result, the plan was cut off at the root before it even started. Deng Xiang's legs and feet trembled. Damn it, I kneel down for you too. Can you please not make trouble? I don't want to die. He quickly ran to Jiang and said earnestly, "Hey Ozzy, don't make trouble." Jiang retorted, "Can you still be called a man if you don't dare to make trouble? Hey Ozzy, I'm serious. Let's just catch a fish. And brother gang, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Give me some face." Deng Xiang tried to persuade him. After finishing this, he smiled and said, "Brother Ning, my brother just came back and doesn't recognize you. When school starts, I'll buy you some drinks to apologize." Jiang Ning waved his hand. "No need." For the last time, he had no expression. Deng Xiang, the peacemaker, did have some prestige, and Jiang and Duan Shigen gave him face. So the 20-meter long river was clearly divided into two areas. Duan Shigen and his friends were very interested in fishing, and for this reason they dug a puddle by the river to hold the fish they caught. The two groups did not interfere with each other, and Deng Xiang and his friends chatted over there, talking about human relationships. Jiang said bad things about others. "You know Shenzhou from class 9, right? That guy used to be a good person, but now he has a successful business and has changed. Last time I asked him to borrow 200 yuan, he just ignored me." Deng Xiang said, "He is doing well now. He probably makes a few thousand by renting mobile phones." Qiu Dai is a student from another school and couldn't believe it. He is doing so well. Duan Shigen smiled smugly and boasted, "A few thousand is nothing. I made more than 10,000 by working." Jiang, brother gang, can you lend me 200? The sun gradually moved south and the temperature rose slowly. Zhu Yuantang was tired. She went around to the top of the big rock, sat on it, and watched Jiang Ning fishing. The mottled sunlight cast between the branches and leaves gently sprinkled on Zhu Yuantang, and she seemed to be wearing a coat given by nature. "Jiang Ning, when are we going home?" She wanted to go home, to kill fish and cook. Jiang Ning shook the cut fish in his hand. "Junlong, Kinj, pack up, it's time to go back." He threw it casually, and the cut fish drew an arc and fell into the bucket, splashing water. Duan Shigen, who was nearby, saw that Jiang Ning had another harvest and was puzzled. This kid is good at catching fish? Recommend a book. The old author opened a small account. Entertainment flow. Quality assurance illiterate top stream. 3 years of bad time. Fire becomes a superstar introduction. Many years later, the whole nation celebrates the spread of Chinese culture to the world. The reporter said to the camera, "Thank you Mr. Zunan for making an indelible contribution to the spread of Chinese culture to the world." In this regard, Zunan was quite helpless, because his contribution was the world's most handsome face, the world's most popular star, the world's most real actor, the dream of 2 billion girls. Zunan woke up and found that he had traveled to a parallel time and space, and he still had a contract in his hand. Good news, as long as he keeps the artist business for 3 years, he can get at least 150 million. Bad news, he has been popular for 3 years with his face, and is recognized as a top streamer in education. The worst news is that he has no talent as an artist and no cheats. In the past 3 years, Zunan has been on variety shows and everyone said he is cool and cool. When he was on the set, everyone commented that his acting was very real and didn't look like acting. Even though he accidentally had a few more relationships, everyone thought he was charming and was simply a dream lover. Chapter 362. I feel ashamed. Catching fish is a technical job. If you don't have experience, your efficiency is quite low. The center of this river is nearly half a meter deep and more than 20 meters long. The fish have a lot of space to move around, which makes it more difficult to catch fish. If you want to catch fish efficiently, it's best to get a water pump and pump the water until it's almost dry before catching it. Deng Xiang and Duan Shigen and others tried their best to catch a few fish with difficulty. On the other hand, Jiang Ning next to him caught fish one after another, which made people secretly smack their lips. It is no exaggeration to say that 90% of the fish in the bucket were thrown in by Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang stepped on her small shoes and ran to the bucket. She saw black shadows moving in the bucket and rolling waves. She shouted, "Jiang Ning, the fish are fighting." After hearing this, Jiang Ning thought for a while. In order to prevent the fish from killing each other and affecting the quality of the fish meat, he used a spell to cover the bucket and calmed down the most ferocious fish. "It's okay, let them fight," Jiang Ning said. Because he was fishing, he was closer to the east bank of the river, so he simply came up from this side. Zhu Yuantang stood on the west bank. She waved to Jiang Ning across the 6 or 7 meter wide river. "Let's move the bucket up quickly." The river bank to the wheat field above was slightly steep. There was water and fish in the bucket, which was not light. It was not easy for Zhu Yuantang to carry it alone. If the bucket spilled halfway through, all the fish she had worked so hard to catch would fall into the river, and she would be guilty. Zhu Yuantang would not blindly show off when it was more important. Jiang Ning said, "I'll be there right away." After he got ashore, his feet were on the weeds, and his shoes were still on the other side. Zhu Yuantang thought he was going to wade over from the big rock, so she waited for him quietly. As a result, Jiang Ning's left foot fell forward, crushing a few weeds. He used his left foot as a fulcrum to leverage the force to cross forward, and his body flew into the air, actually crossing the 6 or 7 meter wide river. Shen Qinj was about to stop slacking off, but suddenly she saw this scene. Her eyes were full of surprise. Jiang Junlong even said, "Brother Ning, are you so good at long jump?" Zhu Yuantang was stunned. She looked at Jiang Ning, then at the river. The river was so wide, but he actually jumped over it. Just jumped over it? Zhu Yuantang had never thought that she could cross the river like this. It was beyond her cognition. Shen Qinj retracted her gaze from Jiang Ning and said to Jiang Junlong, "He broke our number 4 middle school's record for many years in high jump." In addition to the waves caused here, Deng Xiang and others on the other side were also quite surprised. Gong Zuan, who had been paying attention to this side, saw it clearly. The scene of Jiang Ning jumping over the river just now was really like flying. Qiu Dai shouted directly, so handsome, jump one more for me to see." When she was excited, the big earrings hanging from her earrings swung along, like a dancing demon. Duan Shigeng's face turned black on the spot. The girl his brother brought was cheering for other boys. Where would his brother's face be? The limelight was taken away by others. The arrogant brother Gang couldn't stand it at all. He said disdainfully, "Isn't it just jumping into the river? How difficult is it?" Qiu Dai was in high spirits and suddenly heard Duan Shigeng say this, which really spoiled her mood. Along the way, she had accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction with Duan Shigeng. She thought he would take her to the park for boating, but he took them to the wilderness. If she hadn't been concerned about Deng Xiang's face, she would have vented her dissatisfaction. Seeing Duan Shigeng's expression at this time, Qiu Dai shook her red hair. "Brother Gang, can you jump over?" Duan Shigeng didn't know if he could do it, but when he was forced to this point, could he still back down? When you are out there, face is important. Duan Shigeng showed a mocking expression. "Your brother Gang has been working outside for half a year. It seems that you have forgotten me. I'm no longer in the martial arts world. There is no legend about me in the martial arts world. People leave and tea is cold." Jeheo, who was narrating, had long disliked Jiang Ning. "It's just jumping into the river. You are so excited. You are a woman. This is the limit." Qiu Dai is a fierce character. She said, "Duan Shigeng, Jeheo, you two jump. If you can jump over, I will treat you two to a small hot pot tonight." She didn't want to add the word small, but she had no money. She went to a technical secondary school and her living expenses were several hundred yuan a month. She was starving immediately after smoking, drinking, and taking care of her younger sister. She could only eat small hot pot. Zhu Yuantang heard the commotion over there and was a little confused. Are they fighting among themselves? She didn't care about others. She just wanted to go home with Jiang Ning to cook fish. The fish caught by hand must taste different. This time, she was not there to help Jiang Ning when he was fishing. Duan Shigeng and Jeheo were ignited by Qiu Dai's words. Deng Xiang and Gong Zuan watched from the side and occasionally said a few words. "Brother Gang, don't jump anymore." Gong Zuan advised. She was from number 4 middle school and had participated in the sports meeting. She knew that Jiang Ning could jump over the river because his jumping ability was at least 1 in 10,000. As for Duan Shigen and the others, Gong Zuan just wanted to laugh. It would have been better if she didn't persuade him. After persuading him, Duan Shigen became even angrier. You look down on brother Gang, don't you? Qiu Dai shouted, don't persuade him, let him jump. I still want to treat them to a small hot pot. Duan Shigen and Jeheo rushed to the east side of the river in one breath. The two of them stood on the shore and did some warm-up exercises. Looking at the 6 or 7 meters wide river, they were still scared when they really jumped, even though they had just said it was beautiful. As for retreating, impossible. They were young men, not adults, and they had to swallow their boasts even if they died. They were about to jump. Jiang Junlong in the river raised his hand. Don't move. I have something to say. Duan Shigen looked at Jiang Junlong with a puzzled look. What's wrong? At this time, Jiang Junlong moved slowly to the river. He shouted as he walked, I'm afraid you will splash water all over me. Before, his cousin Jiang Ning successfully jumped across the river, and they were fine. If these two people jumped into the river, the result might not be the same. Jiang Junlong and Shen Qinsh hurriedly went ashore, as if they were seeking refuge. Not only did they go ashore, they also landed on the wheat field, so they could rest assured. Duan Shigen looked at Deng Xiang, and others on the other side. Qiu Dai, I have activities at noon. It will be too troublesome if my clothes get wet. I'll go ashore first. Deng Xiang looked at his brothers, and then at Gong Zuan. Gong Zuan's face changed. She hesitated for 2 seconds, and suddenly said confidently, Brother Gang, Brother Heo, I believe you can do it. I'll wait for you two at the shore. Duan Shigen and Jeheo's mouths twitched, and they shouted together, Xiangzi? Deng Xiang. He racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a solution. Finally, he squeezed out an ugly smile. Brother Gang, Heozi, I'll stand here with you. Duan Shigen was very relieved. Good brother. As soon as he changed his voice, his eyes swept to Jiang Ning, Gong Zuan and others, and he became more determined. Jeheo was more prepared than him. He was searching for the narrowest part of the river, and finally found it in the south. Duan Shigen was in the north, and the two of them, one in the south, and one in the north, sandwiched Deng Xiang in the middle. Deng Xiang felt bitter, and Deng Xiang couldn't say it. Zhu Yuantang lay beside the bucket to watch the fish, while Jiang Junlong and Shen Qinsh looked at the shore. They were not saints. How could they miss such a lively scene? After half a minute of preparation, Duan Shigen and Jeheo were ready to jump. The river bank was sloping, so it was difficult to run. He used all his strength and kicked his legs hard, and his body flew up immediately. The figure of the young man soared above the river surface and was even more radiant under the dazzling sunlight. Before Duan Shigen jumped, he thought that he would be like a tiger in the jungle, leaping across the river and reaching the other side. However, what really happened was that as soon as he jumped up, his heart sank. He barely crossed half of the river surface before falling into the water, and huge waves crashed. Similar to him, another large area of water splashed in the south. Deng Xiang was standing in the middle and was drenched. As for Duan Shigen and Jeheo, they were soaked by the waves. Qiu Dai, that's it? She spread her hands, not hiding her contempt. Duan Shigen and Jeheo were so embarrassed that they didn't dare to look up at all. It was too embarrassing. After seeing this, Jiang Ning picked up the bucket and turned to leave, saying in a flat tone, let's go, it's time to go home. Zhu Yuantang hurriedly followed in small steps. Jiang Junlong and Shen Qinsh put on their shoes and followed. Jiang Ning just carried his bucket throughout the whole process without saying a single sarcastic word. However, Gong Zuan was sensitive to an extremely cold disregard, which was countless times more advanced than contempt, as if he had never taken Duan Shigen and the others seriously from beginning to end. Gong Zuan suddenly got goosebumps. She hugged her arms and had an incredible guess. Are we not as good as a few wild fish in his heart? Brother Ning, put the bucket in front of my car. Jiang Junlong found a rope and fixed the bucket. Duan Shigen and the other two in the river wrung their clothes without saying a word. Deng Xiang saw that Jiang Ning was about to leave. He looked at the small puddle by the river, which contained the fish they caught. At present, they had only caught them, and they still had to find a way to take them away. He stepped onto the shore and shouted, "Jiang Ning, do you have anything to hold the fish? Can you lend it to us?" Jiang Ning heard this and said to his cousin, "Give them 2 plastic bags." The way back was smooth. Jiang Jianlong was worried about the fish in the bucket, so he didn't speed up, but he got home in about 20 minutes. Jiang Ning pushed open the gate and said, "Stay here for lunch." Jiang Jianlong carried the bucket into the yard with a happy look on his face. "Of course, I caught the fish with great difficulty, so I will definitely try it." Shen Qinj asked out of the blue, "Can you cook?" It was Zhu Yuantang's turn to come on stage. She brought out a large basin and said, as a matter of course, "Give all these fish to me." Jiang Ning picked up the bucket and poured it into the large basin. Suddenly, with a splashing sound, the large basin was full of various fish flopping and swimming, which made people feel good at a glance. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power and quietly passed through the fish, purifying the impurities that were difficult to remove from their bodies. Then, he took the cut fish out of the big basin and put them in another small basin. Zhu Yuantang looked at the cut fish and calculated, "There are 8 in total, just right for stewing eggplant. There are 3 more black fish. Well, Jiang Ning, didn't you bring back 2 tomatoes? Use them to make tomato blackfish fillets." She looked at the grass carp and crucian carp in the basin again. "Let's braise these, but it seems too much. What should I do, Jiang Ning? These 2 types of fish are the most caught. If they are all stewed, it will probably take up a big basin." Seeing her troubled look, Jiang Ning smiled. "Give some to the neighbors. They should like wild fish very much." Heba is a bungalow. Unlike the residential buildings in the city, Heba still retains the living habits of rural people. Usually, everyone often chats at the door and is familiar with each other. Several neighbors are very friendly. Zhu Yuantan thought this method was very good. She put some fish in the basin and sent it to the neighbors in the basin. After a while, Zhu Yuantan came back. The basin in her hand was gone, but there was a plate with a big chicken leg on it, with a lot of meat attached. She smiled and said, "Xiao Fan's family killed a big rooster today. This is what they gave me." Jiang Ning, "It's good." He didn't expect that he could exchange the extra wild fish for chicken legs. He used his spiritual sense to scan and found that the crowing big rooster next door was gone. It seems that this chicken leg must be that rooster. It's so pitiful. Zhu Yuantang pointed at the tender chicken. "This is used to make spicy chicken. I guarantee you will have an endless aftertaste." After fighting together, she gradually relaxed a little and was no longer as reserved as in the morning. Zhu Yuantang basically handled a large basin of wild fish, and Jiang Ning was responsible for cutting the fish to prevent her from cutting her fingers. Jiang Jianlong stared blankly at the side. He knew nothing about these kitchen matters. Shen Qinj was not much better than him, so she could only watch Zhu Yuantang busy. When it came to cooking, Shen Qinj couldn't help. The kitchen used 2 earthen stoves. Jiang Ning helped to light the fire and used spiritual power to cool down the kitchen. Otherwise, Zhu Yuantang would be very hot. Jiang Jianlong was playing with his phone at the door, reporting to his mother and showing off to his classmates. It was so glorious to slack off. Shen Qinj also stayed at the door. There was a small table at the door with some snacks on it. She didn't eat, but looked at the fields in the distance. She smelled the fragrance from the kitchen. It smelled so good. Shen Qinj recalled the food her mother cooked when she was a child. It smelled the same. Since she moved into her sister's house, she hasn't been back to the countryside for a long time. The last time she went home was during the Chinese New Year. It's a pity that her parents stayed at home for more than 10 days and continued to work outside. Shen Qinj's family situation is similar to that of Jiang Ning's family, but she is not the ignorant Jiang Ning. She thinks long term. She wants to live a better life and get rid of the hard rural life. For this reason, she made up her mind to do many things. For example, when the first year of high school started, she pretended not to know Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning helped her a lot in junior high school. In a chaotic place like the town middle school, Shen Qinj was good looking, and it was inevitable that she would suffer some bad things. For example, the disturbance of the gangsters, the jealousy of the female gangsters in the class, and so on. At that time, Jiang Ning had a cousin who opened a barbecue restaurant outside the school. He was quite popular, so Jiang Ning was rarely bullied. Shen Qinsh played with Jiang Ning and naturally avoided those experiences. They were very close. At least Shen Qinsh never hated Jiang Ning. She was willing to play with him, eat with him, and do homework with him. As for liking him, she couldn't tell, probably just a habit. But after coming to number 4 middle school, facing Jiang Ning's alienation, she resolutely broke off her friendship with Jiang Ning completely, because in her heart, Jiang Ning belonged to the old existence. If you want to become a brand new self, you must separate yourself from the old things. She succeeded. But now, she regrets it a little. Because she clearly felt a sense of distance. She and Jiang Ning, it seems that they can never go back. Shen Qinsh thought more and more deeply, until Zhu Yuantang brought the plates to the table. This was tomato blackfish fillet. The soup was an attractive red, and the fish meat was half hidden and half visible. The tomatoes seemed like flames burning in the water, and the incomparable fragrance wafted out, which was extremely good. If it weren't for her own upbringing, Shen Qinsh would even want to pick up her chopsticks to taste it. Dishes were served one after another, including stewed fish with eggplant, braised grass carp/crucian carp, and spicy chicken. Finally, they were served with fragrant rice and green bean soup to relieve the heat, making a hearty lunch. Zhu Yuantang clapped her hands, and she regretted. It would have been nice if Jiang Ning had brought some rice. She missed the rice that Jiang Ning had given her before. Jiang Ning picked up the chopsticks. Let's eat. Jiang Jianlong and Shen Qinsh had been wanting to eat for a long time, and when they heard him, they started eating. The chopsticks of the two of them reached out to the dish of tomato and blackfish fillet at the same time. Shen Qinsh picked up a piece of fish and took a bite. The texture and taste were almost excellent to the limit. When she swallowed the fish and looked at Zhu Yuantang again, she couldn't help but feel deep admiration and shame. Why can her cooking be so delicious? Chapter 363 Jiang Ning, we want. If it is winter, Zhu Yuantang's family usually eats in the kitchen, taking advantage of the residual warmth of the earthen stove, and the family eats warmly. In summer, the dining table is moved to the main room at the door, so that you can enjoy the scenery of the fields and the cool breeze passing through the hall, which is particularly comfortable and pleasant. Coupled with the mouth-watering meals, Jiang Ning is fine. After all, he often eats the meals made by Zhu Yuantang. Although they are amazing, they still enjoy them slowly. However, his cousin Jiang Jianlong is wolfing down. Shen Qinsh is not much better. When encountering delicacies that are rarely seen in normal times, the fighting power of girls is no worse than that of boys. They really enjoyed this meal. Especially the tomato blackfish fillet. The tender meat slices, paired with the delicious tomato soup, are endless aftertaste. Jiang Jianlong even used a large iron spoon to scoop the soup, poured it on the rice, mixed it, and then ate it with fish. Shen Qinsh was smarter. She found that, although the fish was good, it was far inferior to the tomatoes. She had never eaten such sweet and sour tomatoes. Zhu Yuantang was a chef. She knew the uniqueness of tomatoes, so she asked, Jiang Ning, where did you buy these tomatoes? Hearing this, Shen Qinsh looked over, and was also very interested. These tomatoes were excellent varieties that Jiang Ning sent Xiao Shuangshan to find. He then used the spiritual field to plant them, and irrigated the stream that was contaminated with spiritual energy to cultivate the fruits. This was only the first generation. If it was cultivated for several generations, the taste of tomatoes would be even better. He admitted, I planted them myself. Zhu Yuantang was the first to not believe it. She bit the porcelain spoon. Nonsense, you just know how to lie to me. He even rented his own house. Where did he get the place to grow vegetables? Zhu Yuantang did not continue to ask without getting any information from him. The delicious big watermelon and the rice for cooking were also brought by Jiang Ning from somewhere unknown. Unfortunately, the portion was small, and he could only eat it once in a while, which made Zhu Yuantang very regretful. Jiang Ning smiled. This was an experimental planting. He used the precious spiritual fields to plant medicinal materials for alchemy and cultivate spiritual trees and bamboo. Besides, there are advantages to having less ingredients. Even if it is mountain delicacies, if you eat them every day, you will always get used to it. If you eat them occasionally, you will cherish them more. Shenkinch heard them talking, but didn't get any useful information. Jiang Junlong ate happily. He finally put down his chopsticks and swallowed a bowl of sweet mung bean soup. He said bluntly, "It's so delicious. It's much better than my parents' cooking skills. I'm not bragging. With this cooking skill, you can definitely be a chef in a big restaurant." His family started out as a restaurant. His parents are good at cooking. However, compared with today's dishes, they are really not as good as before. Zhu Yuantang said proudly, "My mother is a chef at Changqingai." Hearing this news, Shenkinch secretly envied. The treatment of Changqingai Company is obvious to all people in Yuzhou. Even a mere chef can easily buy a house in the city. How great would it be if her parents worked at Changqingai? Shenkinch tried another piece of spicy chicken. The surface of the chicken was fried, and it was crispy, but the meat inside was very tender. She lived in her sister's house. Although she was not good at cooking, she could judge the level by what she saw and heard. It is no exaggeration to say that with Zhu Yuantang's cooking skills, she can still live well, even if she does not rely on studying in the future. Several people took advantage of the summer and food to chat about what they saw and heard, from food to fishing to sports games. The topic changed, and Jiang Junlong said regretfully, "Only students from Tsinghua and Peking University classes can participate in this study class. Yuzhou No. 2 Middle School has clear levels." In the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Junlong is a student of the experimental class of No. 2 Middle School. However, there is a mountain of Tsinghua and Peking University classes above him, and he can't enjoy many excellent resources at all. Zhu Yuantang listened and said, "Chu Chu went to study and sent me photos. Chu Chu sent many buildings with Jiangnan style and people she met on the road." Zhu Yuantang planned to let Chu Chu come to Heba next week to tell her about it. After all, this is Chu Chu's first trip. "Chu Chu, do you know Zhu Chu Chu?" Jiang Junlong asked. "Yes, she often comes to play with me," Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Junlong thought for a while and said, "No wonder they both have the surname Zhu. She has very good grades and ranks in the top 20 in our school. It's a bit difficult to get into those two schools, but other schools are basically easy to choose." The students of No. 2 Middle School have a broad vision. The first year students of other schools may still be confused, but the No. 2 Middle School may have already pointed to the college entrance examination and various competitions. Zhu Yuantang didn't think anything of it. She said, "Chu Chu's grades are okay. She works much harder than me." Shenkinch suddenly said, "No matter how good her grades are, they can't compare with you." Jiang Junlong originally thought that she was good at cooking, but now he suddenly realized something. He couldn't believe it. "You are Zhu Yuantang from No. 4 Middle School?" Zhu Yuantang, "Yes, it's me." After Jiang Junlong and Shenkinch finished their meal, they played games in Jiang Ning's room again, until after 4 in the afternoon. Originally, he planned to have dinner at his cousin's place, but his mother called, so Jiang Junlong had to leave with regret, and agreed to meet again next time before leaving. After seeing the two off, the bungalow became quiet again. Zhu Yuantang was taking a nap in the next room, and Jiang Ning scanned with his spiritual sense, and found that he was sleeping soundly. A slight smile appeared on his face, and he also found a blanket to take a late nap. Sunday, afternoon, sunset, and dusk. The light in the bedroom was on. Jiang Ning put down the carving knife, blew a breath of spiritual energy at the jade carving in his hand, revealing the white and warm jade, which seemed to be glowing. This is a mini version of the white jade bear that he sketched stroke by stroke. Jiang Ning roughly urged his spiritual power, and a fountain pen in the pen holder suddenly floated up, and the pen cap was automatically removed. It rose to the ceiling, and stood up in the air. Its sharp stainless steel pen tip was aimed at the white jade bear, and the next second, it stabbed the white jade bear at a speed that was too fast to be captured by the naked eye. Such a sharp attack, if it pierces a human body, can definitely penetrate easily, causing serious injuries or even death. However, before the swift pen pierced the white jade bear, a circle of invisible spiritual shield popped out, and the pen, that could penetrate everything, seemed to hit an extremely slippery barrier, and its straight trajectory actually slid past it. Jiang Ning nodded slightly, quite satisfied. When he carved the white jade bear, he engraved the protective formation he had recently developed into it, and then condensed spiritual power to infuse it to protect the wearer. Jiang was quite nice to him, and engraving the formation was not a big deal, so he spent some effort. Now he has given away a total of 6 pieces of jade with body protection effects, namely his parents, Su Yuantong, Xiao Shuangshan, Aunt Gu, and Zhu Chuchu. This is the 7th piece. Jiang Ning tilted his head and looked out the window. It was dusk, the sun was setting, and there seemed to be a mist rising from the dim sky. He had been back for nearly a year and had given out a total of 7 pieces of jade for protection, which meant that these 7 people would hardly suffer any more accidents in their lives. There was not only one white jade bear on the desk, but also another vivid white jade tiger, which was made by Bei Yuxia at his request. As for this piece, Jiang Ning did not engrave the formation. Jiang Ning, it's time to go to school. You're not leaving yet. Do you want me to take you on a bike? Zhu Yuantang's voice rang out in the courtyard, and soon, her figure appeared at the door. Jiang Ning flicked her hand and put the 2 jade carvings into a square wooden box. Let's go. The lights in class 8 were brightly lit. Jiang Ning walked into the front door, and most of the students in the class had arrived. Shan Zhao, wearing a simple school uniform, sat at a table next to the podium to study. After Jiang Ning sat down, he tidied up his desk and took out the textbook he was going to read that night. Then, he took out a wooden box. Zheng Lu, who was sitting at the back desk, had not arrived yet, so he decided to give Bei Yuxia's jade carving to her first. Bei Yuxia was talking to Chen Xiaoyu. They went to Nanxi on the weekend, visited the exhibition hall, climbed the mountains, and took a bustling pleasure boat at night. They also bought clothes and ate local specialties such as plum blossom cake, pressed duck, and prawns. Zhu Yuantang listened to their conversation quietly, especially when they talked about food. She swallowed her saliva quietly, although those delicacies might not be as delicious as the food she cooked. Bei Yuxia turned sideways. The short-sleeve design of her upper body was quite unique. The overall background was snow white. From the sleeves to the chest, there was a blooming peach blossom painted, which was quite ancient. Seeing Zhu Yuantang staring at the dress, Bei Yuxia curled her lips and a shallow dimple appeared. It looks good, right? I bought it in Nanxi. It is indeed beautiful, no need to praise it. The number of times Shan Kaiquen, who is across the river, casts eyes on it is 50% more than usual, which is enough to prove the excellence of this dress. Bei Yuxia took out her handbag and took out a smaller bag from it. Tong, this time when we went to Nanxi, Xiao and the others bought you some cold cakes on the way. They are always covered with ice cubes. This kind of cold cake is not available in Yazhou. I brought it to you to try. Zhu Yuantang's eyes lit up. You are so nice. Chen Xiao handed over a long and thin paper box. Jiang Ning, I see that you like reading books, so I bought you a bookmark. You can put it in the book when you read in the future. Jiang Ning accepted it. Then, Bei Yuxia took out another box. Jiang Ning, I heard from our last chat that you like to drink tea. This is Yuhua tea from Nanxi. You can try it. Jiang Ning glanced at the box and used his spiritual sense a little. He said, it's a bit expensive. This can of Yuhua tea is of good quality. If you just buy it, the price is about 300 or 400. For a high school student, it is definitely not cheap. Is it expensive? Not expensive, right? Bei Yuxia smiled meaningfully. Seeing her smile, Jiang Ning probably guessed something. He took the opportunity to push out the square wooden box. Little tiger jade pendant, just carved, keep it. He looked at the gift Bei Yuxia gave and felt her thoughtfulness. This can of Yuhua tea is worth the value of the white jade little tiger. Bei Yuxia opened the box, and a lifelike, soft and cute little tiger came into view. It's carved very well. She admired from the bottom of her heart. After seeing it, her classmate Chen Xiao immediately said, isn't this what you, Jiang Ning, posted on question space? Jiang Ning, nonsense. I posted a little rabbit on MySpace. Chen Xiao, then how come there is a little tiger now? Bei Yuxia, of course I asked him to customize it. Ah, it can be customized. Chen Xiao was surprised. She just thought it looked good at the time and didn't think so much. Bei Yuxia saw the picture on the space and felt that it suited her taste. She subconsciously found Jiang Ning, and it turned out that it could be customized. Bei Yuxia took the little tiger in her hand. The little tiger was not big, only the thickness of her finger. It fell in her palm and complemented her slender white fingers. She put the smoky purple bracelet on her wrist and showed it to Chen Xiaoyu. The jade beads of the bracelet are lighter smoky purple, like blue smoke, romantic and atmospheric, and the pure white little tiger is embellished. It is very suitable for girls to wear, especially Bayuxia looks good. Chen Xiaoyu envied her. This kind of exquisite jewelry is very popular among girls. Jiang Ning, do you still have time to carve? Chen Xiaoyu took the initiative. She wanted it so badly. There are still a few pieces of material at home. If there are no mistakes in the carving process, and if we are lucky, we can get 2 pieces. Jiang Ning did not agree immediately. Great. Chen Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Can you help me carve? Jiang Ning, what shape of jade pendant do you want? Chen Xiaoyu thought for a few seconds, hesitated, and finally said, Jiang Ning, wait for me to find my sister and discuss it with her. At the door, Wu Zhaoqi walked into the classroom with his head held high, holding a basketball. His vest was almost soaked, but the spirit on his face could not be stopped anyway. Zhaoqi, are you done with the game? Shan Zhao asked. What was the result? Wu Zhaoqi patted the ball and said solemnly, fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. He organized a basketball game between the first-year high school students and the second-year high school students. Shan Zhao congratulated. Then the MVP must be you. Wu Zhaoqi raised his head even higher. Do you even need to ask? Shan Zhao praised. Wu Zhaoqi, you are a true basketball genius, and your future achievements are limitless. As long as you keep going, I will eventually see you on the NBA court. Zhaoqi, come on. Shan Zhao's words were passionate, and Wu Zhaoqi was full of yearning, as if he was on the NBA court, competing with international superstars. Wu Zhaoqi stepped on his limited edition basketball shoes. Shan Zhao, only you understand me. Shan Zhao, I'm just a witness of a great era. Shan Zhao's words were very pleasant to hear, and Wu Zhaoqi was overjoyed. Originally, every time he entered the classroom, he felt like he was in prison, but now he had expectations. He is worthy of being his soulmate. Wu Zhaoqi squeezed Pang Zhao's sturdy back and entered his seat. He held the basketball and his faith ignited in his heart. Even if he was in the dark, he would try his best to shine, because someone was always looking forward to him. After a while, Huang Yazu walked up to the podium. He picked up the blackboard eraser and wiped the chalk writing on the blackboard. When wiping, it is easy to get covered in chalk dust. Many students are unwilling to do this kind of work, but Huang Yazu always silently takes it upon himself. He never wipes the blackboard perfunctorily, but is extremely serious and always wipes it clean. After wiping, he also tidied up the desk. Shan Zhao showed a simple and honest smile again. Yazu, you are a good person. I have never seen a classmate more down to earth than you in all these years of school. You will definitely have a great future in the future. Shan Zhao is kind to others in class. He often praises and encourages others. Many students think he is good. When he praises, his expression is quite sincere and his eyes are warm. However, not everyone thinks he is good. Yu Wen, who was trimming her nails, glanced at him and said with disdain, Shan Zhao, do you know that you are particularly hypocritical when you praise others all the time? Yu Wen spoke loudly, and all the students in the front row heard it. The scene was immediately awkward. Huang Yazu was holding the blackboard eraser, not knowing whether to put it down. Shan Zhao was stunned by her words, and there was just the right amount of embarrassment on his honest face. Shan Zhao held it in for a while, and said in a muffled voice, when did I praise others all the time? I have never praised you. Chapter 364. I have more than you. 8. Put down their work, and watch the two quarrel. Honest people often speak the truth with amazing force. Before Yu Wen provoked Shan Zhao, she didn't expect that the other party would fight back. After all, Yu Wen thought that she was a relatively powerful student in class 8. She had her own small circle, and had a strong presence in front of the teachers of various subjects. Last time, she scolded Huang Yazu for borrowing an umbrella and easily suppressed the other party with her momentum. However, Shan Zhao's words were like a slap in her face. It was completely beyond her expectations. Yu Wen had a frustrated expression on her face, and didn't know what to say for a while. She looked left and right, and no one stood up to help her. Everyone was watching the fun. Who made you when jump out to find trouble first? After saying this, Shanzio packaged himself as a victim. Seeing this, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei advised, everyone, read the book, class is about to start. So a trivial matter was eliminated. But Yu Wen looked at Shanzio again, and gave him a fierce look. She remembered Shanzio and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shanzio still smiled innocently, without any reaction of holding a grudge. The first evening self-study class was over. Jiang Ning turned around. Zheng Lu, who was sitting at the back desk, was sketching on the paper with a pen, very focused, and ignored Jiang Ning. She was not the most beautiful girl in class 8. She had a sweet face, and always liked to smile. When she smiled, her 2 small canine teeth were exposed, which made people feel warm. On the ceiling, the lights emitted a bright white light, which made her very clear. From Jiang Ning's angle, he could just see Zheng Lu's upper body, a knitted thin shirt made of milk coffee and milky white. This kind of clothes has a significant effect, hiding fat. Zheng Lu's chest is prominent. High school girls are far from college students or women in society. Faced with the advanced development of puberty, they always like to find ways to cover it up. Zheng Lu usually likes to wear loose clothes, to prevent others from seeing, because she always feels ashamed. She sat on a stool to draw. Her waist was not straight, and her chest was pulled back a little, but it could never be completely pulled back. A kind of cramped bulge appeared on her chest. Thanks to the special nature of the clothes, it was hard to tell whether the clothes were filled with air and would burst if poked, or would they bounce back. Zheng Lu raised her head just after she finished drawing the pattern and noticed Jiang Ning. She was suddenly awakened across the desk and said in surprise, Jiang Ning. Finished? Zheng Lu was a little annoyed and blamed herself for being too involved. Finished? Why didn't you call me? Drawing is more important. Jiang Ning put the wooden box on the table and said, it's done, I give it to you. Zheng Lu, so fast, did you stay up late? Jiang Ning shook her head, no, open it and take a look. Zheng Lu pushed the drawing tools aside and cleaned the table. She straightened her waist and her shirt moved with it. The roundness that seemed to be filled with air did not shrink due to her movement, but was still bulging. She opened the box and saw the exquisite white jade bear inside. No, it should be the me and I version of the big bear. Thinking of the chat with Jiang Ning the night before, Zheng Lu was still confused. She drove away those strange thoughts and praised, it looks better than I thought. Jiang Ning reminded, wear it on your body in the future, and try not to take it off. Zheng Lu nodded obediently, yes, I will definitely wear it, even when I take a shower. She looked around. There were many people in the classroom, so she could only put on the jade lanyard tactfully, and then put the white jade bear on the empty collar under her neck, and the white jade bear fell into it. Feeling something on her chest, Zheng Lu was surprised. It's cool and very comfortable. Jiang Ning smiled, and didn't explain to her that this white jade bear was engraved with a spiritual array, which has the effect of warming in winter, and cooling in summer. During the evening self-study break, Chen Xiao and her sister Chen Xiqing came to class 8. The 2 sisters each wore a cool knee-length skirt. At first glance, they looked exactly the same, but the hairstyles of the 2 girls were different. One had a single ponytail and the other had double ponytails. The 2 sisters got together and attracted the attention of the boys in class 8. Deng Qingfeng cast a concerned look at them from time to time. Deng Qingfeng sighed in his heart. Half of the beauties in class 8 belonged to him, while the other half were taken away by Jiang Ning. He could not help but sigh in despair. However, Deng Qingfeng had excellent psychological quality. As long as they know how good I am, one day, I will take them all back. Jiang Ning, wait and see. Jiang Ning looked at the 2 girls and asked, have you decided what jade pendant you want? After a rigorous discussion, Chen Xiao and Chen Xiqing finally decided. The elder sister Chen Xiqing spoke, we want a jade carving related to our names. Jiang Ning heard, Xiao Xiqing? Yeah. They said together, and the 2 sisters squeezed on a stool to sit. Jiang Ning pondered for 2 seconds. I have a design. Do you want to see it? Of course, the 2 of them were happy to do so, because Jiang Ning was the chief designer. After that, Jiang Ning put out a piece of paper, took out 2 pens, and lightly drew a mini pattern. They are a piece of flowing cloud pattern and a small koi. The koi, in particular, has orange-red scales on the upper half of its body. After Jiang Ning finished painting, he pointed at the koi and said, "This piece of jade is to color floating red. If nothing goes wrong, it can probably be carved into this effect." After Bayuksha saw the picture of the koi, she couldn't help but think that her jade pendant was too early. If it was really according to Jiang Ning's description, the effect of this koi after carving would definitely be beautiful. The twins also widened their eyes. With their shallow knowledge, they never thought that they could use the mixed colors of the jade itself for carving. The 2 sisters looked at each other, and Chen Xiaoyu turned her brain and said logically, "My name is Xiaoyu. This little koi is a fish, corresponding to my rain, so it should be given to me. As for my sister, I'll give you the cloud jade pendant." When Sister Chen Xiking heard this, how could she be happy? In fact, the cloud jade pendant is quite beautiful. If she hadn't seen the koi, she would definitely choose the cloud, but now, she wants the koi. Chen Xiking thought for a while and retorted, "Do you know why you are called Xiaoyu? Because you lack water in your 5 element, so your parents named you Xiaoyu. There is not enough water, so you can't feed fish." Bayuksha looked at the 2 of them arguing, and was very speechless. Are you making up stories to fool each other? How could Chen Xiaoyu be easily convinced by such a ridiculous reason? She was not convinced. "I don't lack water, I have a lot of water." Bayuksha, Chen Xiaoyu, sister, you are not suitable for koi. Chen Xiking was unwilling to give up, and argued with reason. The 2 were twins, and neither could win. In the end, Chen Xiaoyu had no choice but to find Jiang Ning angrily and said, "Who do you think has more, me or my sister?" Jiang Ning was silent for a moment and said, "How should I know?" Until the end of the evening self-study, the 2 of them failed to determine the ownership of the koi jade pendant. In the end, it was Bayuksha who reminded them that the finished jade pendant had not yet been produced, so they should wait until the result came out before making a choice. At this point, the 2 sisters reconciled. Before the get out of class was about to end, the head teacher Shan Qingrang came to inspect the classroom. He was wearing his signature suit trousers, a white shirt tucked into his belt, and had a beer belly that was typical of middle-aged men. On his way out, he ran into the grade director, Mr. Yan. Shan Qingrang greeted him. Director Yan invited him. "Old Shan, are you free tonight? Let's go out for a drink." If Shan Qingrang had met an ordinary grade director, he might have declined politely. Generally speaking, the grade director sounds capable, but in fact has no rank, just a title. However, Director Yan is not only the grade director, but also the academic director of number 4 middle school. He ranks among the top few among the more than 100 faculty and staff of Yuzhou number 4 middle school. Last time the school celebration was held, it was he who was responsible for accompanying the famous alumnus Lin Han to visit number 4 middle school, and the CEO of Changqing Liquid, Xiao Shuangshang, was also his student in the past. Shan Qingrang agreed. "Okay, I was just thinking of having a drink. I'll call home." The 2 of them left the school together. Director Yan likes to have a stern face, which is extremely serious and intimidating, but tonight he smiled a little. Director Yan is a local and has taught at number 4 middle school for many years. He is very familiar with the surroundings. He did not walk far and found an old restaurant that was open at night. The 2 ordered 3 dishes and some wine. When Director Yan chatted with Shan Qingrang, he was not arrogant. As a leader, he spoke nicely, making Shan Qingrang feel at home. After 3 rounds of drinks, Director Yan said with emotion, "Old Shan, you don't know how difficult it is for me to be in this position." After saying a few heartfelt words, Director Yan casually said, "Today, a borrowed student came. I see that there are not many students in your class 8, so I will transfer him to your class." Shan Qingrang knew that Director Yan must have something to ask him, and now he finally revealed his true colors. But since the other person was so humble, how could he refuse? Shan Qingrang said readily, "Okay, put him in our class 8. But there is one thing I have to say, you must not affect Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning in our class. They are the ones who won the top prize." Seeing that he agreed, Director Yan felt much better. "You must not affect them. Come and drink." On Monday, Class 8 was ordinary, and everyone studied peacefully. Before the evening self-study, a boy of 16 or 17 years old appeared in front of Director Yan's desk in the teacher's office. Director Yan looked at the student in front of him, and the corners on his face were reduced. He said in a gentle voice, "Xiao Gang, you will study in number 4 middle school in the future." Duan Shigen was very honest, and he quickly thanked him. "Teacher Yan, thank you, thank you. This teacher Yan is incredible." His father spent a lot of effort to ask the old teacher in their village, and finally got in touch with him to arrange for him to study in number 4 middle school. Number 4 middle school is a provincial model middle school. With his level of less than 400 points in the high school entrance examination, it would be quite difficult for him to study here if he had no connections. Director Yan stood up and looked at the young man in front of him. He patted Duan Shigen on the shoulder. "I understand your situation. Your father met me the day before yesterday and talked to me a lot. I can't control your past. Come to our number 4 middle school, study hard in the future, don't waste your father's efforts." Duan Shigen didn't need him to remind him. He also wanted to study hard. He worked outside for a few months, and his life was not a human life. After being beaten by society, he realized how difficult it is to make money. Look at this Director Yan again, sitting in a large office, blowing air conditioning, drinking tea. How comfortable is it? "Teacher Yan, I will study hard and make progress every day," Duan Shigen promised. Director Yan said, "You should go to class 8 of grade 1 in the future. This class is pretty good. In fact, the best class is the experimental class. If he really wants to arrange it, he can get Duan Shigen into the experimental class, but he won't arrange it because the favor is not that big." "Thank you, Teacher Yan," Duan Shigen said. Shan Qingrong came in from outside. When Director Yan saw him, he immediately shouted, "Old Shan, this is the student I talked about last night. The procedures have been completed. You can take him to your class." Shan Qingrong was able to look at the student. After returning home last night, he probably guessed that the student that Director Yan arranged for him probably didn't do well in grades. He looked at him and roughly knew what kind of person this student was. Since he had agreed, Shan Qingrong naturally couldn't go back on his word. His expression was still the same as before. "Your name is Duan Shigen, right?" Yes, I used to be from Tizhang." Facing the new environment and the new head teacher, Duan Shigen behaved docilely. "Shan Qingrong, take your school bag and follow me to the class." Duan Shigen quickly picked up his school bag. Before leaving, he looked at Director Yan and said thank you solemnly. When he walked out of the office, he looked back and saw Director Yan was still looking at him. Duan Shigen couldn't help but straighten his body. Following Shan Qingrong to class 8, all kinds of thoughts popped up in his mind. New school, new class, new classmates, new girls. I wonder if there are any good looking girls? Duan Shigen thought of Deng Xiang, Jehao, these old brothers. His mind was relaxed and his spirits were high. He would stay in number 4 middle school in the future. In the remaining 2 years, he would definitely make a name for himself and let his brother Gang's name resound throughout number 4 middle school. This road to class 8 finally came to the second half, and Duan Shigen climbed to the second floor. There was only a noise in the classroom, and as Shan Qingrong walked past the window, the noise gradually disappeared. Shan Qingrong walked up to the podium and faced the classmates. The students looked at the boy next to the head teacher, wondering, who is this? Haven't seen him before. Deng Qingfeng lost interest when he saw that the person was not a girl. Wang Langlong and Ma Shichen, the students in the back row, exchanged glances. Brother Ma, what do you think? Ma Shichen replied, transfer student. Soon, Shan Qingrong spoke. He looked at the seats of Pang Jiao and the others. There was no seat, only Wu Zhaoqi. He frowned. Huang Zhangfei, where did they go? Pang Jiao and the others went to the infirmary to study. Huang Zhangfei replied. Shan Qingrong said, it's enough to study a few times. If they really want to be medical students, they should study hard. Don't let them go in the future, otherwise they will be treated as absent. Huang Zhangfei, I'll go and call them back after class. After dealing with Pang Jiao's matter, Shan Qingrong said, this is Duan Shigen. He will be a student in our class from now on. Duan Shigen, introduce yourself. After hearing this, Duan Shigang said loudly. Hello everyone, I'm Duan Shigang, you can call me Gangzi. Sparse applause rang out in the classroom. You thought, the name is very gang, but I don't know if it's real or fake. Well, you go to the back row and choose a seat. Shan Qingrong arranged. Duan Shigang picked up his school bag and walked from the south aisle to the back row. He first saw Bai Yuxia by the window. That pretty face. Duan Shigang was excited. Fuck, it's so beautiful, I came to the right class 8. Then, he saw Jiang Ning sitting at the table behind Bai Yuxia, and the heat in Duan Shigang's heart cooled down again. How did he run into this thing? Well, he will stay in class 8 for a long time in the future, and there is still a long time to go. He will get revenge sooner or later. Duan Shigang walked all the way to the back row. He looked at the 4 rows of seats in the north, which were full. He looked at the double table by the window on the other side, which was just short of one person. So he put his school bag on the table and sat at the same table with Mao Zhe. Mao Zhe glanced at him indifferently, without any fluctuations in his mood. After being tortured by Pang Jiao, his mood was cold. Duan Shigang sat down, and his bed was not even warm. He heard Wu Zhaoqi in the front row raise his hand. His eyes flashed, and his mind searched for the books he had read in his life. This is an opportunity that he must not miss. He said righteously, "Teacher, I think it is unfair to let the new students sit in the back row. Everyone should have the right to choose. And the front row is obviously better than the back row. It is helpful for learning. I'm willing to exchange seats with Duan Shigang." As soon as this was said, the whole class was shocked. And why didn't I know that Wu Zhaoqi was such a beast before? Mao Zhe, who was originally neither sad nor happy, was also moved. Duan Shigang himself was slightly moved. He thought he was a newcomer and would be excluded. Who would have thought that there would be such a kind classmate, worthy of being a student of the 4th middle school? Shan Qingrong looked at Duan Shigang. Do you agree to change seats? Before he could answer, Wu Zhaoqi had already started to pack up his textbooks. Don't hesitate, I will give you the opportunity to study. Duan Shigang saw Shenkinj, Jiang Yanan, and Yang Sheng over there, and was immediately moved, and decisively agreed to the request to change seats. In this way, Wu Zhaoqi returned to the back row, and he almost ran there. Duan Shigang stood in the front row, and Song Sheng next to him gave him a pitiful look. Recommend a book. Our Secret Base, a new book by the author of Invasion of the Human World. Introduction. The summer of 14 years old, a hot season. The boys and girls who met in a seaside town, their fate began to be gradually linked to a mysterious and terrifying distant planet. This unknown adventure is about to subvert the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, The Angel in White. The front row of the classroom. Wu Zhaoqi evacuated quickly and neatly, leaving only an empty table. Now, the owner Duan Shigang occupies the throne here. He put down his school bag and pressed his hands on the table. When he first arrived at the new environment, he looked around. His excitement was revealed. There are so many beautiful girls in class 8. Stunning, pretty, handsome, and fair-skinned. He was dazzled, like a beggar entering a buffet restaurant, facing a full house of dishes. He was so excited that he didn't know which dish to grab. The overall appearance of the female classmates is so high that it is terrifying. They are countless times better than the girls in his previous class. Duan Shigang thanked Director Yan in his heart for 8 lifetimes. At the same time, he suddenly remembered something. When he entered the class, he seemed to hear the head teacher say that the classmates with empty seats around him seemed to have gone to the infirmary. Duan Shigang asked a fat man next to him who was strong, had small eyes, and looked difficult to deal with. "Brother, do you know my deskmate?" During the conversation, Duan Shigang acted familiar. He was very open. He was a big boss in junior high school and had considerable prestige. He had come into contact with all kinds of unruly students, but later, those people still respectfully called him Brother Gang. As a bad guy, Duan Shigang was very good at dealing with people like Song Sheng. Song Sheng felt pity for the boy. He did not continue to do the test paper and chose to explain, "I know her. The girl next to you is a female classmate." Hearing this, Duan Shigen flashed a snicker. "All girls?" Song Sheng, "Yes, all girls. Why are they not in the class?" Duan Shigen asked the reason. Song Sheng answered, "They went to the infirmary to learn first aid techniques." At this moment, Duan Shigen's mind flashed a girl nurse in white clothes, slim figure, pure and lovely, who cared for him with a gentle tone. Duan Shigen sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression was difficult to suppress, unable to control himself. Fuck, angels in white. How many men's dream? And now, what virtue and ability did he, Duan Shigen, have to sit next to him? 1, 2, 3, 4 angels in white. When he thought of the great surprise of being surrounded by angels in white, Duan Shigen wanted to open a forum on the spot and thank the heavens. The ancients once said that, if God wants to give a great task, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, and his muscles and bones work hard. It was not in vain that he had been in the factory for several months and suffered hardships. Now he has returned and exchanged for such a supreme enjoyment in the world. After hearing this, Dong Qingfeng, who was diagonally opposite, turned around and looked at the transfer student. Dong Qingfeng was very smart and good at observing words and expressions. He saw the joy on Duan Shigen's face. So Dong Qingfeng added fuel to the fire. "Brother, let me tell you something. Your deskmate is good at artificial respiration." Duan Shigen became even more excited. Artificial respiration. Dong Qingfeng preached, "That's right. One time a student in our school suddenly fell ill and fainted. Pang Jiao and Zhang Yifei stepped forward and performed artificial respiration on Luo Jun and finally saved his life. Later, the whole school was informed on the loudspeaker to praise their fearless dedication." After listening to Dong Qingfeng's story, Duan Shigen almost fainted. If he fainted in class, wouldn't he be able to get artificial respiration from female classmates? Not only that, Duan Shigen felt unhappy when he heard that his future female deskmate actually gave others artificial respiration. It was as if the beauty that belonged to him was taken by others. Duan Shigen suppressed his jealousy and anger and forced a smile. "Haha, they are such good people. Dong Qingfeng, they are indeed good people." Duan Shigen stayed in his seat, absent-mindedly packing his textbooks, imagining his wonderful future life. When he is in a good mood, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rise, and anyone can see his joy. Dong Qingfeng thought sympathetically, this may be his last happy time. At the door of the classroom, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei walked in. He was followed by several figures. They were Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, Li Shengnan and others. Duan Shigen saw them at a glance. There was nothing he could do. These people were so attractive that his eyes were almost sucked on them. One look seemed to explode. Pang Jiao crossed the podium and walked towards this side. Duan Shigen suddenly had a bad guess in his heart. No way, no way. As Pang Jiao and others came over, his guess finally became true. Pang Jiao stared at him with her cow-like eyes and growled, "Class monitor, who is he?" Duan Shigen roared in his heart, "Damn it, I was going to ask, where are the origins of you monsters?" Huang Zhangfei said, "I forgot to introduce him. His name is Duan Shigen, a new transfer student. He will be your deskmate in the future." With the class monitor's final decision, Duan Shigen finally confirmed that the female warrior in front of him was his deskmate. Pang Jiao looked at Duan Shigen's appearance, and her face showed undisguised disgust. "Not as good as Wu Zhaoqi." Duan Shigen was unhappy. "You still look down on me?" However, he was a transfer student, so he resisted the conflict. Pang Jiao sat down, and Duan Shigen was furious. He finally came to his senses now. He was tricked. Is there anyone who dares to trick his brother gang? Duan Shigen turned around and gave the dwarf in the back row a vicious look. It doesn't matter, he can still get it back. After making up his mind, Duan Shigen's mentality was much more balanced. My classmate Pang Jiao took out a piece of lipstick and smeared it on her thick lips, discussing beauty and ugliness with the two fat girls in front of her. Duan Shigen almost vomited. He spent the class like a year, and the joy caused by the transfer was mostly diluted. After the get out of class, Duan Shigen went straight to the back row, with a fierce momentum, looking for trouble. According to his idea, he could suppress Wu Zhaoqi with one hand. Wu Zhaoqi held the bowl and sat firmly, unmoved. The students in the 4 rows of seats all pretended to watch the fun. Duan Shigen asked, "You fucking lied to me, didn't you?" Wu Zhaoqi picked at his shoes, looking disdainful. "What do you mean I lied to you? You were fooled by someone's fake move on the basketball court. Is that considered cheating? It's obvious that you are not as skilled as them." Duan Shigen showed a cruel expression. He clenched his fists and said domineeringly, "I didn't come here to reason with you. Wu Zhaoqi, do you think I want to reason with you?" Neither of them would give in to the other, and they got closer and closer, and were about to fight. Chen Xiao heard the movement in the back row, and immediately patted her deskmate and said, "Zaya, the transfer student and Wu Zhaoqi are fighting." Bai Yuxia didn't even turn around. She said lightly, "Oh, call me when the fight starts." Yuan said to Shenkinj, "This transfer student, I knew he was not a good person the first time I saw him. Jiang Yanan, let's not provoke him." The war was about to break out. Wang Lang jumped out. "Hey, you'd better not touch my brother Qi. Only those who have experienced it personally can understand how powerful your brother Qi is." Duan Shigen moved away and crossed his arms. "Haha, do you think I'm new here and think I'm easy to bully?" Cuiu shouted. "Yes. Although their class 8 is in chaos, they can unite as a team when facing external enemies." Duan Shigen saw that he was excluded. He smiled coldly. "He is not without power. Brother Gang is not in the arena, but if he raises his arm, all the arena are his brothers. Do you know Deng Xiang?" Duan Shigen reported this name. Hearing this name, everyone looked strange. Isn't Deng Xiang the one who publicly apologized in class 8 after being taught a lesson by Jiang Ning? Before everyone could speak, Wu Zhaoqi said calmly, "You are talking about Deng Xiang, right?" Wu Zhaoqi played with Deng Xiang for a while last semester and was quite familiar with him. Deng Xiang always had a flattering attitude in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, several students appeared at the door of class 8, including Deng Xiang, Jehao, Gong Zuan, and other boys, all of whom had the temperament of social people. "Brother Gang, are you settled?" Deng Xiang asked first. After seeing Wu Zhaoqi, he said, "Hey, Brother Qi, you are here too?" Deng Xiang didn't know the whole story. He smiled and said, "Brother Gang, you are right to come to class 8. Our brother Qi is here. Our brother Qi is a very good person. You two should get along well." Duan Shigen almost broke up with Deng Xiang. What a good person. He cheated him as soon as he came. Before he could say anything, Deng Xiang said, "Brother Qi, you changed your seat. Why are you sitting here?" Deng Xiang remembered that Wu Zhaoqi was surrounded by several female warriors and suffered. Duan Shigen said expressionlessly, "Because he sat in my seat." In the end, after figuring out the cause and effect, Duan Shigen still couldn't change his seat because Deng Xiang had been maneuvering. Although Wu Zhaoqi made a mistake, Deng Xiang repeatedly persuaded Duan Shigen to be generous. In Deng Xiang's view, there are small circles in high school. Rich kids like Wu Zhaoqi, Qi Xianheng, and Li Shi are the top circles, and few people can squeeze in. Deng Xiang wanted to play with Qi Xianheng before, but Qi Xianheng just wanted him to be his dog. Deng Xiang was a big shot in the past. He could easily pull out 8 brothers to invade other people's classes. Naturally, he had his own domineering. How could he learn from Zhao Xiafeng and be a dog for Qi Xianheng? Later, Deng Xiang approached Wu Zhaoqi, played basketball with him every day, and gradually became familiar with him. So, he pulled Wu Zhaoqi and a group of brothers to eat meat and drink every night, and finally paid the bill, all by Wu Zhaoqi. It was really great during that time, but it was a pity that it was too ruthless later. Every time they had a meal, the brothers only ordered hard dishes, such as braised lamb chops, braised prawns, 3 fresh beef, and stir-fried pig intestines. They were not polite at all, and ate until their mouths were full of oil. Even the wine they drank was Yang Blue Classic, the high-end wine Dream Blue. Damn it, during that time, Deng Xiang and his brothers almost got fat. If they ate like this, a meal would cost more than 1,000 yuan. Wu Zhaoqi felt distressed and rarely went out with them. Deng Xiang was still thinking about letting Wu Zhaoqi continue to be his meal ticket, so how could he let Duan Shigen quarrel with him? As for Gang Zhe's kindness, how much can it be worth? Of course, Deng Xiang still remembered the old friendship. After all, Gang Jie was his former friend. Duan Shigen saw that Deng Xiang did not help him. He said nothing, thinking that he had just arrived at number 4 middle school and could not grasp the exact situation. He silently endured this loss. Jeheo and Deng Xiang were silent on the way back. Suddenly, Jeheo asked, "Why do you help Wu Zhaoqi and not Gang Jie?" Gang Jie used to help us a lot in Sizhan. This made Deng Xiang smile. He did not continue to walk, but stood in the corridor on the first floor, facing the opposite side of the flashing lights of building 4. "Hey Ozzy, have you noticed that Gang Jie has changed a lot after working for a few months?" Jeheo thought about it carefully and said uncertainly, "It seems that he is not as domineering as before." "Well, he worked so hard that he lost his spirit," Deng Xiang said in a deep voice. Hearing him say this, Jeheo reacted, "Actually, I felt it when he came back. Brother Xiang, to be honest, Brother Gang went out for a while, found it hard to get along, and came back to school in disgrace." Deng Xiang agreed very much. "Yes, times have changed. In my opinion, Brother Gang might as well not come back. Then in my heart, he is still my real Brother Gang. Look at him now, he is afraid of working, and he has no ambition." After these words, Jeheo finally understood why Deng Xiang was not biased towards Duan Shigen. Deng Xiang patted him on the shoulder. "Let's do this for now. We should deal with each other as we should. Brother Gang is really crazy, and he is also very fierce." Jeheo couldn't help but recall the 3 years in Tizhang, Brother Gang's glorious years. He yearned for it. Unfortunately, the former king has fallen. In the second evening self-study, Gao Hishui came to class, causing his classmates to curse in private. It was obviously evening self-study, but he still taught new content in the textbook. Thanks to Gao Hishui's presence, the second class of evening self-study passed safely. Only Duan Shigen was ridiculed by him for not finding his math book. He had to stand for a whole class after being called up. When the class was over, Duan Shigen's enthusiasm cooled. He was ready to go outside to relax and see the beautiful scenery of number 4 middle school. He looked to the left first, and Song Sheng blocked the seat. He looked to the right again, and Pang Jiao blocked the seat. Duan Shigen decided that if he went out from Pang Jiao's side, he only needed to pass Pang Jiao to reach the aisle. On Song Sheng's side, he not only had to pass Song Sheng, but also one more person. Make way. Duan Shigen looked natural. He has a strong ability to adapt. He used to be able to stay in the stuffy steel plant for several months. Now there is only one seat, so what is there to be afraid of? Pang Jiao glanced at him impatiently, and an expression of disgust condensed on her face. Pang Jiao's huge body squeezed forward, leaving a gap the size of a palm. Duan Shigen thought it was enough. He turned his body sideways, with his back to Pang Jiao, and tried to get out. Because the gap was too narrow, he couldn't avoid wrapping up Pang Jiao's fat, and Duan Shigen was like walking through a swamp. At this time, Pang Jiao suddenly leaned back. Duan Shigen instinctively leaned back. If it was like this, it would be fine. After all, Duan Shigen could expand enough space to pass by squeezing the back desk. But there was a fat girl at the back desk, holding the desk tightly. Duan Shigen was stuck in the middle, and his life was almost lost. After a lot of effort, he squeezed out the gap. Duan Shigen pointed at Pang Jiao and said angrily, "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Pang Jiao's fat palm slammed the table, making a loud noise. "Did I give you room?" It was originally a noisy break, and Pang Jiao's blow made the surrounding classmates look over. Yu Wen, Shen Qinj, Deng Qingfeng, Song Sheng and others looked at this scene. Duan Shigen's face flickered, and thinking of his father's instructions before sending him to school, he silently loosened his clenched fists. Bear with it a little longer. Chapter 366 Combined Dump Truck. Duan Shigen did not get entangled with Pang Jiao. He left with a gloomy face. As he gave in, there was a sigh among the students around him. Cuiu said, "This transfer student is a softie." Jiuo Kunan said, "Of course, Wu Zhaoqi is so brave, but he still dares not to move." Duan Shigen passed by the podium and saw the girl who was stunning by the window in the south, turned around and talked to the boy. Duan Shigen remembered clearly that the boy was Jiang Ning, whom he met in the wild the day before yesterday. Duan Shigen was very unhappy with him at that time, but now Jiang Ning was talking and laughing with two beautiful girls, very close. Duan Shigen walked out of the classroom door and turned his head to look at the middle of the classroom. A handsome boy named Dong Qingfeng was also talking to several beautiful girls. At this moment, Duan Shigen felt bitter. Compared with this, how much of a failure he was. No one cared, no one asked, and he was bullied. The children in the south village bullied me because I was old and powerless. Even Deng Xiang, a good brother, now openly did not support him. He actually felt that the world had changed a lot. Duan Shigen walked very slowly, but he walked out with the momentum of a hero in his twilight years. He used to be the king, but later he gave up his throne. Jiang Ning, what do you think of the transfer student? Chen Xiao asked. In the ordinary campus life, a transfer student added a lot of topics to talk about. Zhu Yuantang said, I was playing outside with Jiang Ning on the weekend, and I met this person. He can actually ride a motorcycle. Chen Xiao was puzzled. Is it special to ride a motorcycle? You can ride a motorcycle? Zhu Yuantang asked. No. Look, of course it's special. Zhu Yuantang yearned for it. She really wanted to ride a motorcycle. Take Jiang Ning, turn the throttle to the bottom, and speed on the river dam. Jiang Ning was so scared that he begged her to slow down. Thinking of that majestic scene, Zhu Yuantang was extremely arrogant. Hahaha Jiang Ning, you know how powerful I am, right? Chen Xiao signaled Jiang Ning with her eyes, as if to say, Tang Tang is grinning again. Jiang Ning shook his head gently to show that it was not a problem. Chen Xiao keenly grasped the clues just now. She was curious. Did you meet Duan Shigen when you were fishing in the wild? Zhu Yuantang returned to reality. Yes, we were fishing together in the small river. They didn't catch as much as Jiang Ning. Is it fun to fish? Chen Xiao stopped paying attention to the transfer student and asked about this instead. It's super fun. I caught several. If you don't believe me, ask Jiang Ning. Zhu Yuantang showed off her harvest. Jiang Ning was very respectful, indeed. Zhu Yuantang was very happy. Chen Xiao imagined the scene of catching fish. She was tempted. Can you take us with you when you go fishing next time? I really want to try it. Jiang Ning thought, probably not. There are almost no fish in the river. And after this incident, the news that there are fish in the river will definitely be spread by Duan Shigen. At that time, the nearby residents will definitely use electric fish machines or use dragnets to serve. After hearing his answer, Chen Xiao regretfully said, okay. It seems that there is no chance. When she was lost, Zhu Yuantang frowned and thought, and suddenly her smart eyes flashed, and she said excitedly, you can come. Wait for the summer vacation to flood. I will take you to catch fish. Flood refers to flooding. Yuzhou City is located in the central part of Anhui province. Every summer vacation, it is prone to extreme weather, with heavy rains lasting for several hours or even more than 10 hours. As a result, the water levels of rivers, reservoirs, and ditches have risen sharply. The fields are usually full of water. In serious cases, the water level rises to nearly the knees, and even the water level on the main road can easily cover the ankles. At this time, many rural people, in addition to caring about the crops in the countryside, are fishing. Of course, although Yuzhou is flooded, it has not reached the level of a flood. Hearing this, Chen Xiao quickly agreed. Okay, wait for the flood. My sister and I will go to the river dam to find you. Anyway, they are city people, and they are bored when there is a flood, so they might as well run to the fields to play. Yeah, Jiang Ning is very accurate in predicting the weather. When the flood is about to happen, you should come early. Zhu Yuantang made a conclusion. Chen Xiao began to imagine the beautiful scene of playing when the flood happened. She did not forget her deskmate, Zia. Shall we look for Jiang Ning together when the time comes? Bai Yuxia's calm mood began to hesitate. She considered everything. Unlike Chen Xiao, she would think about Zhu Yuantang's family's opinion. Zhu Yuantang said proudly, you all come together, stay in Jiang Ning's room at night, and we will play games together. This. Bai Yuxia's fair and soft face was speechless. Dong Qingfeng said, Kinj, is he the person you met on the weekend? Shen Kinj nodded gently. She did not reveal the stupid things Duan Shigen did, such as riding a motorcycle to crush other people's wheat. If such things were said, it might attract other people's attention for a while, but if the person involved heard it, it would not be good after all. Shen Qinj knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. In junior high school, there was a case where a classmate said something bad and was known by the person involved, and the conflict escalated. After coming to number 4 middle school, she tried her best to avoid such things. Jiang Ning said, "Is tomato blackfish slices really that delicious?" After Shen Qinj went back that day, she told a few sisters about what happened that day. This kind of thing was also quite new to Jiang Ning, who grew up in the city. Hearing about tomato blackfish slices, Shen Qinj recalled her experience that day and couldn't help but salivate. When she returned home that day, Jiang Ning asked his aunt to make a tomato blackfish slice. The uncle praised the new dish highly, but Jiang Ning said it was not delicious. Shen Qinj was the same. The aunt didn't believe it. They only thought the dishes they ate were delicious when they were hungry. But the uncle remembered that the watermelon that Jiang Ning brought last time was simply amazing. The uncle had never eaten such a good melon in his life. He spent a lot of money and bought many kinds of good melons, but it was still not as good. Jiang Ning said, "It doesn't taste that good." So the uncle looked at his son and decisively asked him to ask his nephew for the melon. Duan Shigen left class 8 classroom, stood in the corridor for a while, and looked at the scenery of the number 4 middle school campus. Number 4 middle school is much better than his previous town middle school. Unfortunately, he didn't have much joy in his heart because he was too depressed recently. Duan Shigen was in a bad mood. He walked forward and found an empty corner. He took out his cigarette box and picked up a cigarette to relieve the depression in his heart. Duan Shigen enjoyed the rare peace because once he went to class, he would have to face a group of female warriors. Just as he was relaxing, a group of students passed by, led by a handsome boy. Che Yichen is a sophomore student. He is not only a spokesperson for various activities, but also the vice president of the number 4 middle school student union. He saw that someone was smoking in front of him in a public place like the school. Che Yichen frowned. "Classmate, the cigarette is out." Duan Shigen was puzzled. "I'm just smoking. What's it to you?" He ignored this man at all. Che Yichen looked at him for 3 seconds, and seeing that he had no intention of putting out his cigarette, he turned to the boy next to him and said, "Check which class he is from, write it down later, and send the list to the security department." Duan Shigen paused. He thought of Director Yan. He thought that if Director Yan knew that he was smoking in public on his first day, forget it, I'll just have to bear with it. Duan Shigen quickly put out his cigarette, with a negotiating tone on his face. "Brother, I'm sorry, my ears are not very good. I just heard it clearly just now." "Put it out, put it out." "It's already put it out." He handed over the cigarette butt. "Brother, can you please not remember my name?" Che Yichen was not the kind of person who would not let go, even if he was right. "Okay, don't smoke next time. If I catch you again, I'll just write down your name." After saying that, he led a group of student union members to leave. Duan Shigen witnessed the pedestrians, and he had a strong sense of powerlessness. A tiger in a low position will be bullied by a dog. The last evening self-study class. In the last row, Wu Zhaoqi held a basketball and sat quietly. He felt endless freedom, the taste of freedom. It was so fragrant. Compared with Pang Zhao, Zhang Yifei, and Li Shengnan, looking at Mao Zhe next to him, it was simply too comfortable. Mao Zhe was in a daze holding the test paper. He had a good talent for learning. He could balance online dating every day and still maintain his top 10 grades in the class. Mao Zhe was thinking about how to make Yan and I laugh at night. Wu Zhaoqi patted the basketball gently. "Mao Zhe, you can tell at a glance that this basketball of mine is a training ball used by the legendary king of basketball." Mao Zhe felt that, since the other party took the initiative to find him, he had to pay attention to him, so he perfunctorily said, "How did you know?" Wu Zhaoqi said solemnly, "Because I'm the future legendary king of basketball." Mao Zhe, is he out of his mind? A voice came from the classroom door. "Huang Zhangfei, come out for a meeting." The classmates looked over and saw a tall, beautiful girl with flowing hair. Jiuo Kunnen's DNA moved. She was Yanzi. Huang Zhangfei got up and went out. Ma Shichen raised his head and pondered slightly. Wang Lang Long, brother Ma, what's wrong? Ma Shichen said, every time the monitor leaves, I always feel that something is going to happen. Jiuo Kunan said weakly, brother Ma, you are joking, what can happen? Jiuo Kunan said a word and took 3 full breaths, as if he was half dead. Wang Lang Long, brother Nan, you have to cheer up. Jiuo Kunan, how can a person with a dead heart cheer up? Front row. Compared to Wu Zioka's freedom, Duan Shigen is in a cage. Today, he suffered too many misfortunes. Duan Shigen's mood fell into the abyss, and he almost lost the mind to look at beautiful women. Pang Jiao, who was sitting at the same table, was talking to other fat girls. Oh, Fifi, the guy selling duck necks at the door is so handsome, but I called him several times. Why doesn't he go out with me? Zhang Yifei has developed muscles, but her brain is not very flexible. She blurted out, maybe he doesn't like you. Pang Jiao's face was instantly covered with annoyance. Wang Yanan at the back table was smart. Her 2 eyes, which were very far apart, turned like the eyeballs of a flounder. Jiao, because he is worried that he is not worthy of you, afraid that you will hate him and lose you. Pang Jiao's huge body trembled, and she acted shyly. Oh, it's true, he doesn't dare to look at me. Duan Shigen resisted the urge to vomit. Damn, what a weird thing. Zhang Yifei suddenly said, I heard a piece of news that the duck neck guy told others privately that you look disgusting. Pang Jiao's eyebrows were erected, her eyes were ferocious and terrifying, and she screamed in a low voice, are you serious? How can I lie to you? Zhang Yifei's angular square face was full of righteous justice. Seeing that Pang Jiao was about to explode, Wang Yanan comforted her again. Oh, Jiao, he said you are disgusting in private, but his real intention is to make potential rivals stay away from you, so that he can monopolize you. Pang Jiao's big face was covered with morning flowers. Roar, Yang Iron, you are my best sister. Duan Shigen suffered from mental pollution, and he wanted to cover his ears. Pang Jiao and the others continued to chat, talking about the duck neck guy and the duck meat he sold. Then they talked about delicious animal meat, chicken, and then talked about the weasels and foxes that stole chickens in the past. Zhang Yifei said, I thought of fox spirits, who only seduce others. Li Shengnan replied, there are also goblins transformed from snakes, who also like to seduce. Wang Yang Iron, if you think about it carefully, many animals can become spirits. Pang Jiao sighed, there are foxes, snakes, and cats, but why have I never heard of pigs becoming spirits? Duan Shigen may have been too frustrated, and he thought about it and said uncontrollably, aren't you a pig spirit? Class 8 was peaceful, studying, playing with mobile phones, and chatting, all in harmony. In an instant, a thunderous roar exploded. Say it to me again. All the classmates looked sideways and saw Pang Jiao holding Duan Shigen's collar, with 2 huge eyes spewing fire, as if burning him alive to ashes. Duan Shigen was lifted from a sitting position to a standing position, facing the sturdy Pang Jiao, who weighed nearly 200 pounds. The body of a 16 or 17-year-old boy really looked small. You asked around, what's wrong? The whole class was confused. Wang Long, oh no, something happened to brother Ma, it's really happened. Yuan and An King Feng saw Duan Shigen's pitiful appearance, and all of them responded with sympathy. When Duan Shigen was mentioned, he still had time to turn his neck. He looked at the classmates around him. He saw the sympathy of those classmates and their pity for the weak. Zhang Yifei scolded, you are so brave, dare to mess with our sisters. Li Shengnan was fierce and cruel. Today I will let you know the price of messing with us. They sisters are the invincible existence of class 8. No one dares to mess with them. No one dares to stop them. How long has it been since someone angered them like this? It seems that the situation is going to be bad. Jiang Yanan kindly advised, classmate, you should apologize. CUIU said, that's right, it's okay if you apologize. Shan Zhao said naively, it's not a big deal, you apologize. Duan Shigen was silent. Everything he saw and heard asked him to apologize. Should he apologize? Or just bear it a little longer? It will pass, if you bear it a little longer. But how many times has he injured it? Did they apologize to me when they squeezed me? Did they apologize to me when they disgusted me? Who is he? He used to be the leader of Tizhong, the unquestionable king. Now that he has returned, others tease him, his brothers despise him, teachers punish him, members of the student union warn him, and several women insult him wantonly. Everyone told him to apologize and endure it. But he couldn't bear it anymore. No need to endure it anymore. The arrogance between Du and Shigen's eyebrows was extremely strong. He clasped his hands towards Pang Jiao's hands and actually pried open the thick fingers that were on his collar one by one. Pang Jiao shouted angrily, "How dare you resist? I'm going to make you lie on your back and apologize." "Let me lie on my back. You should lie on your back." Du and Shigen laughed up to the sky, showing the spirit of a king. Pig spirit. The whole class finally heard this sentence clearly. Zhang Yifei was furious, and then she heard Du and Shigen say, "You are a black bear spirit." He then said to Li Shengnan, "You are a yak spirit." As he spoke, the whole audience was shocked, and the classmates looked incredible. How dare he? Song Sheng and others, feeling that the battle was fierce, got up and left their seats to avoid being affected, and moved to the south. Chen Xiai reminded, "Tong Tong, you are in the same row with them, do you want to hide?" Bai Yuxia looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Xiao, you should protect yourself." After that, she adjusted her posture slowly, leaned against the wall, and had the leisure to lift her hair. Du and Shigen was very aggressive. Pang Jiao was insulted by this. Du and Shigen, you are looking for death. She could no longer control herself, swung her huge fist and hit it hard. The fist was so powerful that it seemed to knock people to the ground. Du and Shigen just tilted his head slightly, and the terrible fist actually brushed his head. Du and Shigen saw the expected situation, and a smile appeared on his lips. How did he become the king of Iron Middle School? It was because of his single body and rivaled combat power. That day, he heard Gong Zuan say that the times have changed. Now it is not popular to muddle through the world. Now, it depends on who has more money. Yes, an era has come to an end. But the end of the era is not the end of me. It will be me who will open the door to the new world. Du and Shigen avoided Pang Jiao's fist, and before Pang Jiao could retract her strength, he threw a punch, which was fast and accurate, and hit Pang Jiao's chin. Pang Jiao screamed "Ah!" and took 2 steps back in pain. This punch brought out Du and Shigen's blood and his domineering aura as a king. Du and Shigen felt a sense of injustice in his heart, which spurted out from his nose, and his passion surged. From this moment on, he would let the name of Brother Gang resound in number 4 middle school. This punch was like thunder and lightning. If it hit an ordinary person's chin, it would definitely be enough to subdue the opponent. However, Pang Jiao's chin was hidden in thick flesh, so it didn't cause much damage. Pang Jiao shook her huge body, and finally stood still. Du and Shigen saw this scene. He took a boxer's posture, hooked his palm, and challenged, "Come on, pig spirit, hit me." Pang Jiao's eyes turned red, and she roared and pounced. Du and Shigen was disdainful, "Just you?" After the test just now, he found out Pang Jiao's background. Zhang Yifei shouted, "There are also us." Zhang Yifei was at the front desk, and it was not easy to help. She clasped the edge of the desk with both hands, and lifted it up suddenly. The mountain of books on the desk collapsed. She threw it to the north with all her strength, directly sending the desk that was in the way away. Without the obstacle, her deskmate Li Shengnan took a step forward and rushed forward. Pang Jiao howled and rushed towards Du and Shigen, followed by Li Shengnan, and Zhang Yifei made the final sprint. The 3 of them combined, weighing nearly 600 kilograms. In such a space, there is no way to retreat. The bravest will win when 2 sides meet on a narrow road. Du and Shigen showed no fear, and instead of retreating, he advanced with his eyes wide open. "I want this day to no longer cover my eyes. I want you to disappear into thin air." Bang! Everyone in class 8 saw Du and Shigen's figure collide with Pang Jiao and the other 2, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Then, like a motorcycle hitting a dump truck, Du and Shigen was directly knocked away. Chapter 367 No One Loses. Since the outbreak of this war, there was an uproar in the back row of the classroom. Although some people often clashed with Pang Jiao, and others in the past, most of them were so loud that they didn't fight in the end. Thinking of this, Wang Langang glanced at Wu Zhaoqi and criticized him by name. But this man named Duan Shigen actually dared to fight with Pang Jiao, and he started 3 at a time. Ma Shiqing, Guo Kunan, Cuiu and others put down their mobile phones and watched this battle with the highest respect. Because there were too many people watching the excitement in front, they had to stand up. Like Wang Longlong, he stood on the bench to watch. They had a wide field of vision and were in the back, so they could clearly see the head-on collision between Duan Shigen and Pang Jiao and others. Duan Shigen is a man who has experienced hundreds of battles, and Pang Jiao has fought many fights since she was a child. At the moment of collision, Pang Jiao lowered her body, and her broad and strong shoulders pushed against Duan Shigen like a bull. At the same time, she also had the wild power brought by Li Shengnan and Zhang Yifei behind her. The original weight of the 600 Jinan mountain lean exploded instantly. People saw an extremely explosive scene. Duan Shigen's body was hit hard on the spot. He took off at that time like an insignificant pebble. People flew up. The last time I saw such a scene, it was Jiang Ning who took action. Wang Longlong was annoyed. I haven't started the explanation yet. Is it a blitzkrieg? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Someone screamed. Duan Shigen flew backwards and hit the south. If he hit someone with this kind of formation, it would definitely implicate his classmates. Everyone looked in the direction where Duan Shigen flew backwards. In the 2 rows in the south, Chen Xiao and Zhu Yuantang were leaning against the side. It was too late to rescue. Everyone seemed to have anticipated the miserable scene. Deng Qingfeng opened his eyes wide, and he couldn't bear it. The sweet and pretty Chen Xiao was about to suffer. His heart was so painful. Not only Chen Xiao, but also Bei Yuxia behind her might be affected by this. It happened too suddenly, and the distance between him and Chen Xiao was too far. The love is separated by mountains and seas, but mountains and seas cannot be leveled. He clenched his fists, and his sharp nails pierced his flesh. Did it hurt? Of course it hurt. It hurt in waves. His face was sad, and his eyes were full of self-blame. Chen Xiao, Bei Yuxia, I'm sorry, I only dreamed of lotus in this life, and I will be the flower protector in the next life. Jiang Yanan and the others showed reluctance on their faces. Bei Yuxia faced Duan Shigen who was flying over. Until this moment, she was still indifferent, without any panic or tendency to dodge. In comparison, Chen Xiao was not as calm as her. Chen Xiao said anxiously, cup. When she was watching the excitement just now, the glass was placed on Zhu Yuantang's table. If it was knocked down by Duan Shigen, her glass would definitely break. Yuan, is she concerned about the cup? If the glass is broken, Chen Xiao must buy another pair of water cups. Yes, a pair of water cups. Because the pair of water cups she and her sister use must be replaced together after they are broken. Of course, the most eye-catching person is not Chen Xiao, but another person. Wang Yang was incredulous. Zhu Yuantang is sleeping? The classroom was in a mess before, but Zhu Yuantang slept soundly from beginning to end, and was not affected at all. Seeing Duan Shigen's body falling from the sky, everything is inevitable. At this moment, a shadow moved at a very fast speed, and everyone couldn't even see his movements clearly, but this speed gave people a sense of smoothness. Jiang Ning took a step forward, stretched out his right hand, and blocked it forward, easily blocking Duan Shigen's flying body and isolating him in the aisle. Deng Qingfeng saw that Jiang Ning's arm, bearing such a weight, did not shake at all. The next moment, the mud truck combination of Pang Jiao and the other 2 rushed over. It's not that they don't want to stop, but they can't stop. Pang Jiao and the other 2 combined, carrying an unmatched inertia, and hit again. Duan Shigen acted as a meat shield, and was hit again. His expression was distorted. It was heavy, too heavy. Duan Shigen was almost vomiting blood, after he ran out of breath. Wang Longlong in the back row shouted, damn, there is a secondary injury? Jiang Ning was still in one-handed state. This time, Deng Qingfeng and the students around him keenly noticed that Jiang Ning's arm was bent, as if to unload this force. They guessed that this might be about to reach the upper limit of Jiang Ning's strength. Even so, Jiang Ning's strength is still terrifying. Duan Shigen was easily knocked away, but he was able to block it with one hand. After Jiang Ning injured this impact, he deliberately retracted his arm, and then pushed outward. Duan Shigen, Pang Jiao and others were pushed directly to the north. Jiang Ning moved his wrists, said nothing, and sat back in his seat indifferently. It seemed as if he had just done something insignificant. Wu Zhaoqi in the back row almost dropped his eyes to the ground. Since Duan Shigen started the fight, Wu Zhaoqi felt that his dignity was offended. Wu Zhaoqi, can't do it, but Duan Shigen dares to do it. Then what kind of person am I, Wu Zhaoqi? In contrast, doesn't he look like a coward? Now, Jiang Ning took action and easily resolved the disaster, which shocked Wu Zhaoqi. He couldn't believe it. Is Jiang Ning so powerful? Wang Lang shouted, Brother Qi, you came to our class too late, otherwise you would not dare to call Brother Ning by name. Duan Shigen went around and returned to the middle of the classroom. He was not breathing smoothly and had a stitch in the side. Even so, Duan Shigen was able to seize the opportunity and use a fierce black tiger heart-piercing fist to hit Pang Zhao's forehead head-on. Fuck. The whole audience was shocked. This shows Duan Shigen's fighting quality and self-restraint. This punch was really amazing, and it smashed the acne on Pang Zhao's forehead alive. It was stained with his disgusting grease. Pang Zhao was hit by a punch, and her forehead was burning with pain. She was furious, raised her strong arm, and pushed away the opponent's fist. While his middle door was wide open, she slapped him on the forehead with a backhand. Bang! The force poured out, causing Duan Shigen's head to tilt, and the huge force caused his body to spin. Like a spinning top, it rotated 120 degrees. Duan Shigen was about to stand firm and launch a counterattack, but suddenly Li Shengnan came up and slapped him, and then slapped him 120 degrees. Then Zhang Yifei slapped him again, and the 120 degrees were complete, integrated into 360 degrees. Duan Shigen turned a standard circle and finally faced Pang Zhao again. His head was buzzing, his steps were shaky, he couldn't find the north, and was about to fall to the ground. Duan Shigen shouted unconsciously, Enima. The next second, Pang Zhao pulled out another powerful blow, and Duan Shigen's tilted body was balanced by this slap, and he began to spin on the spot again. Everyone was stunned. Can a fight be fought like this? In the corridor outside, Huang Zhongfei was holding a stack of documents, and hurried to his class. Thinking of the content of this meeting, his handsome face showed a smile. Good news. Hurry back to class to share with classmates. Huang Zhongfei walked to the door excitedly and couldn't wait to announce, Classmates, I have something to do. He stopped. From his perspective, class 8 was different from usual. The most eye-catching ones were Cuiu, Meng Gui, and Jiuo Kunan in the back row, who were standing on the desks. Further ahead, there were some students standing on benches. Huang Zhongfei's sight went from top to bottom, and finally saw the tilted tables in the middle and an empty battlefield. Huang Zhongfei stared at Duan Shigen who was spinning non-stop, and Pang Zhao and others who were slapping next to him. He was briefly confused at first. When he reacted, he rushed forward and stopped them, saying, Don't fight anymore. The battle was over. Class monitor Huang Zhongfei had a little prestige, and everyone gave him face. They didn't even watch the excitement, and jumped out to persuade them to stop fighting, and act as peacemakers. What about it's not easy to be classmates for 3 years, it's fate. Fighting hurts harmony. Peace is the most precious. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. In the end, the war was settled. Duan Shigen was beaten dizzy, short of breath, and lost half his life. Pang Zhao was wiping her face with alcohol, and a few broken big pimples were very ugly. From time to time, she gave Duan Shigen a manic and ferocious expression. Duan Shigen was not afraid at all, and responded with an extremely disgusted look. Pang Zhao almost exploded. She swore that, if the monitor was not there, she would strangle Duan Shigen to death. The class was quiet for a few minutes. Huang Zhongfei let out a long breath and finally spoke. The school called us to a meeting, to ask us about the canteen. He slowly said, the principal decided to take back the contract for the school canteen. We probably won't see the previous boss this month. Hearing this, Shan Keikun shouted, okay, that boss is very stupid. Lukiki, that's right, he has a very bad temper. Last time I heard the aunt in the supermarket secretly scolding him. The boss of the canteen, relying on the contract for the canteen in the supermarket, was fearless. The service was not good and the food was bad, which caused the students of number 4 middle school to curse countless times. Today he was finally replaced. Chen Xiaoyu touched her water cup. In the battle just now, Jiang Ning took action, and her beloved cup was unscathed. Zaya, do you know why the canteen owner was replaced? Did our students' complaints work? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Bei Yuxia thought for 2 seconds. It probably has nothing to do with student complaints. The students of number 4 middle school have complained about the canteen owner countless times, but the canteen is still the same. Bei Yuxia recalled the last school anniversary. She had some impression that some alumni went to the canteen to eat, and then not long after that, the canteen began to change people. Maybe it has something to do with the school anniversary, she guessed. Huang Zhangfei continued. The principal proposed a new canteen system. He plans to recruit a few chefs. After Huang Zhangfei's explanation, the students understood. The rules of the new canteen system are that, if you plan to eat in the canteen in the future, you need to participate in the table sharing system. 8 students per table, pay monthly, and the food fee for a single day is 16 yuan per student. The standard is 4 yuan for breakfast, 8 yuan for lunch, and 4 yuan for dinner. Since 8 people eat at a table, it is similar to the mode of a family eating. The variety of food is relatively rich, and the structure is stable, which can ensure nutrition and avoid waste. Huang Zhangfei said, at present, this is just the principal's preliminary proposal. It has not been adopted yet. We are only asking for the opinions of the students. After listening to this, Deng Qingfeng sorted out his own situation first. He had breakfast and dinner near the school, and went home for lunch. If he joined the school cafeteria system, he would eat 3 meals a day in the cafeteria. It seems that it is not impossible. His mind was active, and he immediately thought of countless possibilities. He immediately said, can I specify which students to form a table with? If this is really possible, Deng Qingfeng can't even imagine how wonderful it will be. At that time, he and Shenkinj, Jiang Yanan, Yuan and others will be at the same table, making up 7 beautiful girls. Have breakfast, lunch, and dinner with them. How wonderful it would be. Huang Zhangfei took notes and said, I will report this to the teacher. Cuiyu asked, how is the food? Is it not bad again? It shouldn't be. I heard from the principal that we will do it seriously this time. Huang Zhangfei said. Zhang Kai said, 16 yuan is too much. It's a robbery. Can't it be reduced to 10 yuan a day? Pang Jiao was discussing the quality of the food in the cafeteria with her sisters. She was very upset when she heard this. She turned around and glared at Zhang Kai. 16 yuan is too expensive. If you can't afford it, don't eat it. At 16 yuan, I'm afraid I'll be hungry and thin. Zhang Kai was puzzled. Can't I ask? The monitor said to collect opinions. Pang Jiao, if you can't afford it, ask your family for more money. Zhang Kai was stimulated. He said unhappily, you are so fat, why don't you eat less? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Cuiyu advised, hey, everyone, give me some face and don't quarrel. Pang Jiao shouted, Zhang Kai, say it again. Zhang Kai stood up angrily, I said you are fat, I said you are fat, you are fat. Fat, fat, fat. Pang Jiao, I will beat you to death. Class 8 is in chaos again. Jiang Ning said, stop quarreling and listen to the monitor. The class was quiet. Huang Zhangfei was about to rush down from the platform, but Pang Jiao and the others stopped arguing. He cheered up and continued to collect students' opinions on the cafeteria. Wednesday, morning self-study. After a night of self-healing, Duan Shigen recovered. He entered class 8 with the mood of visiting a grave. Duan Shigen forced a smile when he met Huang Zhangfei. When he first saw this monitor, he didn't like him very much. Who made this boy too handsome? If he was in junior high school, Duan Shigen would have to make trouble for him. However, after what happened last night, Duan Shigen changed a lot. During the evening self-study yesterday, before school was over, Huang Zhangfei told the whole class not to tell anyone about the fight, and that the matter of class 8 should be resolved internally. Thanks to this, although the fight was fierce last night, Duan Shigen avoided punishment from the school because he didn't tell the teacher. Duan Shigen came early, and the fat girls hadn't arrived yet, so he felt a little relieved. But he is still a transfer student, and he doesn't even have a classmate in class 8 to brag about. At this time, CUIU came over and praised, "Brother, you are awesome. You dare to fight with Pangjaro." Duan Shigen was stunned and said, "If she doesn't give me face, of course I will beat them." CUIU, "What if I can't win?" Duan Shigen quickly replied, "I have to fight, even if I can't win." "But, Brother Gang is domineering." CUIU applauded. "In the future, when you deal with Pangjaro, you must call me CUIU. Brother, I will definitely help you." CUIU said. Zhang Kai passed by and said to Duan Shigen, "In the future, when you fight Pangjaro, call me. No matter where I am, I will definitely help you." After saying this, Zhang Kai left without stopping. Duan Shigen was surprised. He had already pulled into reliable helpers. Chapter 368 Compensation Gift. When the bell rang, the Chinese teacher hadn't walked out of the classroom yet, and the class was filled with students talking. Then, the fragmented voices expanded, and several shouts were interspersed. Huang Yazu took out his table tennis racket, passed the back row, and waved to Mao Zhe. Mao Zhe stood up immediately. He was very withdrawn, but since playing ball with Huang Yazu in a physical education class, the two got along well, and became half friends. During the big break, he often went to the playground with Huang Yazu to play table tennis. Wu Zhaoqi held a basketball. He looked at the table tennis ball that was only as big as a table tennis ball and invited, "Don't play table tennis, come and play basketball with me." Facing the sun on the court, sweating, and passionate collision, this is the sport that real men should do. Wu Zhaoqi swung his arms, creating a great scene, trying to attract them to join the basketball team. Mao Zhe didn't speak, and Huang Yazu didn't speak either. The two left together. Wu Zhaoqi smacked his lips, but he wasn't sad. He had long been accustomed to being rejected. Deng Qingfeng, Jiang Ning, Yuan and others, carrying badminton bags, passed by the back door of the classroom. Wu Zhaoqi changed his strategy and bewitched Deng Qingfeng, "Don't play with women, play basketball with me. Let our country's name spread to the world. Let those who look down on us be shocked." Wu Zhaoqi showed his patriotism. Yuan looked at him, as if she was a cerebral palsy. "You talk so well, why don't you play football?" After that, she and Jiang Yanan left together. Rock, paper, scissors. Zhu Yuantang lost. After seeing this, Chen Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Tong Tong, you lost. I want an old popsicle, the kind that costs 50 cents. The two of them decided who would go to the cafeteria to buy things by playing rock, paper, scissors. Zhu Yuantang lost 3 times in a row, and she was so miserable. She looked at her deskmate Jiang Ning with resentment. "Haha, you asked for trouble." Jiang Ning had no sympathy at all. Chen Xiaoyu wanted to play with him, but Zhu Yuantang snatched him as a coolie. Zhu Yuantang played the emotional card. She looked at him seriously. "Jiang Ning, how am I to you?" She took stock for 2 minutes. Her past efforts were not limited to washing and cooking. "Jiang Ning, stop talking. Let's go together." Zhu Yuantang went out happily. The weather was very good. The sky was blue, and the white clouds were as white and soft as a girl's legs, which made people feel happy. The sturdy old locust tree in the distance had lush branches and leaves, and its green leaves covered a large area of cool shade. The small garden in front of building 3 was full of flowers of various colors. In the corridor outside, several boys from class 8 were lying on the balcony to relax. Wang Lang sighed. "It's a pity that after moving here, we can't see the fountain of the rockery." Jiuo Kanan's mood was different from Wang Lang's. He looked down at the open concrete ground below. Many students were on both sides of the badminton net, swinging their rackets to play. Jiuo Kanan's eyes kept searching for the students coming and going, but he couldn't find the figure after all. He said sadly, "Ting Ting is not here." Meng Jiui said, "Yes, Ting Ting hasn't appeared for 2 days. CUIU, I miss her." Duan Shigen stood next to CUIU. Since the communication in the morning, the two have achieved the achievement of nodding acquaintances. Duan Shigen was watching with great interest. Hearing the sighs of several people, he wanted to know, "Who is the Ting Ting you are talking about?" Meng Jiui, big. CUIU, moist. Jiuo Kanan, smooth. Duan Shigen said he didn't understand. CUIU said, Gangzi, when you meet Ting Ting, you will know how admirable she is. Yun Ting Ting is a student in the experimental class of class 3 of grade 1. She is famous for her size. Not only is she big, but she is also never stingy. She likes to wear thin clothes and play badminton with others downstairs every time. At this time, classes 8, 9, 10, including the corridors above, will be full of students with the most pious attitude, paying high respect. Jiuo Kanan searched for a long time without any results, so he said, Brother Cui, shall we go for dinner? Actually, he didn't eat in the morning, and he couldn't stand the hunger until now, but if Yun Ting Ting was here, Jiuo Kanan could still hold on. But she wasn't here. CUIU, let's go, let's go. Several people walked around. On campus, Zhu Yuantang looked around. She stayed at number 4 middle school, and most of the time, she stayed at her desk and rarely walked around, like she was now. Jiang Ning, when the new canteen is built, do you want to join the small canteen? Yesterday during evening self-study, she heard from her classmates that she felt a sense of novelty. Baiyuxia and Chen Xiaoyu seemed to have some intention of joining. Jiang Ning said, let's see. He didn't know what this model was like. After all, the previous canteens had never undergone such changes, and the canteen owner still firmly controlled the canteen contract until he graduated. On the way to the canteen, there were groups of students passing by from time to time. The gate of number 4 middle school was closed during classes, and it was impossible to go out to buy things. It is now mid-May, and the temperature in Yuzhou has risen. Many students who want to drink some cold drinks can only choose a supermarket in the cafeteria. Zhu Yuantang chattered, and Jiang Ning only occasionally replied. Suddenly, Zhu Yuantang looked at the two girls in front of him, and touched Jiang Ning. She is so tall. Hearing this, Jiang Ning glanced at the girl in front of him. She was 180 centimeters tall, wearing black shorts, showing a pair of white, tender, and well-proportioned long legs. While walking, she moved her two slender and round legs, which was very eye-catching. Behind Jiang Ning and others, Jiuo Kanan and others who were originally walking slowly, actually surpassed Jiang Ning, as if they were participating in a race walking competition. Brother Nan, slow down, you can't hold on. Wang Lang trotted to catch up. Several people only dared to watch, not to go up and talk to them, and followed silently behind, like a trailing, to take a few more glances and feast their eyes. Jiuo Kanan only looked at them a few times and immediately recognized the owner of the long legs. He asserted, Tang Fu, from class 7. In the last campus meeting, Tang Fu won the first place in the long jump event. There were countless students who went to watch the competition at that time. Duan Shigen took a breath of cold air. These are not legs, they are two deadly scissors. When Jiuo Kanan heard Gang's description, he thought that this boy was quite eloquent. He described it more exaggeratedly. These legs are longer than my life. Wang Lang, brother Nan, it's not true, right? Finally arrived at the cafeteria. Zhu Yuantang went to eat first. After all, the cafeteria was about to be changed. If she wanted to eat again in the future, it might not be available. Eat and cherish it. She and Jiang Ning went to the window selling fried dough sticks together. This was the most popular window in the cafeteria of number 4 middle school. Zhu Yuantang was a little late, and there was a long line in front of the window. She had to go forward to line up. In front of her happened to be the tall girl she met on the road just now. After observing closely, Zhu Yuantang found that this girl was taller. As for who is taller between her and Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang couldn't tell. They were both very tall. Jiang Ning queued up behind her. When buying fried dough sticks, she also bought a bowl of tofu pudding. Zhu Yuantang took fried dough sticks and 2 bowls. It was definitely not possible. The line moved forward little by little. Soon it was Tang Fu's turn. She only ordered a cup of soy milk. After swiping her meal card, she left with the cup. The auntie at the window said directly to Jiang Ning, what do you want, classmate? Zhu Yuantang shouted, auntie, is it my turn next? The auntie looked down and found that there was actually a female classmate in front of the window. She quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't see it. Zhu Yuantang cried in her heart. Is she really that short? The last class in the afternoon was self-study. Some people were discussing problems in the classroom, and some were playing with their phones. It was not completely silent. Huang Zhengfei had long since stopped paying attention to discipline. Song Sheng liked to do his test papers during self-study classes, but Pang Zhao and the others were always talking. Song Sheng tried to stop them, and was almost beaten by Pang Zhao and the others. Later, students who liked to study gradually changed to Chen Kan's direction, and learned to make peace with noise. Chen Xiao was discussing a question with Zhu Yuantang. She didn't believe in evil, and wanted to develop Zhu Yuantang's teaching ability. How do you solve this? Chen Xiao pointed to a physics question, which was a mechanics question. Zhu Yuantang said a few words, and calculated the answer. Chen Xiao emphasized, I'm asking you how to solve the problem and your idea of solving it. Zhu Yuantang, is this how you solve it? Jiang Ning watched the two people playing around. He opened his spiritual consciousness, and covered the entire teaching building. He didn't notice any teachers coming, so he took out 2 boxes he had prepared in advance. Chen Xiao, the jade pendant is carved. He put the box on the desk. After hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately abandoned Zhu Yuantang so fast. She thought she would have to wait a few more days, but she didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so efficient. The carving is quite smooth, Jiang Ning said. In fact, with his skills, if he pursued efficiency, it would not take even a minute. He just liked the process of meticulous carving. After hearing this, Bei Yuxia turned around to watch, curious about the jade carved by Jiang Ning. Chen Xiao unfolded the box, and Bei Yuxia saw a piece of white jade in a cloud. The material was very clean and pure. It was made from the same batch of jade as her little tiger. It looks good. Chen Xiao was satisfied. Next, she looked at another box. If nothing unexpected happened, this box contained a koi. She opened the box, and saw a koi. The little koi was not monotonous white. Its upper body was red, and the body was light red. At the tail, it transitioned to pure white. Under the reflection of the setting sun, that finally passed through the classroom window, the scales on the surface of the koi shone, as if alive. Wow. Chen Xiao's eyes seemed to glow with amazement. When her deskmate Bei Yuxia saw the koi, she was moved. If we only look at the appearance, this koi is more beautiful and eye-catching than her little tiger. The koi's tail hooked a small ring, and the red rope passed through the tail. Chen Xiao put the koi on her wrist, and showed it to a few people. The girl's wrist was slender and white, and the red koi was placed on the surface, which was extremely bright. The slightly twisted fishtail seemed to be swimming. Bei Yuxia suddenly said, isn't this jade? Jiang Ning replied, well, it's not jade, it's jadeite. I thought so. Bei Yuxia nodded. At first glance, she found that the material didn't look like jade. Chen Xiao was originally admiring it. When she heard that it was jadeite, she was surprised and said, isn't it very expensive? She gritted her teeth, and looked at Jiang Ning. She was determined to get this koi. Even if it was expensive, she would get it. Bei Yuxia didn't say anything. The cost might not be high, but there is a saying about jade and jadeite. If jade is not carved, it will not be useful. The raw materials may cost tens or hundreds, but once carved, the price will increase wildly. In her opinion, the price of jade koi is at least hundreds or thousands. Bei Yuxia didn't point it out. Chen Xiao and her sister are stupid, and may not be able to distinguish the price. Besides, Jiang Ning may not care. If it's very expensive, I will give you all my sister's pocket money. Chen Xiao gritted her teeth. Jiang Ning smiled. What about you? Chen Xiao, I will give you 2. After getting Jiang Ning's benefit, she secretly decided to compensate Jiang Ning with her sister, and make sure he was satisfied. Chen Xiao can become a friend of Bei Yuxia, Yang Sheng and others, not a girl who likes to take advantage. Jiang Ning said happily, that's not necessary, the cost is very low. For me, carving itself is a kind of pleasure. If you protect this koi, it will be my reward. Giving gifts during class attracted the attention of the surrounding classmates. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang left first, and went home for dinner. Chen Xiao was waiting for her sister in the classroom. When her sister arrived, she showed her the things Jiang Ning had given her. The 2 sisters have similar aesthetics. The younger sister thinks it is beautiful, and the older sister is no exception. The two girls played with it for a while, and Chen Xiqing said, last time we came back from Nanshi, we only brought him bookmarks, but he gave us jade. We will make up for it next time. Chen Xiao agreed very much, yeah. But I don't know what he likes. This is true. They really can't find Jiang Ning's hobbies. He is not like other students in the class. He likes to discuss electronic devices, shoes, basketball. After careful consideration, Chen Xiqing decided to introduce two strategies. The first is to break through from Zhu Yuantong and buy her more food. The second is to seize Jiang Ning's current hobby. Doesn't he like reading? In the future, every time they go to a city or a scenic spot, they will collect local bookmarks and give them to him. In this way, as long as there are more bookmarks, they can always pay off this jade koi. While the two sisters were discussing, Yuan came to inquire about the enemy. She noticed the movements of Jiang Ning during class and discussed it with Shenkinj. After Shenkinj's vague hints and guidance, Yuan unconsciously became interested. Isn't this a pioneer? Xiao, what did you do in class? Yuan asked directly. She has a hot personality and is very straightforward. She rarely beats around the bush. Chen Xiao grabbed her sister's wrist and showed her the jade koi. Jiang Ning carved it himself. Doesn't it look good? She and her sister and Jiang Ning are innocent and pure friendship. She is too lazy to hide it. After seeing it, Yuan's eyes were absorbed for a few seconds. The koi was as warm as jade and had a crystal clearness, which really attracted girls. She felt jealous and said insincerely, it's okay, just an ordinary jade. After hearing this, Chen Xiao immediately hit her sister's wrist. I like it very much, and it was carved by Jiang Ning himself. Sister, let's go to dinner, Chen Xiqing said. When Yuan returned, she was still thinking about the koi fish. Shenkinj and Jiang Yanan were around her, and An Qingfeng went to buy food for them. Seeing Yuan coming back, the two girls cast their eyes at her. Yuan suddenly asked, Kinj, didn't you play with Jiang Ning last week? Can he carve jade pendants? Chapter 369 Internal and External Troubles. The reason why Yuan asked Shenkinj was that, after seeing Chen Xiao's koi, she wanted one very much, but she had looked down on Jiang Ning in front of her sisters before. How could she be willing to ask him for a jade pendant? So, she tried to see if she could expand the way through Shenkinj. After hearing this, Shenkinj's beautiful face froze at first, and then she said, jade pendant? You know, didn't he post a message that day? Didn't you see it? Yuan smiled disdainfully. Except for the class monitor, I directly skipped the messages posted by other boys. I never paid attention to Jiang Ning's messages. Her stern speech reflected her infatuation with the class monitor and highlighted the uniqueness of the class monitor in her eyes. It was a pity that Huang Zhangfei was not in the class and could not hear what she said. Jiang Yanan was originally browsing the forum, and she wondered, Yuan, you don't have Jiang Ning as a friend? Yuan's face was embarrassed. Shenkinj said, why are you asking about the jade pendant? Jiang Ning gave Chen Xiao a jade pendant. Did you see it? Yuan said, that koi is pretty. Shenkinj said, oh, if you want it, go buy it online. But Yuan is very serious. If she can buy it easily, she won't want it. However, Shenkinj looked indifferent to the world, making it difficult for Yuan to find a breakthrough. After school in the afternoon, Yuan enjoyed the food brought by An Qingfeng. Today, she and Jiang Yanan bought oil cakes and spicy clams and ate together. Shenkinj ate cold noodles alone. After dinner, there were still 20 to 30 minutes before class. This was the most leisurely time for the classmates in the class. They either went out to play or stayed in the classroom to chat together. Yuan turned to the south of the classroom and found that Bei Yuxia also had a jade pendant. After asking, she found out that it was also given by Jiang Ning. Yuan complained, why did Jiang Ning carve so many jade pendants? Chen Xiao felt that Yuan had bad intentions, and she said, Jiang Ning likes to practice, this is a hobby. Yuan stared at Bei Yuxia's little tiger and continued to inquire, don't you want money? No money. Bei Yuxia. Yuan looked at the white jade little tiger, pure and innocent, delicate, and warm, and her heart was moved. She was born in the year of the tiger and wanted a piece of natal jade. This little tiger was exquisitely shaped and very suitable for her. Bei Yuxia, can I see the jade? Bayuxia showed her wrist. Look. After looking at it for a while, Yuan became more eager. She even wanted to touch it, but Bayuxia refused her on the grounds that casually touching jade will damage the spirit. After Yuan left, Chen Xiao was surprised. Zaya, are you telling the truth or not? Bayuxia said calmly, if you believe it, it is true. If you don't believe it, it is not true. Chen Xiao took out her koi. Then how do my sister and I usually exchange jade? Aren't you the same person? Bayuxia asked back. Oh. Chen Xiao was relieved. She and her sister were one. During the evening self-study, the news spread, and many classmates heard that Jiang Ning gave Chen Xiao and Bayuxia jade pendants. No one gossiped. After all, it was not given to a single girl. Besides, Jiang Ning had a good reputation in class 8. Jiang Yanan and the others discussed the jade pendant, and Duan Shigen listened silently. After his contact with CUIU, he probably had some understanding of the situation of the students in class 8, who was a good person, who was a bad person, and who was worth getting along with. The kind-hearted CUIU gave him an inventory. Once a person has established a firm foothold, he craves for more. Duan Shigen is no exception. He has a strong ability to adapt. After only one day, he developed a good impression of Jiang Yanan. Jiang Yanan's eyes are a little small, but her skin is very white. She is tall, and she is kind. When he and Pang Jiao were fighting, Jiang Yanan persuaded him. According to Duan Shigen's judgment, it should not be difficult to pursue Jiang Yanan. He wondered if he should ask CUIU again, to find out more about this girl. However, Duan Shigen held back. He was still a newcomer, and could not make a big fuss. He listened to the conversation between the few people, and found the right time to decisively answer, do you girls like jade pendants? This week passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was Thursday night. Zhu Yuantang lay on the desk, resting his head on his arms, looking at Jiang Ning by the window. As he looked out, the campus outside the window fell into the night. In the distance, lights were lit up in the teaching building, and he could even clearly see the blackboard in the classroom, illuminated by the lights. If he looked closer, the glass surface reflected the profile of Jiang Ning reading a book. Jiang Ning reading quietly was the most common scene for Zhu Yuantang, and he had seen it many times. Zhu Yuantang moved his arms, and rested his head on them more comfortably. Jiang Ning, what are we doing this week? Zhu Yuantang wanted to know in advance. With Jiang Ning around, she could always find something to look forward to every weekend. They played games, and watched movies at home, made fun things, or went to the river dam to hang out. She liked everything. Jiang Ning thought about it, and thought of his arrangement at Yuki Mountain. He said, we'll eat crabs at home on Saturday. After Zhu Yuantang heard this, he stood up from his desk, his bright eyes full of joy. Catch crabs? She stroked her wrists, and pretended to show off her skills. Jiang Ning looked at her. Zhu Yuantang also looked straight at him. Then, Zhu Yuantang saw the disgust in Jiang Ning's eyes. I'll go catch them, you wait for me at home. Jiang Ning said. Those crabs were high quality varieties that he had asked Xiao Shuangshan to get before, and they were raised in the stream of Yuki Mountain. Now it was June, and the crabs were raised big enough in a place with abundant spiritual energy. It was a season to kill them. Why don't you let me go? Can't I help you? Zhu Yuantang pouted, looking unhappy. Jiang Ning didn't want her to know about the existence of Yuki Mountain for the time being. If she really saw such a spiritual place, Zhu Yuantang might guess something, but it was too early now. Wait for me to come back. Aren't you happy waiting to eat? Zhu Yuantang, it's more enjoyable to eat it by catching it yourself. Jiang Ning didn't bother to pay attention to her. After learning about eating crabs, Zhu Yuantang was very excited. Crabs are definitely a precious dish for her family. The price of crabs is not cheap these days. Just buying a few crabs costs dozens or even hundreds of yuan. The last time Zhu Yuantang ate crabs, Jiang Ning caught them from the river. She ate 2.5 of the 3 crabs that time. It was enough to prove her love. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning still ignored her, so she said sullenly, if you don't let me catch them, I won't cook crabs for you. Jiang Ning laughed. This threat was really scary. The second class of the evening self-study class was Gao Hishuo's math class. Gao Hishuo started to talk about new content again. The students who listened to him were in low spirits. Many students forced themselves to suppress their sleepiness and listen to the class with strong willpower. Gayo Hishuoi glanced at the students with a sinister look and talked about a very difficult question, as if nothing had happened. Then, he said to everyone, "You know how to do this question, right? I will give you another similar question. Can you solve it? If you know how to do it, let's jump to the next question." A student replied, "Yes, yes." Duan Shigen followed up and responded, "With his experience in school, it was definitely right to be perfunctory like this." As a result, Gayo Hishuoi did not play by the rules. He called Duan Shigen, "Come on, tell me how to do this question." Duan Shigen didn't know how to do it. He hadn't been to school for more than half a year and didn't know shit. Gayo Hishuo's face turned black and he shouted, "Go stand behind." Duan Shigen was numb. Damn it, how could there be such a sinister teacher? Duan Shigen passed through Pangjiao with difficulty, like passing through a sewer full of silt, and went all the way to the end of the classroom. Gayo Hishuoi threw his textbook on the desk and said, look at you, one by one, two by two, as if they were dead." Gayo Hishuo's voice was so loud that Wu Zhaoqi, who was sleeping soundly in the last row, was woken up. He was drowsy and felt that the light was extremely dazzling. He reached out and turned off the light switch, then fell back to sleep. Wu Zhaoqi and Duan Shigen stood at the back of the classroom for a whole class. Because they had a companion, they were not alone. During the break between evening self-study classes, a boy appeared at the door of classroom 8 and called Jiang Yanan away. Cuiu stared at the boy. "Brother Gui." Yanan was called out again. Meng Gui closed her eyes and chanted, "So what? She was the woman you loved before." Cuiu shook him. Meng Gui said, "He is the woman you love now." Cuiu did not count on Meng Gui anymore. He went to the back row to find Wang Longlong and learned that the boy was from class 5 of grade 1 and had been in the same junior high school as Jiang Yanan. Wang Longlong also said that, since the beginning of the school, the boy had appeared at the door of class 8 a total of 4 times, and each time he called Jiang Yanan out. Outside the school, Wang Longlong had once encountered the two of them. Based on the gap between the two people walking, it can be judged that they are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at the moment. After Cuiu learned about it, he immediately thought of a sinister way, and he found Duan Shigen. "Brother Gang, what do you think of our class 8? Cuiu said the first sentence. Duan Shigen thought for a moment and said, "I like class 8 very much." When he first entered class 8, he encountered some unpleasantness, but after staying in class 8 for 2 days, he found that the male classmates were very friendly, especially the enthusiastic classmate Cuiu. Unlike the boys he met before, he could see that Cuiu was a very good classmate. He had a very high emotional intelligence and was good at thinking. If he were in ancient times, such a person would be a think tank. If Duan Shigen could bring him under his command, he would definitely have a lot of fun in the next 2 years of high school. Not only Cuiu, but also another Zankai. After a brief contact, Duan Shigen judged that this person was by no means an ordinary person. He was brave, resourceful, and had ambitious goals. With such talents gathered in class 8, Duan Shigen was extremely satisfied, not to mention that there were so many beauties. The world, heroes, and beauties are all here. After hearing his answer, Cuiu said seriously, "Brother Gang, Jiang Yanan from our class was called out by the boys from class 5. Do you understand what I mean?" Duan Shigen was unhappy when he understood, hooking up with the girl from class 8. What's more, Jiang Yanan is the girl he has his eyes on. Cuiu added fuel to the fire and said, that's right, brother Gang, what should we do now?" Duan Shigen frowned and thought, but couldn't think of a solution. Cuiu cursed in his heart, "Sure enough, I can't rely on him, I have to do it myself, and try to make the best use of the waste." "Brother Gang, how about this? You stay close to Jiang Yanan, keep an eye on the situation in the future. Find out the other party's routine first, and don't let the girl from class 8 be taken away by other classes." Cuiu made a simple deployment. Duan Shigen, "Well, leave it to me." While the two were talking, Zankai came around. After learning more about it, he found out that Duan Shigen had worked outside for a few months before, and had saved up a lot of money. Moreover, this man was quite righteous and even treated him to a bottle of iced Fanta this afternoon. He's someone I can borrow money from. Zankai judged. He chatted with Du and Shigen for a few words. Zankai deliberately flattered him and laughed from time to time. How happy. Du and Shigen thought the same. In the past 2 days, Pangjiro didn't bother him anymore and made friends with Cuiyu and Zankai. However, Cuiyu and Zankai often had conflicts because of different ideas. Du and Shigen saw it and was happy in his heart. The younger brothers under him had to have conflicts and fight each other so that he could control them more easily. The next morning, Du and Shigen came to class 8 early. He hadn't been to school for a long time and now he missed it. Not long after he sat down, he saw a boy running in from the door. He brought breakfast, put it in Jiang Ning's desk hole, and left without looking back. Du and Shigen retracted his gaze. This person seemed to be the boy from the other class that Cuiyu mentioned. He contacted Cuiyu urgently. Cuiyu had just gotten up. Brother Gang, take control of the breakfast first, and I will deal with it when I go back. A few seconds later, he sent again. Don't wait for me, leave it to Zankai. Du and Shigen pulled out the breakfast calmly. He looked at the breakfast, cowpea porridge, fried buns, corn and tea eggs. Du and Shigen would definitely not eat it if he was dealt with. He has his own kingly aura. He put the breakfast in his desk hole and waited for classmate Zankai to return. When Zankai came, Du and Shigen mentioned breakfast. Kaizi, you haven't eaten yet. Zankai saw the breakfast in his hand and had a pleasant thought. No. Du and Shigen put the breakfast in his hand. Kaizi, please eat. Zankai was ecstatic at first and then he was moved. Yesterday, Brother Gang treated him to a drink and today Brother Gang treated him to breakfast. He was really a benefactor. He quickly finished his breakfast and at the end, in order to drink all the porridge, he even tore open the seal of the plastic cup and used a straw to pull out the cal piece. Du and Shigen was also very satisfied with Zankai's behavior. Cuiyu rushed to the class and Du and Shigen clapped his hands and said easily, all solved. Cuiyu praised, Brother Gang is capable. Du and Shigen looked proud. After all, Jiang Ning was the woman he liked, so of course he put in effort. As a result, when Jiang Ning arrived, Du and Shigen saw that Dan King Feng brought a lot of breakfast and gave one to everyone. Internal and external troubles? Du and Shigen sighed. He didn't like Dan King Feng very much. At the beginning, he was the one who changed seats to watch the fun. Now seeing Jiang Ning and the others receiving breakfast and looking very happy, Du and Shigen decided to discuss his strategy with Cuiyu. After class, the two of them gathered together. What do you think of Dan King Feng? Cuiyu was already unhappy. He is so sinister, trying to please Yuwen and Shenkinj. The two of them are Jiang Ning's friends. They are wicked. Brother Gang, be careful. Du and Shigen said, then I will have a good fight with him. Cuiyu was very satisfied to see that he was so aggressive. He is not very combative. Du and Shigen also felt it was difficult. He could not deliver breakfast to the girls personally like Dan King Feng did. It was too degrading. What do you think? He asked. Cuiyu pondered. I have a way. Du and Shigen, tell me in detail. Friday afternoon, when I was riding my bike home, night fell. From the brightly lit city, I drove into the river dam in the countryside, as if I had come to another world. There were many pedestrians running and walking on the dam. There were old people holding small speakers and walking quickly. The ups and downs of opera sounded. Zhu Yuantang said in the back seat, I want Chachu to come over tomorrow. Jiang Ning, okay. After a few seconds of silence, Zhu Yuantang blinked. Jiang Ning, don't you welcome Chachu? Chapter 370 Summer Night. On the way home, Zhu Yuantang stuck to the back seat of the mountain bike and asked about Chachu. She and Chachu have a good relationship. They grew up in the same village. They often strolled around the mountains and fields together, played glass balls, caught butterflies, picked up rags, and sold them to buy snacks, went to school and went home together, and formed a deep friendship. But later, Zhu Yuantang went to Yazhou City with her mother and entered junior high school, so they had to separate. But the friendship with Zhu Chachu did not fade much because of the distance. Now Zhu Chachu came to the city to study in high school, and in the huge Yazhou city, Zhu Yuantang only had her as a real friend. Although she was silly, she was not stupid. She was worried that Jiang Ning would dislike Chachu. If that happened, she didn't know what to do. Jiang Ning heard this and wondered why she asked such a question. Zhu Chachu looked cold on the outside, but in fact she was gentle and knowledgeable. I believe that few people dislike this kind of girl. How could it be? If you want her to come over, just call her. It's nothing more than an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks, he said in a normal tone. HMM. Zhu Yuantang felt relieved after hearing this. Jiang Ning rarely lied to her. Now he said this to show that he didn't hate Chachu. Thinking of this, her lips curved, and she spoke in the cool breeze of the summer night. Jiang Ning, do you know that the last time I chatted with Chachu, I found out that Chachu and I were the only girls in high school in our village. What about the others? Jiang Ning slowly stepped on the pedals to make the wheels roll slower. Zhu Yuantang sighed. They all dropped out of school. I heard from Chachu and my mother that they went to work in factories outside. It is not cost effective to farm in the countryside now. Even if the family has a few acres of land, they can only earn a few thousand yuan a year. If they want to improve their living conditions, they can only go out to work. In their village, working is the general trend. Jiang Ning thought for a while and said, our village is similar. There are only 2 or 3 boys of the same age now. The educational conditions in rural areas are much worse than those in cities. Many people go to school just to mess around, play in game arcades, surf the internet, and compete with teachers every day. At this time, seeing people working around them, especially their peers who work and come back every year, they are dressed fashionably, talk and have great knowledge, and have spare money to spend, so they can buy new mobile phones. After seeing this, many students naturally have the idea of working. Students who can complete high school are rare. It is even more serious for girls. Although Jiang Ning is only in the first year of high school, the girls in the village have already married and had children. He remembered that, when he was in the 3rd year of high school, some of them had already remarried. Then, Jiang Ning, do you think it is better to go to school or work? Zhu Yuantang asked him. Jiang Ning thought about it and said, it's better to go to school. Although the final result of going to school may not be better than going out to work at the beginning, the process is undoubtedly much happier. Yeah, I think so too. Zhu Yuantang stuck to him again, not feeling hot in the summer. Jiang Ning turned the handlebars and turned from the river dam into the fields below. The mountain bike suddenly accelerated with the effect of gravity. With this force, the mountain bike rushed forward a long way. He pedaled twice more and arrived home. Mom, I'm on vacation. Zhu Yuantang shouted in a crisp voice. Before Jiang Ning's car stopped, she jumped excitedly and jumped down from the back seat. Aunt Gu was enjoying the cool air at the door. Seeing her daughter's appearance, she smiled first and then reminded her, be careful, don't fall. Zhu Yuantang immediately said proudly, how is it possible? Such a short bicycle can't be a problem for me at all. She boasted for a few words and then said, Mom, I will take you to ride a horse in the future and let you watch me fly down from the horse. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Aunt Gu thought that there seemed to be a small horse farm on the other side of the river dam. In the past, her family had no money and riding a horse was very expensive, so she was reluctant to take her daughter to play. Now she has a good job and earns several thousand yuan a month. Now that she has recovered, it's time to let her daughter play. Aunt Gu had an idea in her heart, but she didn't say it out loud. She was going to ask again, and then ask her daughter and Jiang Ning to play. Mom, what are you going to eat in the evening? Zhu Yuantang asked. I just came back after eating at the company. Aunt Gu is one of the chefs of Changqingai company. She usually has 3 meals a day, almost all of which are solved at the company. The kitchen at home is almost occupied by her daughter. I have eaten too. Jiang Ning and I had cold noodles and rao jiamo and drank watermelon juice. Zhu Yuantang explained. Aunt Gu asked with concern, are you full? Zhu Yuantang touched her belly. Full. Are you really full, or are you pretending to be full? Aunt Gu confirmed again. Mom, I'm really full. Zhu Yuantang felt that her mother was questioning her. It's not Aunt Goo's fault for questioning. In fact, her daughter is more capable. She remembered that Chachu's parents invited her to a restaurant before. Whenever she said to Chachu's mother, "Don't add more dishes, Tang Tang is full," then her daughter would always slap her in the face with her strength. Today, Boss Sheo came to the kitchen and asked us to bring some food. I took a box of fried snails. You and Jiang Ning will eat it in the evening, Aunt Gu said. Zhu Yuantang was surprised and said, "Mom, your boss is so nice. The delicious cakes you brought home last time were also sent by the boss." Aunt Gu smiled and said, "Of course, your mother is an old employee. When Changqing Guy was not yet big, she was recruited." Fortunately, she did not suspect that he was a liar at that time, otherwise she would not have received the current treatment. Because she joined the company early, Boss Sheo was familiar with her, so the people in the kitchen department thought that she and the boss were relatives, so Aunt Gu is now very comfortable in the company. Although Aunt Gu repeatedly emphasized it, no one in the company believed it, so she stopped explaining. Zhu Yuantang talked to her mother and ran to Jiang Ning's house to play with him. Aunt Gu looked at her daughters running back. Her weather-beaten face became younger and showed a gentle smile. Aunt Gu sat down at the door, got up and walked east. After a few steps, she arrived in front of a bungalow and the lights were on in the house. Aunt Gu called out, "Aunt Pan." Soon, a fat middle-aged woman came out of the house. She looked older than Aunt Gu and brought a little boy of 4 or 5 years old. Aunt Pan moved a stool for her and then started talking in front of the door. After chatting for a few words, Aunt Gu explained her purpose. "Aunt Pan, I heard from Uncle Tang that your family is planning to sell the house." Aunt Pan, "Yes, my eldest daughter is in college, and my family has opened a store outside. We rarely see each other all year round. It's not a solution. I'm thinking of selling the house and taking the children to buy a house in another place." Aunt Gu listened to her quietly and asked, "Have you found a good person to sell the house now?" As they were neighbors, Aunt Pan told the truth. "It's not easy to sell. It's too far from the city." "How much do you plan to sell it for?" Aunt Gu asked. At this point, Aunt Pan reacted. She looked at Aunt Gu and said, "Little Gu, are you planning to sell your house too?" Aunt Gu did not hide anything. She said straight to the point, "There is someone in our village who plans to settle down in Yazhou. I heard that you are selling your house to see if I can buy it." "Why buy my house? Don't you have an empty house? Isn't it rented out now? It's more convenient to sell it directly to someone in your village," Aunt Pan said. "It would save trouble." Aunt Gu smiled and said, "For Jiang Ning to live in." Aunt Pan thought about it, and it was right. "Your family and Jiang Ning are a perfect match," she said with envy. Jiang Ning was tall and thin, friendly to others, and had good grades. He would definitely do well in the future. He would definitely be a good match with Tang Tang. "Aunt Pan, if you really plan to sell it, I will call people from my village over in a few days and you can talk about the price," Aunt Gu said. Aunt Pan was happy. That's great. Her house was in the suburbs. It used to be a rural area. It has been a few years. Now people buy houses in the city. As for the demolition, who will demolish this place in the wilderness? None of the residents in this row thought of demolition. After Aunt Gu had negotiated, she chatted for a while and then returned home. She planned to tell Chachu's mother about this. If Chachu's family bought this house, even if Tang Tang and Chachu went to college in other places in the future, she and Chachu's mother would live together and have a companion, so she wouldn't feel lonely. When Jiang Ning was playing games, he turned his head and looked at her. He immediately frowned. "What are you doing?" In the room, Zhu Yuantang was walking, or to be exact, she was walking sideways. Zhu Yuantang pursed her lips and snorted, "I'm a crab now." After that, she spread her legs, raised her little hands, and walked around without restraint. Jiang Ning was speechless and continued to play games, too lazy to pay attention to her. After a while, he used his spiritual sense to observe Zhu Yuantang. She was still playing, and her movements had improved greatly compared to before, and were more recognizable as crabs. "Even if we eat crabs tomorrow, you won't be like this, right? Zhu Yuantang, you don't understand me." Jiang Ning really didn't understand her inner world. After finishing a game, Zhu Yuantang touched him and said, "Jiang Ning, it's so cool outside, and there's wind. Let's go out to enjoy the cool air. My mom brought some snails. After hearing this, Jiang Ning put the computer on standby. During this time, Zhu Yuantang walked out the door sideways, and she moved quite fast. She was very brave, and withstood Aunt Gu's stern gaze. She took snails and 2 bottles of ice cola from the refrigerator, and moved sideways outside. Just as she sat down, and hadn't opened the cola, Zhu Yuantang said, "Jiang Ning, did you sleep outside on summer nights, when you were a child?" "Yes, my family had 2 old wooden beds. In summer, we moved them outside, and set up mosquito nets to sleep. We didn't need fans." Jiang Ning recalled his childhood. Zhu Yuantang agreed, "It's the same as my family. I used to like being outside the most." Jiang Ning nodded. "Then I heard that there were people stealing children, and my family didn't want it anymore." Zhu Yuantang was frightened. "Is it true?" Aunt Gu next to him nodded. "It's true. In that era, it was still quite chaotic. There were countless people stealing things and dogs. It was not as safe as it is now." Zhu Yuantang, "Mom, aren't you afraid that I will be taken away by someone?" She only now realized that sleeping outside was so dangerous. Aunt Gu, "It's okay with mom here." Zhu Yuantang sat at the door for a while, and suddenly suggested that they go to the roof of the bungalow to eat in the cool air. Jiang Ning thought this was a good idea. He moved out a ladder, brought coke and snails, a small stool and a small wooden table, and climbed onto the roof first. Zhu Yuantang walked sideways to the bottom of the ladder. Jiang Ning looked down and said, "If you have the guts, come up sideways." Zhu Yuantang was very angry. She liked to laugh at her every day. If he hadn't brought the ice cola and snails up there, Zhu Yuantang would never have spoiled him. But what could she do? She had no choice but to admit that she had no ability, adjusted her posture, climbed up tremblingly, and asked Jiang Ning to help pull her up. After climbing onto the roof, the view became wider, and the surrounding environment was in full view. The open fields in the distance seemed to be asleep. The bright moon was overhead, and the stars were dotted, as if the summer was coated with a layer of silver light. The evening breeze was gentle, making people feel relaxed and happy. She sat on a small bench with a small table in the middle. Zhu Yuantang first drank a sip of ice cola, which refreshed her whole body, and then picked up a spicy snail. This kind of snail is much longer than ordinary snails. Zhu Yuantang had never eaten it before, and she foolishly used a wooden stick to pierce the meat in the shell, but it couldn't get through at all. Jiang Ning took one, pointed at the snail, and said to her, "This snail is best sucked." He demonstrated it to Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang has a great talent for eating. After just one look, he mastered the technique. The kitchen of Changqingai Company has extremely high hygiene standards. These snails are handled very cleanly. After being stir-fried, they taste delicious. Zhu Yuantang enjoyed it very much. Jiang Ning could hear her slurping sound. On a summer night, drinking ice cola and eating snails is quite enjoyable. The only drawback is that there are probably more mosquitoes. However, Jiang Ning activated the body refining technique and spread out the subtle electric current. Any mosquitoes that came around were easily electrocuted to death by the current. From an angle that Zhu Yuantang didn't notice, mosquitoes fell from the sky in the dark night sky. After eating the snails, Zhu Yuantang went downstairs to take a shower, changed into a loose and soft cartoon t-shirt and shorts, and ran to Jiang Ning's room to play games. She always felt that Jiang Ning's room was particularly comfortable, fresh and cool. She crossed her legs on the chair and held the mouse. Friday night is usually the happiest time for Zhu Yuantang. She doesn't have to go to class the whole day tomorrow, so she can play games happily. While playing games, she still has time to chat with Zhu Chuchu on questions. Jiang Ning leaned on the sofa and played with his phone, chatting heatedly in the class group. Dong Qingfeng showed his test paper. "Sorry, I have finished the test paper sent by Gao Hishui." "Who else?" "Lu Kiki." "Dong Qingfeng, can you give me some reference?" Dong Qingfeng didn't reply immediately. Lu Kiki had a partner, so her priority in his eyes needed to be reduced by one level. It was not until Jiang Yanan spoke that Dong Qingfeng said, "Since so many people want to see it, I'll send it to you privately." Ciu saw that his beloved woman had copied another boy's test paper. He said sarcastically, "Incredible, really incredible." Duan Shigang had just joined the group, and he pretended to be surprised. What? I still have to do homework on the weekend? Wang Lang Lang said, other teachers cannot do it, but we can't afford to offend Gao Hishuari. Duan Shigang, am I afraid of him? Shan Kaikun, brother Gang, you are my warrior. Cuiu, brother Gang, you are my immortal faith. Wang Lang Lang, even if I die and am nailed in a coffin, I will shout in this grave with a decayed voice, brother Gang is awesome. Duan Shigang was flattered by a bunch of people, and he became more determined not to do his homework. The night gradually deepened. 11 o'clock. Aunt Gu went to Jiang Ning's room to find her daughter, and saw that her daughter had occupied someone else's chair. Aunt Gu looked at the snacks on the table and asked, Tong Tong, have you brushed your teeth? Ever since she caught her daughter not brushing her teeth that night, she began to remind her daughter to brush her teeth. I have. Zhu Yuantang did not even turn her head. Nonsense, the toothpaste I squeezed for you is still here. Aunt Gu frowned and scolded. Zhu Yuantang heard this and said sullenly, okay, I'll brush my teeth now. She stepped on her slippers and went to her own bathroom, only to find that her mother did not squeeze toothpaste for her at all. Chapter 371 Chuchu is here. Saturday, early morning. Jiang Ning stood at the door. There was no wind. He looked up at the sky. There were only a few white clouds. The sun showed half of its face from the east, quietly watching the world, shy, timid, but with a heat that was countless times more terrifying than magma. It's going to get warmer. Jiang Ning muttered to himself. According to his judgment, the highest temperature today will be 35 degrees. For ordinary people, it is a temperature that requires air conditioning. He looked at the yard next door. The door was closed tightly. Zhu Yuantang had not woken up yet. She played games until 12 o'clock last night. When she woke up, it would probably be more than 8 o'clock. Jiang Ning returned to the yard, turned on the faucet, and took some warm water to wash his face. Although he could use magic to clean, sometimes he preferred to wash his face by hand, which made him feel that he was an ordinary person. After washing his face, Jiang Ning opened his spiritual sense and extended it to the solar water heater on the roof. Under the scan of his spiritual sense, the amount of water inside was clear at a glance. Compared with electric water heaters, solar water heaters save a lot of money. However, the disadvantages are obvious. You need to pay attention to the amount of water in it and replenish it in time. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing if there is no hot water when you take a bath at night. Usually, Zhu Yuantang's family uses solar energy to draw water at night, but Jiang Ning is used to using hot water in the morning, so she usually washes up in the morning and then draws water. After finishing, Jiang Ning went to the next door to make a simple breakfast. When it was almost 8 o'clock, he went into Zhu Yuantang's room and called her. She rolled lazily on the bed and didn't want to get up. Jiang Ning lifted her up from the bed. Zhu Yuantang couldn't sleep this time. She rubbed her eyes, blinked her long eyelashes, and revealed a bit of charm and confusion. It's time to eat, Jiang Ning reminded. Zhu Yuantang sniffed. The fragrance was not strong enough, and she couldn't activate her completely. She stayed by the bed for a while, and then ran to the yard to wash her face and brush her teeth. The cool water soaked her face, and her skin became moisturized. After washing, she patted her smiling face with her palms, and the ends of her hair were slightly wet. After her mother's lesson last night, she brushed her teeth honestly. After finishing it, she finally regained consciousness. Zhu Yuantang saw Jiang Ning had prepared breakfast. She picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of rice soup. It was mild and not hot at all. She drank half a bowl in one breath. Then she happily picked up a potato shred and bit it with a crisp sound. While she was eating, she looked at Jiang Ning from time to time and smiled secretly. Jiang Ning glanced at her and said, "Silly you." Zhu Yuantang was not angry. She smiled with curved eyes. "Jiang Ning, you are so nice." "Of course." Jiang Ning took the compliment as a matter of course. "Jiang Ning, are we going to have crabs for lunch?" Although it was just breakfast, Zhu Yuantang began to care about lunch. "Well, I plan to go to the city after dinner. Do you want to play at home or come with me?" Jiang Ning said, "But after we get to the city, I may have to separate." He planned to go to Huqi Mountain to catch crabs. This was a small matter, just a few minutes, but he promised his cousin Jiang Ning in the morning to deliver watermelons to his uncle's house, which was a little troublesome. After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang said, "I'll go with you. When you get to the city, leave me at Chachu's place, and I'll go shopping with her." Jiang Ning, okay. After dinner, Zhu Yuantang cleaned up the dishes. Jiang Ning pushed the cart out of the gate, and then she locked the gate and took Jiang Ning's bicycle. "It's a bit hot." Zhu Yuantang put on a sun hat. "It won't be hot when we start riding," Jiang Ning said. Sure enough, when Jiang Ning increased the speed of the bike, Zhu Yuantang really didn't feel the heat anymore. Now it was past 8 o'clock in the morning, the sunlight became dazzling, and the river dam was empty. The pedestrians who got up early to exercise had already evacuated. The mountain bike shuttled through the asphalt road of the river dam. Zhu Yuantang looked at the Hushu River in the distance. There were patches of reeds growing on the riverside, and the river water was sparkling, full of the breath of summer. The mountain bike drove into the city. The original field scenery was replaced by concrete high-rise buildings. Only the green belts on the roadside had a bit of nature. Jiang Ning rode his bike all the way, turning east and west, and finally arrived at the downstairs of Chachu's building. He used his spiritual sense to check, and found that Chachu was cleaning at home. "Let's go." Jiang Ning pretended to lead her upstairs. Jiang Ning, you should do your own things first. You don't have to go upstairs. It's so high. Zhu Yuantang waved her hand. Chachu's house is on the 7th floor. If she climbs up, she will definitely be tired. As she said that, she pushed Jiang Ning away. "Okay, then I'll go. We'll see each other at home." Jiang Ning pushed the bike away. Zhu Yuantang didn't move her legs to climb the stairs until his back disappeared. Jiang Ning shuttled through the alleys, and his spiritual sense of several hundred meters was fully deployed. There were no cameras in the alleys of the old residential area. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he flicked his storage ring, and a palm-sized spirit boat flew out of it, with a flash of spiritual light, and the hidden formation was activated. The space in the alley was narrow, and Jiang Ning used his spiritual power to pull the palm-sized spirit boat straight into the air nearly 20 meters high, and then expanded into a 3-meter-long spirit boat. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and put the mountain bike into the storage ring. He also cast a key concealment technique on himself, and then Jiang Ning activated the light body technique. He stepped on the ground, and used his body training. The powerful force directly made his figure jump up. This jump was more than 20 meters high, surpassing the 7-story-old building nearby. He looked down at the buildings around him, and the spirit boat swam to his feet. Then, it suddenly accelerated, broke through the air, and flew towards the sky. Jiang Ning flew into Huqi Mountain. He first went to check the spiritual field, and then picked 2 big watermelons. He scanned the spiritual field, and planted various vegetables and fruits, but they were not ripe yet. He planted these vegetables and fruits not for sale, so they were not sown at the same time. Like the big watermelon, Jiang Ning planted it in batches, so that he could eat ripe watermelon regardless of spring, summer, autumn and winter. After taking the watermelon, Jiang Ning put it in the storage ring, and then went down the mountain along the stream that flowed through the spiritual field. The mountain stream meanders like a jade belt, circling in the forest. The forest is green, and a light mist sprouts. The leaves of the trees are fresh and tender, and the fragrance of flowers is overflowing. The clear and transparent stream makes bursts of flowing water. Several large crabs crawl on the wet pebbles beside the stream, looking leisurely and contented. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that Zhu Yuantang imitated the crabs walking sideways last night, and couldn't help but smile. The crabs on the pebbles raised their claws, showing off their power and running rampant. These crabs grow in the Huqi Mountain, which is full of spiritual energy. They are very strong and flexible. If ordinary people come here to catch them, they may be hit by a claw. However, Jiang Ning just bent his hand and grabbed it, and the spiritual power was drawn. He caught several crabs in the air, and threw them into the iron bucket. Those crabs waved their claws angrily, trying to poke the iron bucket, but facing the solid iron bucket, their resistance was so powerless. Jiang Ning caught 6 big crabs in total. These crabs were bigger than the crabs in the vegetable market. Each crab weighed 6 or 7 taels. 6 crabs were enough for 3 people. Besides, Zhu Yuantang said that there would be other dishes today. After getting the crabs, Jiang Ning took the flying boat back to the river dam first, sent the iron bucket back home, put the watermelon away, and made up an iced formation. Then he practiced at home for an hour, before going to his uncle's house. Jiang Ning brought the watermelon with him. He rode a mountain bike into his uncle's community. The security guard was blowing the electric fan in the pavilion, and people who went out of the community held up umbrellas to block the sun. The person who took Jiang Ning upstairs was Shen Qinj. Jiang Ning glanced at her twice, and Shen Qinj pretended to be normal. Uncle asked you to eat here at noon. He made some spare ribs today, saying that they are very expensive. Let's talk about it upstairs. Jiang Ning did not refuse directly. Yeah. Shen Qinj said this and stopped talking. She didn't want to say too much, so as not to seem like she was trying to please Jiang Ning. The elevator was very empty. My uncle's house was a 180 square meter flat with 2 households per elevator, so it was rarely crowded. The door was open, and my aunt came up to greet me. Ning Ning is here. Your brother ordered a box of ice cream. Come and try it. Seeing my aunt's enthusiasm, Jiang Ning smiled and took the bag in his hand forward. The melons that Junlang wanted are not easy to buy. I also got them from netizens. 4 melons from Hu Kishan were ripe, otherwise he would have rejected Jiang Junlang's request. You're here. Why are you bringing melons? It's so strange. My aunt said, but she took the watermelon neatly. After hearing this, Jiang Junlang and his cousin and his wife looked at it a few more times. This kind of watermelon is cultivated in the spiritual land. It is good for the body for ordinary people to eat it, which is no less than a tonic. Of course, if you say it has a supernatural effect, it is not. Jiang Ning went into the living room and got an ice cream. This is chocolate milk nut. It is said that the wholesale price of one is 10 yuan. It tastes better than the usual ice cream. Uncle was busy in the restaurant and didn't come back. Jiang Ning chatted with his cousin for a while and prepared to say goodbye. Auntie hurriedly stopped him and said, stay for lunch at noon. We bought ribs at home. These ribs are not ordinary. Jiang Ning tried to persuade him, but was finally sent away by Shen Qinj. On the way back, it was already past 10 o'clock. There was a scorching sun overhead, scorching the earth. The trees on both sides of the river dam were listless in the sun, and the ground on the ridge in the distance was scalding hot. Jiang Ning set up a formation for the mountain bike, which was very cool at this time. He did not take the flying boat, but pedaled the high-speed bike, riding slowly towards home. The cell phone rang. Jiang Ning rode the bike with one hand to answer the call, and Zhu Yuantang's voice came from the other side. Jiang Ning, where are you? Are you going home for lunch? On the way back, Jiang Ning said simply. Jiang Ning, come back soon. Your crab is so scary. Zhu Yuantang complained. Just now, she and Chachu went to Jiang Ning's room to see the crabs, and the crab almost jumped out of the bucket and pinched her. Zhu Yuantang was so scared that she threw the bucket cover away and lost face. It was Chachu who helped pick it up and covered it. She is now waiting for Jiang Ning to come home to avenge her and wash away the shame. Don't touch the crab, wait for me to go back and deal with it. Jiang Ning reminded him. He was not worried that Tang would be hurt. After all, he had a protective jade pendant. Zhu Yuantang tempted, come back soon. If you come back early, there will be a reward. Jiang Ning, what reward? Humph, a smart, talented, and beautiful woman will cook delicious food for you. Zhu Yuantang said proudly. Jiang Ning was puzzled. Chachu wants to cook for me? Zhu Yuantang hung up the phone angrily. Zhu Chachu, who was washing vegetables, was surprised. Tang, what's wrong with you? Zhu Yuantang was so angry that he wanted Chachu to hide. After Jiang Ning rode his bike back home, 2 girls, one big and one small, were busy in the kitchen. He entered the kitchen and met Zhu Yuantang's raised chin. Jiang Ning said, let me take care of the crabs. The iron bucket was moved to Zhu Yuantang's kitchen. He poured the crabs into a large aluminum basin and washed them again. He asked the two, how do you plan to eat it? Steam it? Zhu Chachu, who was sitting on the small stool, didn't say anything. She was far less proficient in cooking than Tang. Zhu Yuantang first glared at the crabs fiercely and suggested, I know a particularly good way to eat it, but you need to split the crabs in half first. Jiang Ning, leave it to me. After that, he put the crab on the chopping board, raised his knife, and cut it in half. Zhu Yuantang felt that it was cruel to get his revenge, but when he saw the rich crab roe, he swallowed his reluctance. 6 crabs died, and Jiang Ning's job was over. Zhu Chuchu took over the job of burning the fire. It is a hard job to burn a clay pot in the summer, especially today when it is so hot. Imagine how painful it is to burn a fire in 35 degrees. Zhu Chuchu's clean clothes and cold appearance are out of place with the firewood in the clay pot. Her fair face was burned red by the hot flames. She just burned the fire silently, and only the sweat on her forehead showed her hard work. Zhu Yuantang was also very hot, but this kind of thing was commonplace for them, not to mention the delicious crabs. Jiang Ning urged her spiritual power to quietly cool down the kitchen. In order to save time, Zhu Yuantang cooked 2 dishes at the same time. One was crabs, and the other was pork ribs with dried lentils. Dried lentils, as the name suggests, are made from dried lentils. They were not bought by Zhu Yuantang, but dried at Zhu Chuchu's house. She thought that she always came to eat for free, so she brought some dried goods. Zhu Yuantang put on her apron in a proper manner, put oil in the pot, poured starch, dipped the crab roe side of the crab that was split in half with starch, and then threw it into the pot to fry. After frying, she wiped off the oil, poured in green onions, ginger and garlic, and started to stir fry. Jiang Ning stood by and watched her cook, occasionally using her spiritual power to prevent the oil from splashing and scalding her. When they were not busy, Zhu Yuantang did not forget to quarrel with Jiang Ning. I asked you to buy juice, but you forgot. Jiang Ning did not let her complain. He said, didn't you forget to? In the end, Chuchu bought the drinks. Zhu Chuchu listened to the two talking, smelled the tempting aroma coming from the kitchen, and silently added some firewood. Zhu Yuantang scolded Jiang Ning a few words. In short, it was all his fault. Anyway, he was not wrong. At the end, Zhu Yuantang snorted, I won't let you take care of the food in the future. Leave it to me. She picked up the spatula to stir fry and poured the side dishes into the pot, and her little mouth was still chattering. Jiang Ning found her look funny and suddenly reached out and pinched her face. Zhu Yuantang seemed to be frozen, and her voice suddenly stopped. After several seconds, she said angrily, bully me while I'm cooking. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, The One Who Pays the Bill. After a busy lunch, it was finally ready. Zhu Yuantang was the main one, and Jiang Ning helped out occasionally. When it came to the last dish, he moved the dining table to the main room. Zhu Chuchu and Zhu Yuantang washed their faces, gathered around the dining table, and prepared to eat. The neighbor's dog smelled the smell, but could only watch, and could not come up, because Jiang Ning thought it was in the way, and had imprisoned it in advance with magic. The dog could only smell the smell, and was in ecstasy. Zhu Yuantang picked up half a crab, and took a bite of the crab roe. The rich, plump, crispy and soft texture almost made her cry. Looking at the crab roe again, it showed a warm luster under the sunlight, and exuded a rich and mellow fragrance. She couldn't resist the temptation at all, and couldn't wait to take another bite. The crabs that Jiang Ning caught from Huqi Mountain were not very big, but they were firm, and had a lot of crab roe, so she could take a big bite. Compared to Zhu Yuantang's indulgence, Zhu Chuchu was much more conservative. She used chopsticks to pick up a piece of lettuce as a side dish for the crab. The lettuce was stained with the unique freshness of the crab, refreshing and crispy when bitten. Zhu Chuchu was very satisfied. Zhu Yuantang finished the crab roe of half a crab. Seeing her eating vegetarian food, he urged, Chuchu, what are you doing? Eat the crab. Zhu Chuchu smiled reservedly. Even when facing the crabs raised by spiritual energy, her good upbringing and perseverance still allowed her to remain restrained. Jiang Ning understood that it was not enough for Zhu Yuantang to eat the crabs. She had to wait until she ate the crabs before she was willing to move. This was really too traditional. However, Zhu Yuantang took a piece of crab and put it in Chuchu's bowl. Zhu Chuchu was helpless. At the same time, in the city, Shen Qinj was writing a test paper in the room. She came from a small town, and it was a small town with backward education. Her grades were not outstanding in the town, and were not as good as Jiang Ning's at the beginning. At that time, when she encountered questions that she didn't know how to answer, Jiang Ning would usually explain them to her. After coming to number 4 middle school, she could see the gap between herself and her classmates, so she studied very hard. Except for occasionally going out to play on weekends, she spent most of her time memorizing and doing exercises. If she encountered questions that she didn't know how to answer at school, she would take the initiative to find the monitor and An King Feng to explain them. If she was at home, it would be Jiang Junlan from the experimental class of number 2 middle school. After nearly a year of hard work, Shen Qinj's grades are now among the top 15 in the class 8, which is full of strong students. In contrast, Jiang Junlan next door eluded questions and often closed the door to play games. For this reason, he and his aunt had several quarrels over the issue of locking the door. At this time, there was a noise outside the door. Shen Qinj glanced at the alarm clock on the desk. It was 11:30. She put her pen on the test paper and got up and left the bedroom. As soon as she left the bedroom, she saw several figures. The first was her uncle, followed by 2 strangers, a bald middle-aged man and a girl about her age. Facing her peers, Shen Qinj took a closer look. The girl was wearing branded clothes, Adidas shoes, and her hair was tied into a high ponytail, with a strand of hair hanging down from each ear, falling on her delicate face, adding a bit of prettiness. But there was a hint of arrogance between her eyebrows, or she was not surprised by praise or criticism. This was a temperament that Shen Qinj rarely saw. Uncle Jiang Qishan spoke loudly. "Brother Yao, sit down, sit down." He greeted the bald man next to him with a pot belly. Jiang Junlan was watching TV on the sofa. When he heard this, he quickly ran to the refrigerator, took out 3 ice creams, and shared them with Shen Qinj and the new girl. Jiang Junlan benefited from the influence of his family, and was more skilled in being a person. Shen Qinj smiled at the girl to express her welcome. After my aunt came over, Jiang Qishan said, "Open the bottles of wine in the warehouse. Today, my brother Yao and I will have a drink." My uncle runs a restaurant and has a wide range of friends. When he occasionally brings guests to our house, it is enough to prove the importance of the other party. With the arrival of my uncle Jiang Qishan, the family began to eat lunch. At the dinner table, Jiang Qishan pointed to a table of food and said, "It's a pity that the Xiaoqinglang I asked someone to purchase has not been delivered yet, otherwise I could try it today." The middle-aged man named Yao was very sensible and immediately smiled. "Hey, why waste money? It's my treat." The two drank and talked happily. During the conversation, Shen Qinj roughly understood what happened. This uncle Yao is an engineer. He runs a good business in Yuzhou. He does a good job and guarantees quality. Recently, Changqing Liquid has been expanding. The company has acquired a piece of land in Yuzhou, which is said to be hundreds of acres. All of this land is used to build the headquarters park of Changqing Liquid. After hearing this, the official leaders of Yuzhou quickly gave this land to Changqing Liquid, and all the discounts were fully extended. Before, they were worried about Changqing Guy moving away, but now they are relieved. Uncle Yao is eager to get a share of the profits from the construction of such a large park. Then, Uncle Jiang Qishan contacted Jiang Ning's parents and tentatively mentioned it in the company's remote meeting. As a result, Uncle Yao really got some marginal projects. Everyone knows how rich Changqing Guy is. Even if it is just a few marginal projects, it is still a profit of millions, which almost supported Uncle Yao's engineering team. After receiving such a big favor, Uncle Yao was so grateful that he wanted to swear brotherhood with Jiang Qishan. When Uncle Jiang Qishan was drinking with Yao Laodi, he was still shocked. He just wanted to give it a try and called his brother in Wencheng. As a result, it really worked. He just understood how terrifying the power of Changqing Guy executives is. Auntie picked up the watermelon and said to him, "Ning Ning came this morning and brought a watermelon. It's just right for you to cut it." Jiang Junlan got up and took the knife. "Mom, I'll cut it, I'll cut it." He still remembers the taste of the watermelon. After hearing this, Uncle Jiang Qishan said to his younger brother Yao next to him, "My nephew brought the melon. You are lucky to come today. Try this melon. I guarantee you will never forget it after eating it. Uncle Yao didn't care. How delicious can a melon be? His daughter Yao had the same idea. In fact, she didn't want to come today because she had an appointment with her classmates to go to the newly opened hot pot restaurant in the city. As a result, her father brought her here, saying that the two children should get to know each other and have a closer relationship in the future. So Yao resisted in her heart. You do business, what does it have to do with me? Besides, she never thought that her father got the Changqing project through connections, and her family's engineering quality was well known in Yazhou, and she would definitely get it with strength. So she was reluctant. Jiang Ning didn't know how to use a knife and cut the melon very slowly. The uncle chatted, my nephew is amazing, tall and handsome, sensible, and now he is studying in number 4 middle school. Yao followed up and pointed out the level of number 4 middle school. No, 4 middle school is very good. It can be ranked in the top 10 high schools in our city. Shenkinj, which high school are you from? Yao, Yazhou number 2 middle school. If number 2 middle school is the elite of Yazhou, then number 4 middle school is third rate in comparison. Number 2 middle school mostly looks down on other schools, and the arrogance in Yao's expression is even stronger. Shenkinj took a bite of the food. It's amazing that you can go to number 2 middle school. Yao was praised like this, and she felt a little flattered. I think it's okay. As long as you study hard for the high school entrance examination, you can go to number 2 middle school. My classmates around me say so. The uncle is a shrewd man. After hearing this, he felt uncomfortable, but he didn't argue with the little girl. Uncle Yao tried his daughter with a look. Yao has been arrogant since she was a child. She was resentful in her heart, so how could she listen to her father? Jiang Ning came with the melon, gave 2 slices to the guests first, and then divided it for the family. Shenkinj suddenly asked, Junlong, is Yao from your experimental class? Hearing this, Jiang Ning looked at Yao carefully. No way. There are several experimental classes in number 2 middle school, and he has never seen anyone like Yao. Yao asked, you are in the experimental class? Jiang Ning, ah, yes. Yao was compared to others, and her expression suddenly became dull. The identity of a student of number 2 middle school has always been her pride. Jiang Ning found that the girl's color was not right. He thought about it and comforted her. The experimental class of number 2 middle school is nothing. Last week, we went to Jiang Ning for a search and study. Our experimental class was not qualified at all. Only that Tsinghua and Peking University classes could go. That Tsinghua and Peking University classes are great, right? But my cousin from number 4 middle school has a better score in the citywide unified examination than that Tsinghua and Peking University classes. His neighbor is also from number 4 middle school and directly ranked first in the city. So I tell you, ordinary classes are nothing. They may do better than our experimental class. Jiang Ning made a heartwarming speech for the sake of the daughter of his father's business partner. After he finished speaking, his mouth was a little dry, and he shouted, eat melon, my cousin's melon is delicious. Shenkinj saw Yao's face become gloomy, and she laughed in her heart. A normal class in number 2 middle school, how proud? Can't cure you? Jiang Kishan took a bite of the melon, and it was still the same taste as last time, crisp and sweet, and he felt comfortable all over after taking a bite, just like when he went to the neighboring village with his brothers to steal melons, when he was a child, and was chased 2 miles away by the owner, and finally enjoyed the fruits of victory exhaustedly. Before Jiang Kishan could speak, he heard Uncle Yao next to him shout, good melon, good melon. After that, he ate it all in a few bites. His aunt was very distressed and gave him another piece. Yao was upset and didn't want to eat the watermelon at first, but when she saw everyone eating it so happily, she couldn't help but take a bite. This bite even made her forget her previous unhappiness, which was better than all the fruits she had eaten since she was a child. The watermelon was not big, not to mention that there were 8 people at the table, and soon one watermelon was divided up. Uncle Jiang Kishan was still not satisfied. Next time, you have to let Ning Ning bring some. This kid lied to me last time and said he bought it on the roadside. Why did he buy it again this time? Aunt said, he said he bought it from a classmate's house this morning. Shenkinch suddenly said, next time, he might say he grew it himself. Yao ate later than the others and only ate one piece in the end. She missed the sweetness. Dad, let's buy some. Uncle Yao also had the same idea, so he asked Jiang Kishan. Jiang Kishan himself hadn't eaten any melons yet. He glanced at the other's bald head and said, Brother Yao, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You can't be bald again after taking on the Chanking liquid project. Uncle Yao rubbed his head and smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll buy 2 bottles tomorrow. Jiang Kishan said to his aunt, next time the Xiaoqinglang I ordered arrives, please save some and ask Ning Ning to come to our house to eat. It's a good thing. Aunt, he may not be willing to stay for dinner. Jiang Kishan, he can't cook if you give it to him. Cousin Jiang Junlong, that's not necessarily true. His neighbor's cooking is delicious. Shenkinch felt the same way. Although she didn't like Zhu Yuantong, the little girl, she had excellent cooking skills. Heba. The meal lasted from 11:30 to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a full hour and a half. Zhu Yuantong and Zhu Chuchu, who had put down her reserve, worked together to finish 5½ crabs and a large part of the watermelon. Zhu Yuantong lay on a stool, leaning against the door, temporarily losing the ability to move. Zhu Chuchu was fine. She could still clean up the table, but Jiang Ning stopped her. Let me do it. Jiang Ning, I want to go to the study tour too. Zhu Yuantong fantasized. At the dinner table, she listened to Chuchu's experience of studying in Jiangnan, where she saw bluestone streets, ancient alleys, and art galleries. She also took a cruise and boarded the island in the middle of the lake and saw the culture, history, and mountains and rivers of Anhu province. Jiang Ning thought for a while and said, now number 4 middle school is very rich. You and the class teacher can give it a try. Zhu Yuantong immediately backed off, his eyes dodging. Let's talk about it later. Sunday afternoon, in Jiang Ning's room. Zhu Yuantong was playing games. Jiang Ning, there is a big supermarket near our school. Let's take a look together. Just now she saw her classmates discussing in the class group, clamoring to go shopping in the supermarket together. Jiang Ning, do you want to go? Yes. Zhu Yuantong calculated how much pocket money she had left. Okay, then let's go early in the afternoon. Jiang Ning also likes to go to the supermarket, especially when she is not short of money. The lights in the supermarket were bright. In the snack area, the shelves on both sides were filled with a dazzling array of snack packaging for reference only. The air conditioning was turned on so high that it even made people feel cold. Shan Kaikwan and Jiuo Kunan walked in, looking at the various snacks, potato chips, dried fruits, braised meat, chocolate, and bread. Shan Kaikwan wanted to carry a basket, but he couldn't find one, so he had to push the shopping cart. Jiuo Kunan looked at the snacks on the shelf, while searching on Taobao on his mobile phone. He pointed at the box of biscuits and was shocked. It's too dark. The same thing as 21 on Taobao with free shipping, but it's 26 here. Shan Kaikwan had a blank expression on his face. He picked up the box of biscuits and threw it into the shopping cart. Jiuo Kunan was like he was being cheated and said uncomfortably, Brother Quan, don't be cheated. Shan Kaikwan, I'm willing. Jiuo Kunan stopped talking. Shan Kaikwan threw the snacks he liked into the car directly. Only crazy consumption could make his dead heart fluctuate. Only in this way could he feel the meaning of life. On the way, Jiuo Kunan ran into Lukaki from his class. She was with Jiang Yanan. This new supermarket attracted many students from the 4th middle school to come and shop. Jiuo Kunan greeted him. Lukaki, where is your partner? Lukaki looked unhappy. We broke up. After losing her partner, she had to spend her own money to buy food, and her quality of life dropped by 2 levels. She now urgently needs to find a new partner to relieve the pressure of life. Lukaki looked at the shelf. There were many things she liked to eat. She could take them at will before, but now, she can only pick them carefully. Suddenly, a tall and burly boy came out from behind the shelf. Jiuo Kunan said after seeing him, Xianpeng, I thought you were lost. They were boarding students. After Jiuo Kunan mentioned the cafeteria, Yan Xianpeng followed him. but he did not move with Jiuo Kanan in the supermarket. When Yan Xianpeng saw Lukaki, he immediately licked her like a pug and greeted her. Lukaki was indifferent. She knew Yan Xianpeng was stingy. However, Yan Xianpeng was unusually generous today. He pointed at the shelf and said domineeringly, "Kiki, pick whatever you like." Lukaki's eyes lit up. Yan Xianpeng picked a bag of spicy chicken legs at random, priced at 16, and put it into Lukaki's shopping cart without blinking. At this moment, he looked very handsome when buying things. Lukaki's impression of him immediately improved a lot. A bad guy did countless bad things, but as long as he did one good thing, people would feel that he was really good. Yan Xianpeng helped her choose a lot of food. As long as Lukaki liked it, he didn't look at the price at all. Such generosity, coupled with his tall and burly figure, made Jiang Ning want to have a boyfriend. After a while, Lukaki's shopping cart was more than half full. Yan Xianpeng waved his hand again. "Whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to use, just pick it." Lukaki pushed the cart to buy skincare products. Yan Xianpeng fell behind and left the supermarket with Jiuo Kanan. When they arrived at the supermarket entrance, Jiuo Kanan suddenly asked in surprise, "Xianpeng, you didn't pay the bill?" Chapter 373 Introducing Boyfriend. The square outside the supermarket was bustling with people. Jiuo Kanan was carrying a large plastic bag with a confused expression. Yan Xianpeng just acted like a rich man, taking whatever he wanted and picking whatever he wanted. Lukaki's face was almost blooming. "In the end, you just pretended and didn't pay the bill? Xianpeng, you have to pay." After choosing things in the supermarket, Jiuo Kanan reminded him earnestly. Yan Xianpeng showed a matter-of-fact look. "Haven't I been to the supermarket before?" Hearing this, Jiuo Kanan was even more puzzled. "If you do this, Lukaki will be furious. What do you want?" Yan Xianpeng took 2 steps forward. His tall figure turned his back to the two of them, and a low voice rang out. "Life is short. Enjoy it while you can." Jiuo Kanan. What a great way to enjoy it while you can. After Yan Xianpeng finished speaking, he did not stop and walked away directly, walking much faster than usual. Jiuo Kanan and Shan Kaikun were carrying bags and walking slowly outside. The supermarket was only 1 kilometer away from number 4 middle school. They did not take the bus, but walked back to school, visiting the busy streets on both sides. Nike shoe stores, furniture stores, Healing home, cake stores. Those stores were decorated in a high-end manner and had bright lights. When they passed by, they looked through the glass and felt that those stores belonged to another world. Because they both came from rural areas and their families were average, a pair of shoes in branded shoe stores would start at 200 or 300 yuan, and the slightly better ones would cost 500 or 600 yuan, 700 or 800 yuan. The domestic step shoes they wore were only 100 yuan a pair. When they were strolling, they passed by a store selling roasted nuts. A fragrance wafted from the snack cart at the door of the store, and Jiuo Kanan saw many chestnuts scattered on the iron plate. The chestnuts were bright red and shiny on the outside, and the yellow flesh was half hidden, which looked very tempting. Jiuo Kanan said, "Brother Quan, have you ever eaten sugar roasted chestnuts?" Shan Kaikun shook his head. "Let's buy some to try and learn more about it," Jiuo Kanan suggested. He thought the chestnuts looked pretty good and must be delicious. "Okay, buy some and we'll split it." Shan Kaikun agreed. Jiuo Kanan walked to the door of the store and the boss immediately said, "You want chestnuts, right? They're all fresh from the pot and still hot. 10 yuan." The boss picked up a shovel and put chestnuts into the oil paper bag. While waiting, 2 more girls came to buy chestnuts. Jiuo Kanan took a look and saw that the girls were dressed coolly, fashionable, and had lovely faces. Especially the girl on the left, with a high ponytail, a slim figure, and a little princess-like temperament. Jiuo Kanan's eyes widened, and he felt an indescribable joy in his heart. He didn't know why, but he was very happy. The boss moved quickly, shoveled the chestnuts in a few seconds, handed the bag over, and Jiuo Kanan gave him 10 yuan. Logically speaking, the transaction was completed, and he should leave. But Jiuo Kanan didn't want to leave. He wanted to look at the girls a few more times. He saw a freezer at the door of the store and immediately went up to pick out some ice cream. It was so hot, eating an ice cream was refreshing, and he could also take the opportunity to look at beautiful women, so why not? When Jiang Ning was choosing ice cream, he looked at the two of them from time to time. "Yao, how are we going to get back to school later?" a girl asked. The girl called Yao was the one with the temperament of a little princess. She stood gracefully, wearing slim jeans with a pair of white shoes, revealing a beautiful ankle. Yao said, "Let's take a taxi." "Okay." While they were talking, the boss packed the sugar-fried chestnuts. In order to make himself look less deliberate, Jiang Ning deliberately said loudly, "Kaikun, brother will treat you to ice cream today." After that, he took 2 exquisite ice creams from the freezer to highlight his consumption level. While the 2 girls were still there, Jiang Ning flashed the popsicles in front of the boss and said nonchalantly, "Check out." The boss looked at the popsicles and said, "A total of 16. Jiang Ning was so foolish at the time. 2 popsicles cost 16 yuan. Are they robbing? He subconsciously wanted to turn around and put the popsicles back into the freezer, but the 2 girls heard him and looked at him. Being stared at by the pretty girls, Jiang Ning couldn't bring himself to lose face. He gritted his teeth and pretended to be generous and took out 20 yuan. The boss gave him 4 yuan in change, and Jiang Ning accepted it with tears in his eyes. Since the money had been paid, he had to act nice. He took out an ice cream and gave it to Shan Kaikun. "Brother, it's your turn." After that, Jiang Ning tore open the packaging bag. Yao and her sisters left. Jiang Ning stood there, eating an 8 yuan popsicle, and suddenly felt so heartbroken. 16 yuan was enough for him to have 3 night snacks in a row. There were still 10 minutes before the evening self-study class. At the melodious preparatory bell, Duan Shigang, who was wearing work shorts, staggered into the classroom. His smile was originally in a state of curling up the corners of his mouth, but when he saw the several mountains of flesh around his seat, the smile quickly disappeared. He walked in from behind the classroom door, and as soon as he entered the door, he saw several boys who were playing games, actually holding pens to write test papers, or to be exact, copying test papers. Duan Shigang thought of the boasting he made in the group that day, and he immediately said disdainfully, "What era is it now, and you are still copying test papers?" Jiang Ning looked at him and said kindly, "Duan Shigang, you'd better finish the test paper. Now that there is no class and there is still time, copy it quickly." Duan Shigang laughed. He had been working for half a year, and had long forgotten what it felt like to do homework. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but find it funny. "If you want to copy, just copy." Wang Lang followed and advised, "Brother Gang, you are confused. You turn to the back row. Hahaha, my brother Gang is still unique." He gave a thumbs up. "Gao Hishui is not worthy of carrying my brother Gang's shoes. With my brother Gang standing in front, he will make everyone in class 8 raise their arms and overthrow him." Gao dapping. These words touched Duan Shigang's heart, and the more he looked at Ciu, the more he liked him. At this time, Dong Qingfeng stood up from his seat and collected the test papers one by one. He had good grades and served as a representative of the mathematics class. Dong Qingfeng collected the test papers very quickly and collected them all the way to the back row. Jiang Ning's pen was dancing, and he copied crazily. "1 minute, give me 1 minute." Jiang Ning's hands did not stop, and he was tracing like a ghost. Dong Qingfeng went to collect other people's test papers first. Duan Shigang stood at the back of the classroom and watched him collect the test papers. Ciu presented his math test paper like a treasure. Duan Shigang was confused and blurted out, "Did you do the test paper?" Ciu scratched his head. "Hey, I was free that day, so I just wrote it down and finished it." Duan Shigang felt like he was betrayed. Even Wu Zhaoqi, who never studied, handed in a math test paper. He spent 20 yuan to ask Miao Zhe to write this test paper. As long as 20 yuan, he could avoid being ridiculed by Gao Hishui. Wu Zhaoqi thought he was burning paper for Gao Panzi. As Dong Qingfeng collected the test papers and found out where Jiang Ning was, he handed in the test paper in his hand directly. As for Zhu Yuantong, she was still playing with her mobile phone. Dong Qingfeng was self-aware and skipped it. For this first in the city, even Gao Hishui would not make trouble for her. In fact, the test paper handed in by Jiang Ning was written by Zhu Yuantang. He just took it and wrote his own name on it. Duan Shigen saw Dong Qingfeng return and take Jiuo Kunan's test paper. He couldn't help asking, in such a big class, is there no one who dares not to hand in the test paper? Jiuo Kunan, yes, there is one person who never hands in the test paper. Duan Shigen felt much more relieved. Lukaki was furious when she faced Yu Wen and Jiang Yanan and insulted Yan Xianpeng crazily. She was really moved by Yan Xianpeng's enthusiasm when she went to the supermarket in the afternoon. Who knew the result would be so ridiculous? How could there be such a disgusting person as Yan Xianpeng in the world? Lukaki was so angry that she turned back to Jiuo Kunan and said, please tell Yan Xianpeng that I will scold him every time I see him in the future. Jiuo Kunan has always been submissive to girls. Okay, I will definitely tell him. Lukaki belittled Yan Xianpeng again and barely let out a breath. The first class of the evening self-study. Gao Hishui walked into class 8 with an arrogant step. Duan Shigen was happy to get the VIP seat reward for standing at the back of the classroom to listen to the class. It's actually a bit tiring to stand for a whole class. After Gao Hishui left, Duan Shigen cursed Fatty Gao. Jiuo Kunan said, next time you write the test paper, just find someone to copy it. Wang Long Long, brother gang, compromise with reality. Everyone is persuading him again. This familiar scene made Duan Shigen impatient. If he, Duan Shigen, compromises, will he still be himself? Duan Shigen's expression became stern, and he shouted, you all face north, I face west. After Duan Shigen left, Jiuo Kunan wondered, does he have a masochistic tendency? During the break, Lukaki called Yu Wen and Jiang Yanan again, and scolded Yan Xianpeng again to relieve her anger. In the front row, Chen Xiaoyu turned around and whispered, Jiang Ning, have you heard that Gao Hishui is going to be the head teacher of class 9? Dong Qingfeng happened to pass by, and he said, where did you hear that? He was the math class representative, but he didn't want to get along with Gao Hishui. This teacher was too strict and insidious. If he became the head teacher, I really don't know how cruel he would do. Only people like Chen Kan who are obsessed with learning would think such a teacher is good. Chen Xiaoyu looked at Dong Qingfeng, feeling a little uncomfortable. In the past, when she talked to Jiang Ning, it was usually Shan Keikwan on the other side of the river who took the initiative to talk. He was very childish and quite funny. Recently, I don't know what happened to him, and he doesn't come here. She continued, I heard it from someone, I'm not sure if it's true or not. Dong Qingfeng gloated, if he really becomes the head teacher of class 9, class 9 will be blessed in the future. Everyone likes to watch the bad luck of the neighboring class. Chen Xiaoyu worried, if Gao Hishui can really become the head teacher, what do you think he will do if he becomes the head teacher of our class? She was really afraid of Gao Hishui. He was tall and strong, like a black bear, and he was moody and liked a corporal punishment. Bei Yuxia was certain, don't worry, he can't be our head teacher. Bei Yuxia had been influenced by her family and had some understanding of how the school was run, and she knew that Shan Qingran would never let go easily. Chen Xiaoyu believed her and felt relieved. She said, I'm afraid Gao Hishui will beat students. Dong Qingfeng comforted her, don't worry, times have changed, corporal punishment is rare. When we were young, we were strict. Once we made a mistake, the teacher asked us to stretch out our hands and hit our palms with a ruler. It was so painful that our hands lost all feeling. Thinking back to that time, Dong Qingfeng was shocked. He still remembers the pain. Chen Xiaoyu felt as if she had experienced it herself when she heard the horror he described. She couldn't help but stretch out her own hand. Chen Xiaoyu's hands were very beautiful, her palms were soft and white, and her fingers were slender. She turned her palm over, and her nails were neatly trimmed, with an almond-shaped curve. Dong Qingfeng had sharp eyes and naturally noticed it. He couldn't help but praise her. Chen Xiaoyu, your hands are very beautiful. Chen Xiaoyu was a little happy after being praised, but she was restrained and said, my hands are fine. Zaya's hands are beautiful. Unfortunately, Bei Yuxia didn't stretch out her hand. Dong Qingfeng sighed in his heart, thinking back to when the school started. He, Chen Kan, and Wang Yang were in the same circle as Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu. They had discussed difficult problems together and had dinner together at restaurants outside the school. At the dinner table, Chen Qian drank purified water and talked about his future with confidence. How high-spirited he was. Until Zhu Yuantang ranked first in the school, their small circle fell apart. Chen Qian ignored worldly affairs and focused on studying. Wang Yang hooked up with Lin Zida and others from experimental class 1. After Bai Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu were assigned seats, they moved closer to Zhu Yuantang. Only Dong Qingfeng was left. But Dong Qingfeng never accepted his fate. He wanted to use his talent and humor to win back Chen Xiaoyu and Bai Yuxia. His mind raced, and suddenly an idea came to him. He smiled and said, Chen Xiaoyu, do you know why there are gaps between human fingers? Chen Xiaoyu, why? Dong Qingfeng smiled confidently and calmly. There is a very romantic description. The reason why there are gaps between human fingers is that it is for another person to fill it. He stretched out his hands and made a gesture of clasping his fingers. Chen Xiaoyu, it seems to be like this. Bai Yuxia, who had been watching coldly, suddenly said, if there are no gaps between fingers, then where do the fingers come from? Luke Qi cursed Yan Xianpeng for another 10 minutes. Yuan and Jiang Yanan were tired of listening, so they went back to the front row together. After sitting down, Yuan thought of the disgusting Yan Xianpeng, and then thought of her favorite class monitor. Wow, it was like heaven and earth. The class monitor was doing his homework. He looked up at the clock. There were still a few minutes before class. The next class was a self-study class. He thought for a moment, took out a square box from the hole in the table, and looked at Yuan and the others. Huang Zhangfei's handsome face showed a warm smile. I went out to play on the weekend and brought some gifts. Let's share them. As he said, he opened the box and saw that there was an exquisite square glass bottle inside, only the size of a quail egg. He pinched out a small glass bottle and a black label was pasted on the surface with a lot of incomprehensible English printed on it, revealing a high end. This is aromatherapy and the smell is quite nice. Huang Zhangfei introduced. When Yuan saw the gift, her eyes lit up immediately. The bottle made of crystal glass was filled with rose-colored liquid, which complemented each other and was dazzling. Jiang Yanan took the gift and asked, it's expensive, right? Huang Zhangfei didn't answer directly. He said, I bought it when I saw it on the way. There were a total of 4 glass bottles in the box. Yuan, Shenkinj, Jiang Yanan, and Chen Qian each got one. Yuan was so happy that she almost exploded. She received a gift from the class monitor. In contrast, Yan Xianpeng from class 9 was the rubbish among the rubbish. When Yuan looked at the monitor again, her expression was more gentle than ever before. Her eyes were full of light, and she said in a low voice, Monitor, you are such a nice person. When I look for a boyfriend in the future, I will definitely follow your example. Huang Zhangfei was startled, and then said, sure, what kind do you like? Yuan pretended to be shy, bit her lips lightly, and hinted, I want someone like the monitor. Huang Zhangfei, okay, I'll keep an eye out for you. Chapter 374 I want to learn that. Monday, early in the morning. The sound of reading aloud came from the classroom, full of youthful vigor. In this thriving scene, the students in the back row of class 8 were doing their own things. Zhang Kai ate the steamed dumplings with big mouthfuls. The taste was quite good. With chili oil and vinegar, it tasted really delicious. He took another sip of the chicken soup inside. Many classmates in the class said that Duan Shigen was not a good person, but Zhang Kai didn't think so. Duan Shigen gave him breakfast, so he was more than a good person. He was a saint. Wu Zhaoqi was holding a basketball and sleeping soundly. Jiuo Kunan was daydreaming. Hu Jun arranged 5 coins, and Ma Shichen was concentrating on playing with his mobile phone. Luke Qi and Yuan at the front table were talking, and Yuan temporarily exchanged seats with her deskmate. Wang Lang tilted his head to look at the door of class 8. Through the gap in the front door, in the corridor of class 9 next door, Gao Hishui, who looked like a dog in a white shirt, put his hands behind his back and called Yan Xianpeng out to point fingers. Wang Lang nudged Ma Shichen. Brother Ma, have you heard that Gao Hishui has become the head teacher of class 9? Ma Shichen played a beautiful operation and didn't care much. So what? It's class 9 that's suffering. When I found out that compared with my ex-boyfriend, the guys who have been chasing me recently are really bad. Lukiki complained. Can they be worse than Yanshai and Peng? Lukiki, that's not the case. It's just that the place they invited me to was not up to standard. Didn't a boy from class 3 ask me out during evening self-study yesterday? He asked me to have dinner. I thought he was treating me to barbecue. My god, he actually bought me a cake? My boyfriend used to take me to S restaurant. Lukiki pretended to be surprised. Since the breakup, she realized how hard it is to live alone. She was used to being supported by others. Her pitiful living expenses were not enough for her to spend for 2 days. When she came to school yesterday afternoon, she went to the city to eat fruit pizza and then went to the supermarket. On the way back to school, she felt it was too far, so she took a taxi. Now she only has 10 yuan left. It's not enough for her to buy breakfast. Yuan thought for a while and said, didn't you say that there are 2 other people chasing you who are particularly good? One of them seems to have a family that runs a factory. She wanted Lukiki to find a better partner. She used to compete with Lukiki, but not anymore. No matter who she dated, she would never be one finger longer than the one who worked. Besides, if Lukiki had a generous boyfriend, she could get some benefits. Before, Yuan often received fruits from Lukiki. Lukiki, his family runs a factory and is very rich, but he doesn't spend money on me. He plays games with a broken mobile phone every day. As she said that, Lukiki turned around and pointed at Marshichan, giving an example, just like his bear. Marshichan was puzzled. He was not competitive and played games quietly. Who did he offend? As he said that, he controlled the wheel mother hero of the fingertip Dota and killed the male gun on the opposite side with one wheel. Yuan agreed. Indeed, boys should not be too addicted to games. It is easy to lose their ambition. After belittling the boy, Lukiki said, anyway, I think the boys nowadays are not good, not what I want. She looked tangled. When I was determined to break up, cut off contact, and go our separate ways in the future. But my ex-boyfriend recently sent me a text message, begging me to get back together. Do you think I should forgive him? Yuan has no experience in love, and doesn't understand this. However, Marshichan tapped the other party's crystal and suddenly said, did you not get accepted in your first choice? Monday feels particularly long. Duan Shigang spent the day like a year, and finally made it to the afternoon after school. He rushed out of his seat impatiently and shouted, Cuiu, Zankai, let's have dinner together. Cuiu refused, because he had something to do in the afternoon. But Zankai, without saying a word, put his arm around Duan Shigang's shoulder. Jiuo Kanan in the classroom, looked at the 2 people's backs and said, something's going on. They've been having a good time lately. Zankai didn't have many friends in the class before. Hu-jun could be considered half a friend. However, Zankai used Hu-jun's shampoo, washing powder, and toothpaste every day, and he looked disrespectful to him, which made Hu-jun angry. Brother Jun, do you want to have dinner together later? Jiuo Kanan invited. It's more fun to have dinner with more people. Hu-jun put the coin he had been playing with for a day into his trouser pocket, and wiped his hair. No, I plan to wash my hair outside the school. Jiuo Kanan was puzzled. Is it not okay to wash my hair in the dormitory? Hu-jun said mysteriously. It's different. It's different. After that, without waiting for Jiuo Kanan to say more, he left the classroom directly. He's not right. Jiuo Kanan concluded. Lang Lang, do you know what's going on? Wang Lang Lang immediately replied. A new hair salon has opened in front of the school. The owner of the hair salon is a young woman in her 30s. Jiuo Kanan cursed fiercely. What kind of evil has Hu-jun committed? Outside the school, Duan Shigang led Zankai and walked towards the south. Zankai, brother gang, where are we going to eat? Duan Shigang showed an arrogant look and said generously, I'll treat you to a good meal today. After that, he looked to the south. I know there is a hot pot restaurant over there. Let's go together. Zankai was stunned. He had very few opportunities to eat hot pot in his life. Such a high-end restaurant was out of his reach in the past. He originally thought that Duan Shigang could at most take him to eat braised chicken, which was already a great thing. Who would have thought that the other party was so generous? Zankai hurried to catch up. At this time, Duan Shigen was his best brother, no one else. Duan Shigen was still calm. He went out to work and worked for a few months. The factory provided food and accommodation. Although he spent money lavishly, he now had saved 3,000 yuan for food, enough to eat for a long time. On the way to the restaurant, they happened to see Jiang Ning riding a mountain bike home on the road in the distance. Duan Shigen asked, "Kaizi, is that Jiang Ning very awesome? Last week, he had a fight with Pang Zhao and others, and was knocked away on the spot. If Jiang Ning hadn't stopped him, Duan Shigen would have fallen badly." Zhang Kai glanced at Jiang Ning and disapproved. "He just has good grades, is good at fighting, is handsome, and there are girls willing to spend money on him. What else matters?" Duan Shigen heard his disdainful tone and thought the logic was not right at first, but he also agreed. "Indeed, it's not that great." Zhang Kai said, "This kind of person can only be successful in school. What will he be when he enters society in the future?" Speaking of society, Duan Shigen is a real social person. With the tone of an experienced person, he said, "Society is much more difficult than school." Zhang Kai said again, "In my opinion, brother Gang, you are the awesome person in class 8. Duan Shigen was very happy to hear that. In his opinion, Zhang Kai's words revealed arrogance. This kind of person has high standards. The fact that he could get the other party to praise him sincerely was enough to show his level. During the conversation, Duan Shigen had long forgotten about Jiang Ning and asked Zhang Kai for information about the students in class 8. Before, Cuiu explained it to him once, but Duan Shigen did not just listen to one person's one-sided words. He preferred to collect more information. Soon, they entered the hot pot restaurant and sat down under the guidance of the enthusiastic waiter. Blowing the air-conditioned air and looking at the hot pot restaurant that was many times more advanced than the usual small restaurants, Zhang Kai felt that he had become an upper-class person. Duan Shigen took out the menu and let him choose first. Beef, mutton, tripe, shrimp balls, countless dishes, dazzled Zhang Kai, and for a moment he didn't know which dish to order. "Brother Gang, you are the host, you come." In order not to show his shyness, Zhang Kai handed him the menu. Duan Shigen was very satisfied and checked a long list of dishes and ordered some snacks. The two continued to chat, and when talking about Jun, Zhang Kai said, "He is too stingy and will never amount to anything." Mentioning Wang Longlong, "He has some talent." Mentioning Jiuo Kunan, "He is indecisive and will hardly achieve anything great." Mentioning Song Sheng, "He is a reckless man with a missing string in his brain." Mentioning Ma Shichen, Zhang Kai said seriously, "He has good interpersonal relationships and some skills, but it's best not to mess with him." The waiter came up with a butter pan, a stack of pumpkin pie and freshly squeezed juice. Duan Shigen poured him a glass. "Eat something to fill your stomach first." Zhang Kai quickly got a piece of pumpkin pie, which was soft and sweet. He suddenly felt that his previous life was like a dog's life. "Tell me about the girls in the class." Duan Shigen was very interested in this. "Zhang Kai, if we talk about the prettiest one, it must be Bei Yuxia. Several people in the class like her. The next one is Shen Qinj, the cultural and arts committee member of our class, who is in the circle of the class monitor, and Zheng Lu." Speaking of this girl, Zhang Kai envied her from the bottom of his heart. She can make money. After a long conversation, Zhang Kai analyzed the situation of class 8 for Duan Shigen. It took nearly an hour to finish the hot pot. At the end, Zhang Kai was still not satisfied. He boiled a portion of vermicelli with spicy soup base and slurped it up. After the meal, Zhang Kai really felt that he was living a fairy life. Duan Shigen paid the bill. Zhang Kai took a look and found that the hot pot cost 90 yuan. Before leaving, Zhang Kai also grabbed a handful of plum candy from the front desk because he heard that this thing was free. There are still 10 minutes before class. Zhang Kai looked at his mobile phone and stood at the door of the hot pot restaurant to blow the wind. He looked down at the pedestrians around him, and a sense of satisfaction arose in his heart. "Look, I'm a man who has eaten hot pot." Duan Shigen didn't have as many sentiments as him. They walked to school on the concrete tiles on the sidewalk. This kind of floor tile has obvious disadvantages. It is easy to loosen after a long time. It is fine on sunny days, but if it is raining, people step on it and easily get splashed with dirty water. It is not raining today, but some shop owners are very uncultured and like to splash or discharge dirty water at the door, making the floor tiles wet. Zankai saw from a distance that there was a barefoot, dark-skinned fat boy in front of him, deliberately stepping on the floor tiles to play, making the dirty water splash everywhere. The child is very bad, and he specially stepped on the bricks hard when someone passed by. 2 female classmates passed by. They were wearing clean clothes, but the fat boy stepped on them, and the dirty water splashed all over the girls, almost splashing their faces. The child seemed to have succeeded, laughing and enjoying it. The female classmate ran away aggrieved, but she couldn't do anything to the fat boy, so she had to quickly take out a tissue to wipe it. The pedestrians around avoided it one after another. After all, this kind of child is very difficult to deal with. Zankai and Duan Shigen continued to move forward. When the little boy saw them, he kicked them. Fortunately, Zankai dodged quickly and jumped to the side to avoid it. Duan Shigen frowned. His brother Gang was looked down upon by the naughty boy today. But after all, brother Gang was a big shot, not a small thug without pattern. He couldn't bring himself to teach a little fat boy a lesson. If others heard it, he didn't know how to accuse him. He was about to go over, but Zankai suddenly stopped. He looked at the little fat boy and smiled. "You are making trouble here. Where are your parents?" The little fat boy was probably used to lawlessness. Facing someone like Zankai, he still sneered and said arrogantly, "Grandpa, I came out to play alone." Zankai's expression changed instantly, his eyebrows raised, and his eyes glared, his face full of ferocity. "Damn it, how dare you be so arrogant alone." Facing the weak, Zankai punched hard. He grabbed the little fat boy's hair and pulled him over easily like pulling a carrot. Zankai raised his right hand and slapped him twice. "Papa." He swung his hand violently, with great force, causing the little fat boy's feet to fly into the air, and then he let the little fat boy fall to the ground with a paw. Zankai kicked the little fat boy again, and he cried for his parents. Duan Shigen didn't react at all. Why did he do that? At the end, Zankai kicked the little fat boy and said, "Fuck you. If you go crazy again next time, I will beat you every time I see you." Apart from the anger, Zankai felt very comfortable and walked away in the stunned eyes of the passers-by around him. Back at school, Duan Shigen went to Deng Xiang and others to smoke. Zankai went straight back to class. He took out the plum candy and gave each of the people in the back row one. He was not just kind, but to show off. Sure enough, Jiuo Kanan received the plum candy and said in surprise, "Zankai, why did you buy plum candy today?" At the same time, Wang Longlong and Shan Keikun looked at him together. Zankai was secretly happy. "Hey, we are having hot pot after school. The waiter sent it to me." Cuiu came up to smell it, and indeed he smelled a smell of hot pot on Zankai's clothes. He concluded, "It's true. How can you eat hot pot?" Cuiu didn't understand. Zankai was so poor, how could he afford hot pot? Zankai was unhappy. "Why can't I eat hot pot? Who asked our brother Gang to treat me?" Cuiu heard. "What? He treated you to hot pot? You know, he just rejected Duan Shigen in the afternoon." Zankai was so happy to see their surprised looks. "No way, my character is here." Evening self-study. Chen Xiaoyu took a self-test. She spent 2 classes writing a math test. After finishing, she handed the test paper to Jiang Ning, asking him to be the teacher and correct the answers. Chen Xiaoyu clasped her fingers together, stared at Jiang Ning with her big eyes, and fluttered her slightly upturned eyelashes, nervously waiting for the results. Jiang Ning corrected the papers very quickly and finished in less than 2 minutes. He put down the red fountain pen. Chen Xiaoyu said timidly, "How many points?" At this time, her demeanor was no longer as confident and lively as usual. After all, she was a high school student, and she could not ignore the most important results. Jiang Ning said, 115 points, not bad. After hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu's face was disappointed for a moment, and she said weakly, "It's still not more than 120 points. Practice more, don't worry." Jiang Ning said. While Chen Xiaoyu was disappointed, she looked at Zhu Yuantang next to her. She was marking on the textbook with a pen. Thinking of Zhu Yuantang's terrible results, Chen Xiaoyu asked for help. "Tang Tang, I seem to have encountered a barrier in mathematics. I'm stuck at 120 points. This has happened in the last few exams. Your grades are so good, you must have improved them bit by bit in the past. Can you tell me if there is any technique to break through 120 points? After hearing this, Zhu Yuantang tilted his head in thought, and then said, I'm sorry, CIU, I only got 150 points on the first 150 point test, so I can't give you any useful advice. Chapter 375 True and False. 2014. During the morning break, Yuan said, Yanan, let's go out and buy some food. I want to eat shrimp crackers. Do you want some, class monitor? She said enthusiastically. I'll bring you whatever you want. Huang Zhangfei, thank you, but no thanks. Jiang Yanan borrowed her charger from Shenkinj. I'll charge it first. Her cell phone was rented from Shenzhou in class 9. The battery capacity was very poor, and it ran out of power after a short time of use. It was just right that she put it under the multimedia computer to charge it when no one was around during the break. After placing the cell phone, Jiang Yanan and Yuan left together. Back row. Wang Longlong, who was well informed, said, Brother Ma, did you see Gao Hishuoi during the morning self-study class? He brought a wooden stick into class 9. He gestured with his hands to show the general shape. It's more than 1 meter long and as thick as a rolling pin. Hu Jun was shocked. Damn, isn't Fatty Gao going to hit anyone? The thought of the burly and majestic Gao Hishuoi holding a wooden stick, like a blackened version of Sun Wukong, made people feel quite exciting. Jiuo Kunan clasped his hands together, with a sympathetic look on his face. It's possible. Next, let's pray for class 9. CUIU, who was strolling, said happily, it's a pity. Fatty Gao should go to class 11 to be the head teacher, just in time to be stationed in the morning hall. His words made several people laugh. Since Gu Tei and Luo Jun from class 11 were notified, coupled with the deliberate spread of the news by some people, the whole school has a stereotype of class 11 in grade 1, the morning hall class. Duan Shigen rested at Wu Zhaoka's seat. Wu Zhaoka usually liked to play basketball, so his seat was often empty. CUIU consulted with him. Brother Gang, have you noticed recently that the trend in our class 8 is wrong? What's wrong? Someone has started to use gifts to please girls. CUIU looked serious. Since Jiang Ning gave Jade last time, the class monitor Huang Zhangfei actually gave aromatherapy. Duan Shigen rubbed his beard and thought, should we follow up? CUIU, good idea, but what should we give? To whom? And who should we let give it? He asked 3 sole questions. When it comes to gift giving, Duan Shigen asked himself if he had much experience. Thinking back to his past, that's all. A hero doesn't brag about his past achievements. After discussing with CUIU, he simply determined the strategy. The third class in the morning was math class. Gao Hishuoi carried a big stick into class 8, attracting the attention of all the students. CUIU started to make a noise. Teacher Gao is here. Why do you still bring teaching aids? It's so strange. There was scattered laughter in the class. Gao Hishuoi smiled with joy mixed with sinisterness, making it hard to tell whether he was laughing happily or sneering. Jiang Yanan looked at Gao Hishuoi. Originally, her mentality was the same as other students. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Oh no. When, I'm done. She lowered her voice and said in a panic, I forgot to bring it back. Yuan understood immediately after hearing it, and her expression changed accordingly. Dong Qingfeng also heard it. He was quick to react and had a high IQ. He immediately remembered that Jiang Yanan was charging her mobile phone during the break. If it was any other teacher, maybe he could have escaped, but the other party was Gao Hishuoi. Once discovered, Jiang Yanan's phone would definitely be killed. Jiang Yanan's phone had been taken away by Gao Hishuoi once before, and now it is very likely to happen again. Dong Qingfeng stared at Fatty Gao and silently said in his heart, no, don't put it in. If Fatty Gao didn't use multimedia in this class, Jiang Yanan's phone might have been spared. However, as the saying goes, the less you expect something, the more likely it is to happen. Gao Hishuoi took out the USB flash drive. We will learn a new course in this class. He bent down and prepared to turn on the multimedia computer. Closer. Closer. Jiang Yanan bit her lips, and her originally rosy lips turned pale. Her fair face was extremely nervous, and her eyes were full of disappointment in this world. That disappointment deeply hurt Dong Qingfeng's heart. It is conceivable how uncomfortable Jiang Yanan would be when her phone was really taken away. Dong Qingfeng was anxious. No, I want to stop this. I want to see her warm smile. Think of a way. Think of a way. Dong Qingfeng, can definitely reverse the outcome. Time passed, and Dong Qingfeng watched Gao Hishui getting closer and closer to the multimedia computer. As long as he opened the small door of the multimedia box, he could see Jiang Yanan's mobile phone. Dong Qingfeng was stiff all over, as if he fell into an ice cellar. He remembered the last time Jiang Yanan's mobile phone rang in class. He whistled desperately, just to cover it for her, but until the end, he couldn't save the outcome. He had failed once. Was he going to fail a second time? Past memories flooded into his mind in an instant. Dong Qingfeng, you are so amazing. You actually solved this problem. Jiang Yanan praised with admiration during a lecture. Hey, this burrito is delicious. Dong Qingfeng, you are so nice. Help me queue up to buy it. That day's breakfast made Jiang Yanan happy all day. Dong Qingfeng, I suddenly found you quite handsome. Jiang Yanan said, after looking at him for a long time. There are countless intersections. Jiang Yanan, Yuan, Shenkinj, their smiles and frowns appear in Dong Qingfeng's mind. Those beautiful and happy things are engraved in his youth and his soul, and will accompany him for the rest of his life. They also shape the present Dong Qingfeng. Going through hardships and giving everything, just to protect your smile. So, Dong Qingfeng, will never see your sad faces again. At this moment, his brain was running wildly, and the strong load made his forehead burn. Even if he gave everything, and sold his soul, he would stop Gao Hishui. The world seemed to be roaring, and his emerging spiritual will seemed to shake the world. Finally, as if a meteor flashed in the vast sea of consciousness, Dong Qingfeng caught a fleeting flash of inspiration. Haha, I thought of it. Dong Qingfeng's face suddenly became serious. He suddenly raised his legs and rushed to the podium. He shouted solemnly, Teacher Gao, I have something to talk to you about. His voice was so loud that the students around him looked over. Dong Qingfeng saw Gao Hishuo's movements pause for a moment, and he felt proud. The next moment, he would discuss important matters and lead Gao Hishuo out of the classroom so that Jiang Yanan could take the phone back in the gap. At this time, Gao Hishui squatted down, turned on the multimedia, took off the charging phone, held it in his hand, and smiled with his signature smile. Qingfeng, what's the matter with you? Dong Qingfeng's face was extremely ugly. He suppressed his heartache and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Teacher, my stomach hurts so much. It seems like I have appendicitis. I want to go to the infirmary. At this time, he couldn't hide his pain. Anyone could see that he was in a very bad state, and it didn't look like he was pretending at all. Gao Hishui nodded. Okay, go ahead. Dong Qingfeng left. Gao Hishui threw the confiscated mobile phone onto the desk and said gloomily, whose phone is it? No one responded. In desperation, Jiang Yanan decided to give up the phone because she only rented it for 80 yuan, which was not that expensive. Whose phone is it? Gao Hishui raised his voice. Still no one responded. Gao Hishui suddenly laughed. Some students have no self-awareness at all. You are unwilling to admit your own mistakes and let the whole class take the blame for you. You are such a good student. Okay, you won't say it, right? I won't attend this class. Gao Hishui threw the textbook, sat on the bench, and went on strike. Gao Hishui's anger was still scary, and the whole class fell into silence. Jiang Yanan felt very uncomfortable. She didn't expect that just a mobile phone would cause such serious consequences. At this time, Cuiu suddenly stood up on the north side of the classroom. Teacher Gao. Gao Hishui looked surprised. Your cell phone. Cuiu said. No. Then why did you stand up? Cuiu scratched his head. The class is too quiet, so I came to ease the tense atmosphere. Gao Hishui was so angry that he laughed. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Yanan said, I'm sorry, Kinj. I'll go out and buy you a charger later, and I'll try to buy you an original one. Her mobile phone was taken away in the morning, and Gayo Hishuoi was so stupid that he even took away the charger. Fortunately, because of CUIU's interruption in the middle of the class, Gayo Hishuoi continued the class, even though he didn't find the owner of the phone in the end. Jiang Ning was relieved. If it were another teacher, she might have admitted it directly, but Gayo Hishuoi was a very twisted person, and would definitely ridicule her in public. Gayo Hishuoi was very good at sarcasm and spoke harshly, and ordinary girls couldn't stand it at all. After hearing this, Shen Qinsh said, "It's okay, I have another charger at home." In order to build a good relationship with other girls, she generously carried a set of chargers with her to create a helpful personality. In fact, she had a power bank at the beginning, and it was because Yuan asked her to borrow the power bank that their relationship quickly improved. Unfortunately, the power bank was stolen. Jiang Ning, 1 corn hamburger, 1 chicken burger, and a large cup of ice green bean tea. Ask for the one sold by the aunt. Zhu Yuantang instructed. Aunt Gu had something to do at the company today, so she couldn't cook for her in the afternoon, so she ate at school again. Jiang Ning, wait for me to come back. Zhu Yuantang motioned him to leave quickly. The snack street outside the school was bustling and prosperous, with a large number of students from the 4th middle school filling up this short street. The stalls with good food were all lined up with students. Jiang Ning came out a little later, and he didn't buy food first, but went to the nearby UK small store to get a bottle of ice water. There were a lot of people in the store, and they had to line up. When Jiang Ning was queuing, he met Tang Fu from class 7. Tang Fu's height surpassed that of all the boys, and her pair of round and slender legs with perfect curves attracted a lot of attention. She took a pack of Oreo cookies, and the boss of UK glanced at her and said, 13 yuan. Tang Fu searched her pockets for more than 10 seconds, but couldn't find any money. The students queuing behind her were waiting anxiously. The boss looked at the girls several times. Tang Fu couldn't hold his gaze. She looked embarrassed and had to put down the biscuits. Jiang Ning handed over a 20 yuan note. Let's count it together. After leaving the store, Tang Fu chased after him. She knew Jiang Ning. After all, Jiang Ning performed very well at the school sports meeting. Tang Fu, a girl who is good at sports, also watched his game and had an impression of him. Jiang Ning, thank you just now. I'll go back to the classroom and get the money to pay you back. Regular exercise makes Tang Fu very energetic, radiant, and speaks with confidence. It's just a casual thing. Jiang Ning didn't care. After a brief chat, he continued to buy food, and Tang Fu went back to school. Chen Xiao and her sister Chen Siqing, as well as Yang Sheng, went out to eat together. Bai Yuxia went home in the afternoon. After eating the spicy mixed soup, the girls were very satisfied. This kind of spicy food is their favorite. Well, Yang Sheng ordered it not spicy. The twins' clothes were brightly colored. In contrast, Yang Sheng wore a black slim-fit sportswear with a pair of white sneakers. Her expression was not as vivid as the twins, and she looked a little colder. The spicy hot pot shop was close to the south, and because of the distance, there were not many students on this section of the road. Passing the intersection, a thin middle-aged woman stood on the side. She had a kind face and her clothes were worn and a little dirty. When she saw the 3 little girls, she stretched out her hand to stop them and asked, "Little girls, I'm thirsty and want to drink some water. Can you buy me a bottle of water?" Chen Xiao didn't think it was a big deal. She was educated since she was a child and told her that helping others is a virtue. She was kind by nature. "I'll buy it for you." As a result, the middle-aged woman handed over a 100 yuan bill with dignity. "I'll give you money. I'll give you money." Yang Sheng suddenly said, "Why don't you buy it yourself if you have money?" As if seeing the puzzled eyes of several people, the middle-aged woman explained, "I'm too dirty and it's hard for me to enter the store. Can you help me?" Chen Xiao looked at her and felt that she was quite pitiful. "It's only 1 yuan. I'll pay for you." As a result, the middle-aged woman was unwilling and insisted on giving money. Chen Xiao had no choice but to take the 100 yuan. After arriving at the store opposite, she took the water and gave the 100 yuan to the boss. The boss glanced at it and directly pointed out that it was a fake bill. Chen Xiao was confused. Why did she give me fake money? Could she be a liar? Her sister Chen Siqing found something wrong. She turned around and saw that the middle-aged woman was staring at them. She must be a liar. Fortunately, the boss found out. In the end, she still paid for the water out of her own pocket, spending 1 yuan. Let's go find her. She gave us fake money and asked us to cheat the boss. I thought she looked so kind. Chen Xiaoyu felt unhappy that her kindness was taken advantage of. As she said that, she wanted to question the middle-aged woman. Yang Sheng had been watching with his arms crossed. She pulled Chen Xiaoyu. What's wrong? Chen Xiaoyu asked. Yang Sheng shook his head gently. It's too late. She might say that the money she gave you just now was real money and then ask you to pay it back. Chen Xiaoyu, is she really that bad? Chen Xiking said, how about we run away? Yang Sheng, she keeps looking at this side. It's not easy to run. Give me the money. As she said that, she took the fake 100 yuan bill, turned around to look at it, and returned it to her. The three girls walked up to the middle-aged woman. Chen Xiaoyu handed over the 100 yuan bill and said unhappily, Auntie, what you gave us is fake money. The next second, the middle-aged woman showed her a textbook-like face change. She first scolded, who gave us fake money? What's wrong with you students? Then she raised her hand, pointed at several people, and cried, the more you read, the worse you are. You cheated an old woman of my money. Are you still human? Everyone, come and see. It's unreasonable. Too unreasonable. You extorted my hard-earned money. Her shouting made a lot of noise, and all the students around came to watch the fun. Chen Xiaoyu and the others were embarrassed. Girls of this age, who had experienced such a scene, were completely at a loss. Yang Sheng frowned and said coldly, don't shout, the money is yours. It's our bad luck. As she said that, she took out 100 yuan and threw it directly to the middle-aged woman, then pulled Chen Xiaoyu away quickly. It was not until they entered the campus that Chen Xiaoyu said indignantly, how can there be such people? It's so infuriating. Chen Xiking, I'm so angry. 100 yuan. Chen Xiaoyu felt so uncomfortable. 100 yuan could buy so many things, and she was cheated, which made her feel even more wronged. Her sister Chen Xiking was also angry and sad. Yang Sheng looked at the two of them and was convinced. The twins were still so stupid. She stretched out her hand to the two of them. Give me the 100 yuan. She took the fake money and flicked it. Here is the 100 yuan. The twins opened their mouths and glared. Ah, isn't this fake money? Yang Sheng looked at them like idiots. I changed the fake bills at the door of the store. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.